But yeah, bring on. All right, so today we're going to be getting a brand new run in Medieval Dynasty. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here. I usually like to pop in here. Usually, I say like when I first play a game, it's been a hot minute, that I check for any accessibility stuff because it can be thing. What was the problem, you may ask? I don't remember the exact wording. It was in a contract a very long time ago for promoting a game that they had a call to action that had some problematic wording. And like I said, it wasn't awful problematic wording, but it's definitely like, that definitely hits the ick feeling. Which they were cool, and they're like, oh, we didn't realize, and like I said, they reached out to everyone that they had put out the contract with. They're like, hey, use different wording. We didn't realize. Like it was an honest mistake. Like I didn't, scream up and down. I was like, hey, you might want to be careful about this. But I didn't have, like, it didn't end up being a problem. They still sponsored. They just need to correct the wording. Yeah, so we got, like, where you can turn off head bob and screen shake, and then the breathing is a weird head bob thing that I remember particular being odd. So we got those things. You can change a bunch of your dirt, like, you can change a bunch of user interface stuff. So if you want less or more, you've got that there. I want to say there was motion blur that they had off by default. I can't remember. But yeah, you got some basic accessibility stuff. The absence of accessibility isn't necessarily a problem. It all depends on how the game is implemented, because sometimes, like, for example, if you have a bar above a thing's head that's like telling, or like a status symbol, and it's like green for you've got a buff and you've got red for it's bad, that would be an accessibility foul-up. Versus if it's like green number pops above their head and it's got a plus sign, or a red number pops above their head and it's got a minus sign, that's the more accessible one, because even if you can't see colors, it works. Anyways, with that said, we've got our two different ways you can play through the game. You've got the Valley and you've got Oxbow. Oxbow is intended for multiplayer, and then the Valley is your single player only one that's got a bit more story to it. I'm trying to remember. I think the last time we played, we did Oxbow. Oxbow is the newer map. I'm trying to remember if there's achievements that were locked to one. I think there was achievements locked to the Valley or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. I think we'll do the Valley this time. I did Oxbow last time. I'm trying to remember why, because there was more to the difference between the two maps. So there was the multiplayer, not multiplayer. I feel like this one had actual story to it, and this one really didn't have much story with it. The idea is your other people are gonna be more. But we'll go ahead and do the Valley. So we can customize the game. And you can look in here and say, like, I want to have unlimited health point and stamina. I want to disable hunger and unlimited carry weight. The needs of your people. So you can really go down here and customize the experience. XP multipliers, all that kind of nonsense. So you can really customize your experience. You can also just change this and just see what the difference is. So for right now, I'm going to leave that. One of the things that a lot of people will change is they will change your season lengths, which has its pros and cons. I'm going to leave it on the default. It does mean with the default, it's a little bit more pressuring you to like just keep going. A lot less relaxing. Whereas if you make the season longer, you have more time to get your money together to pay your taxes and all that.
I used to have a simple life. Whatever needed doing round the farm, I'd do it. Being the eldest son, it's tough. But at least we had a living.
Sorry, it's so quiet.
Never empty. Then, the war came. I lost everything overnight. The last thing I remember is Father pushing me away, yelling for me to run, to live. At first, I didn't know what to do. Then, I remembered. A story my mother once told me. A story about my uncle, Jordan. He made a modest fortune up north, in a peaceful valley far away from the war.
Yep, everything changed with the Fire Nation
I
attack.
held on to that thought, until the valley from my mother's stories. I could see it. This is where I can start a new life.
Yep, so long story short, a humble farmer, everything gets burned. and he gets sent off to go meet with family because home is big sad. Wash your hands before eating, both in-game and in real life. I don't remember there being a hand-washing mechanic in the game, but okay. Moving stuff is hard. Switching the living room with the bedroom, because the bedroom is bigger, so we're turning into living room. Doing the original map. I did Oxbow last time. And one of the comments I had with Oxbow is it didn't really have much of a story to it. Versus, you know, this one actually has a story to it. Whereas Oxbow is a bunch of random, like, go kill the thing. Okay, you killed the thing. All remembrance of you killing the thing has been lost forever. Now, with Medieval Dynasty, it is a survival crafter, so it does have a lot of the basics. Getting a little bit of frame stutter, which I'm not loving. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like Oxbow is really intended for you to play multiplayer. Versus this map, literally you don't have the choice of multiplayer. I'm getting a stutter that I don't remember getting. Let me just tweak the graphics a little bit here. Alright, that seems to have improved it a bit. Alright, so what we're doing here is still getting some frame stutter. I wasn't getting this the last time, which is a bummer. We'll see if it smooths out. Some of these games, they'll slowly load everything into memory. It just takes time. Oh, my mouse sensitivity needs to be higher. Controls. Horizontal sensitivity. Try that. That's better. Alright. Those eyes. I didn't think I'd see them again. One blue as the sky, the other black as a lump of coal. Are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. So, you aren't one. Good. For a second there, I thought I lost it. Huh. But your eyes. You look just like him. I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone. I'm new to these parts, just arrived at the valley. Actually, my name is, Rockmere. I'm Wanda's son, aren't you? Lorden's nephew? What, did you know my mother? Not really. I knew of her. We didn't ever actually meet. He wanted to keep his family separate. I don't think I understand. You will. Wait. What do you mean by, did I know her? Is she well? I hope she is now, wherever that might be. I've lost both my parents in the war. Dang it. This world. I guess it could be as cruel as it is beautiful. I'm sorry, my boy. Nobody should lose loved ones at such a young age. Let's see. It's okay. They've died so I could live. And I plan to make the best life that I can, in order to honor their sacrifice. That's very mature of you. I'm sure they will be proud hearing that. You mentioned my Uncle Lorden. I actually came here looking for him. Oh, Rasmir. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your Uncle Lorden is no longer with us. He passed away 3 years ago. I'm so sorry. I understand how you must feel. He was a dear friend of mine. So that's it. I'm the only one left. Don't say that. Hey, look at me. The valley is filled with warm-hearted people who could gladly aid you in whatever you need, and I'm one of them. So what should I do now? You are free to go wherever you like. Start a new life. I hereby grant you permission of the Castellan to build and farm on any unutilized land in the valley. Construct yourself a house, and see what comes next for you. You can even build a whole village if you please. There are many travelers passing through. Maybe some of them would like to join your settlement. Just like that, I could take the land free of charge? Well, you'd have to pay taxes to the king annually. But apart from that, free to do as you please, as long as you don't break any of the laws, of course. which are about zoning and restricting and the construction of a residential area in the wilderness. Very restrictive policies on that one. Or at least, don't get caught doing so. That sounds amazing. The valley looks beautiful. Well, I think I'll stay here and see what fate has for me in store. I'm glad to hear that. You can find resources all over the land, grab a few rocks, some sticks on the ground, craft yourself a simple axe. With it, you can cut down trees and chop them into logs, and then you can create a wooden hammer. That would be crucial for building process. I'm sure you'll get along. And then meanwhile my character's like, I'm a farmer? Do you think I know how to pick up a random piece of stone and shove it on a stick and make an axe? I'm gonna be real with you, that was not day-to-day farming process. We had a blacksmithy nearby, so like, we paid to get an axe? Why would you think I knew how to live in the wilderness? That is a very jump and leap of logic there. When you build yourself a home, come back to Gostivia and talk to my wife, Dobrangia. She manages the tavern. Ask her to feed you. You must be famished. And then grab some beers for both of us and come back. I'll tell you some stories about Lorden. Sounds like a plan to me. Alright, collecting resources. All the basic resources can be collected in the wild. Just look around and reach out for them. Sticks are the easiest to find, but on the other hand, stones and herbs are much harder to spot. Move your cursor over the desired item until its name is shown and collect it. Resources can be used for various purposes like building, crafting, healing, and eating. Cool. Alright, so at this stage, we are now free to build anywhere we want. There are lots of reasons to build in different places, and I do not remember the map nearly well enough to make an informed decision. Now, with the story stuff, we are going to be going to all of these towns. Generally speaking, I vaguely remember wanting to build near water for some reason. I don't remember why. There's also arguments to building in very forested areas, and there are also caves. You find it odd that the tutorial doesn't mention the peasant vision? Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what it is. There's a button that oh yeah, there's the river reeds and all that. Yeah, and I know a lot of times I built my village like right over there kind of thing, because it's like, where do I go? Yeah, whatever it's called, inspected mode. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the button was for it. Oh, it's left alt. Yeah, so it's like a focus mode where you can follow like animal tracks and all that. Lost shipment. Give me all your stuff. Now, one of the things you gotta be careful of is you'll probably notice in the top left as we walk around, it'll be like, deer spotted, fox spotted, and stuff like that. That's letting you know what animals are in the area. So if I were to zoom in here, and I believe it is... Yeah, so you got the wild animal marks. So yeah, so see like, okay, there's deer there, there's badger here, rabbit, a couple different birds. That can be very important to know, because you can run into the problem where you start living in an area, it's like, bears spotted, and bears suck. They're useful, they give you materials, they'll also wreck your day. Or moose spotted. Moose are also terrible, and will wreck your day. Same with wolves. So it can be very useful information to do a bunch of that. So pretty much what I'm doing now is I'm just kind of walking along, seeing what we can see. There is an argument for also living near mountainous areas. I think the last place I built was that river down there, or it was one of these lakes I built at in a previous playthrough.
Thank you DragonBall97 for subscribing for 21 months.
And thank you Dragonfall for the tier 1 sub. But subbed the channel for 21 months, and I really do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. Because I remember this gave me easy access to rocks. I think there was a cave around one of these, so I could mine for ore and not have to walk half across the map. And then you had the water. I remember, I want to say the only big negative is I think there's wolves up here, and so they could occasionally become a headache. Like, they were close enough every once in a while you'd aggro them and have to deal with them. And you have these wrecks that show up. I don't remember how to put my hands away. You know, and various other points of interest. Those change every season. Now, I don't need to build near the starting town. Because what I could do is I could do this, you know, do whatever building I want, run to the starting town, and grab whatever, and repeat. Got some mushrooms for snack time. Alright. So, is that a fox? I believe. So chat, let's think here. Rather than running around aimlessly this whole time, we can choose a couple of spots. So the spots I'm considering is I'm considering this lake, because I remember that being good. Honestly, this area here is another one, like right where that bridge is. The only so if I remember the positives and negatives of this map, this area gives me access to most of everything we want. It's not particularly near anyone, which is kind of a pain. And there are wolves nearby, which could be kind of a pain. This one, on the other hand, we've got pretty much all the goods except for stone and ore. There's no stone and ore anywhere nearby that. That area is awful, if I remember correctly. I'm willing to bet that lake down there probably doesn't have... It's also how flat the terrain is. This game doesn't do great with elevation and building. Yeah, I think that one would be bad. Yeah, so I think it's this lake. So, the central lake, the southeast lake. This river is probably not bad. I'm not sure where we'd build on it. Like, there are people who've taken the time to run through the entire map and be like, no, this is a good spot. Here's what we recommend. Here's that spot. I'm going to put the marker there. I think I might move that way. I'm pretty sure that's what I did on my offline playthrough, is I built down there. Because while it was not convenient to get to and from, it did offer me a bunch of space. But then there's definitely an argument to be made, like, building my town right up here against the river. Even though rock is a little hard to come by. You think they made quick travel cheaper? That's good. Now, the big problem with the quick travel is that's the big negative here. There's no towns nearby this. So, like, the closest is that, and that's a hike. That's the big negative there. But basically, I'm debating where we're building. And this is always one of the things that takes me a hot minute, is going where I want to build. Because I like to be near enough to stone that when we hit that stage, I don't have to cross the entire map just to get stone. At the same time, you need to be close enough to water to get the reeds and that kind of nonsense. Having dangerous animals nearby is something that can be managed. Because you can murder them. Now, with that, each season is 3 days by default. There are a lot of people who will turn up the length of seasons like an extra day or so. I think I'm going to go towards that lake just for the sake of making a decision. Alright. I don't think, like where we've been looting these carts, I don't think I'm grabbing a bunch of iron and lugging it with me. As much as I would like that iron, just having a bunch of iron in my back pocket as I'm first setting up seems like a good way to get frustrated by my inability to carry what I want to carry. Alright. Yeah, so we are heading down towards Denica. And then we can get across towards this area down here. Okay, so that's our first dangerous animal we've seen is boar. A boar will attack you if you get too close to their territory. I think lynx will leave you alone. Oh, hey. We found bandits. I don't have a weapon, so I'm not going to fisticuffs the bandits.
Come on, guys! Kill that bastard! I will.
Okay. Oh, nope, they're still on me. Alright, we got more boar nearby. I didn't get to check that wreck because I got bandits on my tail. Okay, so stop chasing, so I want to drop back to that cart and check it real quick. Because sometimes you get really lucky early on and just like straight up find a really nice weapon. Oh, if you played 3.5 years ago, then yeah, lots changed. Yeah, so you can go back here. Those bandits will have gone back home. Yeah, we don't care about the clay jars and all that. We'll grab the wine. Alright, so we are heading over towards this. So as you can see, we got those wolves I mentioned there and the boars on that side. So what we're going to do is follow this river, or follow this road over to the river. And then we will cut south, we'll cut directly towards the area following the river. And once I start scoping out where the animals are, I could figure out what route to take to avoid the dangerous animals when I'm not looking to hunt. It is one of those games that you can kind of wipe out the local animals each season if you want. Start the season, just kill them all real quick. Health. Fighting, falling, and ignoring negative statuses may cause you to lose health, and eventually, your life. You can regenerate health by sleeping in your bed, eating herbs, or drinking potions. Remember that you can turn off the tutorials in the settings. Let's grab mushrooms because we're gonna need food. Plus, collecting these things make everything happy. So here's the river I mentioned. What we'll do is we'll turn down this river. Oh, this is moose territory? I hate that. Okay, so moose appears to show up on my left from the looks of it. No, on the right. So let's not screw around with a moose where I'm gonna have to punch a moose and try and survive, because the animals in this game get Wisens is honestly just as bad. So they're also really good at running you down. There's a Wisent over there on the left. Wisent are like bison. But they're another one that they're very territorial. So if I get too close, they'll gore me. And there's the lake I'm aiming to live by. Now remember, one side of this lake has wolves on it. The other side of this lake is relatively chill. That's the mountainside lake. I would like to be on the mountainside of the lake. Because like I said, the benefit I have there is if I live on the mountainside of the lake, when I want stone, I just walk up the hill, start mining, get my stone, come back down, build a bit, Next round of stone, go back up the hill. You get the idea. Yeah, that should be good. As long as it's not where we're gonna find a bunch of wolves and all that. Because worst case, just live on the other side and we walk over there. But yeah, no, we're spawning lots and lots of deer, which is good. Because then we can eat them. Got a wrecked camp here. Some pre-salted meat. A whole lot of salted fish. Some free firewood. And a free iron spear. That's the reason you stop to check those ruins, is sometimes you get lucky. And you just walk away with decent equipment. So now I gotta remember. So inventory. Let's look at our stuff. So we'll put the iron spear on the first slot. So that way when we get trouble, then quickly pull out the spear and go stabby stabby. Okay, we've already got some cut logs and a free stone axe. Yep. Alright, so honestly, I'm thinking this is looking pretty good. Like right here. I'm just gonna step in a little bit just to make sure we don't immediately walk up here and have it be like, cool, bear. Cool, wolf. So let's make sure I got enough room to breathe here. We don't have to worry about some dangerous animal regularly harassing me. Because I have done that before where, like, I just put my territory, like, right up against something dangerous. And then having, like, every other day, I walk outside my home and then some wolf runs up and I have to deal with it. Alright, so with that, I need... Okay, so it's warning me that I need to drink water. Fair enough. Stagnant water. Where a lake terminates at a river. Therefore, where it's going to get that pond scum on it. Have all sorts of algae blooms and all that kind of good stuff. Perfect. Perfect for dysentery. Okay, so now I gotta remember crafting, because it's been a hot minute. It's in here somewhere. It's been a while. Okay, so I go here. Oh, actually, I already have the axe that we got from the R1, so you can grab the axe out here. Tree cutting. You can cut down a tree with... You have to have an axe. The tool can be bought or crafted in the crafting menu. Okay, so Q is the craft. Oh, that's right. You had this weird wheel crafting menu. I remember complaining about that. A lot of games like that. It is a very console-coded like thing. It's fine. Okay. The stomachs were more sturdy back then. That's not necessarily true. A lot of people died pretty young from contaminated water and a whole bunch of stuff. I think it's a matter of what you can survive versus what's actually, like, you can be healthy. Okay, it's warning me that my inventory is overloading, which is that gauge on the bottom left. That looks like a little weight. It'll slowly build up and all that. But yeah, no, it's the thing, because, like, you had a lot of people back in medieval times were not doing great on the health front, that they had all sorts of stomach problems. It's kind of one of those things that you either died really young, or you made it pretty late. And a lot of that just had to kind of do with the privilege you were raised into, whether or not you had alternatives to potentially severely contaminated water. Or, you know, you were drinking stuff like wine and all that kind of stuff. Grab a whole bunch of berries because they're easily available. I think I'm grabbing the berries while they're underripe, aren't I? Okay, so we got the survivalist. So there is like a whole skill tree here. So we have where we can determine how proficient we are in stuff. You think the rule was if you could live to 12, you could live until you turn gray. Yeah, no, it's the thing that a lot of people died very, very young during the time. Like infant and child mortality was exceptionally high during medieval times. And a lot of that was, you know, people dying. People dying from, like, food contamination and injury and wildlife attacks and all sorts of things. Okay, so this one... Okay, so we can have it where we'll get 5% more XP for doing survival activities, 2 degrees Celsius more temperature tolerance, or 25% higher poisoning resistance. Grabbing the XP early on, because that's giving up now levels for faster tomorrow levels. If you're going to do those things where you get your XP bonuses, you always want to do those early or don't bother. There's very little in between. Alright, so we are supposed to make a wooden hammer. And I've been utterly ignoring the prompts. So you can craft our wooden hammer. That's why beer was popular, I think? It was safer than water? Oh yeah, no, water, like, way back water wasn't too bad. But when you got to, like, medieval times, that time, and you were in a high populous area, water started to get pretty dodgy at times. Water got real dangerous at times around the population centers. Because we didn't really know a lot about stuff like, you know, germ theory wasn't really a thing yet. We didn't really understand that, you know, you have a lake and everyone's taking a poop in it and all that, that water's not going anywhere unless there's a stream that leaves the lake. Gradually, you're just making that water more and more dangerous for human beings because the bacteria that affect human beings are what you're going to find a bunch of in there. So things just continue to escalate worse and worse. We didn't have the concept of like, oh, you know, when water becomes contaminated, you can do stuff like boil it to improve things, you know, sand, clay, charcoal, those kind of filters to get the gross out of the water. If you're lucky, you lived across like a moving stream or something like that, and your water quality was usually higher. Not necessarily, but usually higher. Now I'm trying to remember, I want to say in this game, if you fully chop down, because I think this is the game that when you fully chop down a tree, it's gone forever. Whereas if you leave the stump, it regrows. Because I remember there was 2 games I always mixed up those 2 things, where one, you didn't want to cut down the tree entirely, and the other one, you absolutely needed to cut down the tree entirely, and I always forget which one is which. I'm pretty sure this one, we want to keep the tree stumps if I want the tree to come back. Here we are. Yeah, cities took the water from brewing from the same stream they used to get rid of their remains. Yep. Yeah, and it was just one of those things that, like, you had real bad water contamination problems. It was one of the many things that led to, people, like, infant mortality and all that. Because, you know, you have kids who are really young are going to be far more susceptible, and then people who are very old are going to be far more susceptible. So you have that kind of situation going on there. People who are weakened and all that. Alright. Trees do grow back There is a catch, though. Trees only grow back if you leave the stump and wait about 2 years. Yeah. That's what I remember, is there's a whole thing that you needed to not get rid of the tree stumps. So we are going to rip up a bunch of tree stumps that are, like, in town and all that. But it is a thing to, like, only where you're deliberately trying to clear the land proper do you want to pull those up. They added tree saplings? Oh, that would be cool. So tree saplings where you could potentially go and get yourself... Sorry, I'm looking at these real fast. Yes, these are the only ones I can build without the logs. I forget, can I build on the water? I think you can. But you had to build, like, a dock thing first. But still, so we're going to go up here. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is get my hammer on the bar. Okay, select build mode, that's fine. So now what I need to do is get my stones. Yeah, the update coincided with flowers and deco update. Gotcha. Yeah, that was the update I kind of just skipped on because it was just one of those ones. It's like, okay, a lot of the or maybe the flowers and decos is one of them. The DLC they added where it's just kind of like nature stuff. I was like, okay, this adds a bunch of cool cosmetic stuff to make your town look better, but probably not really what I want to deal with. Okay, so we've got apples. They ate those real fast. But that's good, because that was one of the things you get yourself in trouble with, is you'd start clearing the area around your town of trees. You, like, pull up the stumps and everything, and then later on realize, oh, now I gotta go this big ol' hike just to get wood. Which wasn't the end of the world, because you get a woodcutter and all that, but it definitely was one of those things that get pretty annoying pretty quick. Alright, once I get this, I've got logs and sticks in my inventory. Need one more stone. You gotta be careful not to grab too many sticks. You do have limited carry weight. And it's not too bad unless you're building. When you're building and you're picking up big old pile of stones and logs, stuff like the logs and that just absolutely will overwhelm your inventory space so quickly. Now, I had cut it down another tree over here somewhere, but that's fine. I'll just keep cutting down trees. I'll come across the logs later, I'm sure. Okay, oops, looks like you've broken your first tool. They're certainly not the last one. You craft more basic tools by hand, but they're cheap and fragile. It's wiser to focus on producing and using metal tools for higher durability. If you have an identical tool in reserve, you'll immediately grab it when the old one breaks. Remember, you can turn off tutorials. I do like that the game is constantly like, remember, if you find tutorials obnoxious, you can just turn them off. Please don't review our game badly, because seriously, you are the one opting to not turn these off. If you don't like the game helping you out, you know, don't add us, friend. Alright, so you can go here, make another axe. Okay, and so little by little we build all this stuff. Oh, I forgot the torches in this game don't really have a very long lifespan. Now, if I remember correctly, you do not need to sleep until the end of season. That's the only... Well, actually, I don't even think you technically need to sleep there. I think it literally, if you don't sleep, you hit a certain point where it, like, fades to black, and then you wake up at home. I don't believe you get penalized or anything for it. Alright, so the first part of this is we're pretty much going to be running around here. Just hacking down trees. Grabbing logs and sticks and stones. And getting our first house built. This game does very heavily focus around building a town. You can live on your own if you really want to. But, like, a lot of the game will absolutely be around being like, okay, you need to have a population of whatever, whatever, whatever to unlock this building. Okay, your town needs to be whatever, whatever, whatever to have access to this. And then doing it all yourself would get extremely tedious after a while. So the intention is that you would then, you know, get a bunch of citizens to run around and do it for you. Alright. Because eventually, like, for example, you'll get woodcutters, and they will gradually just get logs for you. You'll get farmers to do all that. Now, granted, it's also a weird thing, because of the way the game does the rewarding based on doing kind of stuff, that you kind of have to find a balance where, like, for example, with the farming, you can assign your people to do the farming for you, which you really should at some point. But at the same time, you don't get that, like, unless they change it, you don't really get XP for them farming. So realistically, to get the XP you need to level stuff up in that category, you kind of need to not have people assigned to it so that you can do the work. Yep, so we did enough building that we have unlocked the well. Okay. We're gonna need a bunch more logs. And you also want to get, like, planks, so that way you can make nicer houses. You'll get, oh man, was it clay? I think it's clay. You'll get clay that you can then use the clay to make, like, the daub walls and all that. You can make stone houses. You gotta, like, fill in the gaps between the stone. All of that to help with insulation. Alright, so we broke our hammer. Alright, so I'll need to cut down more trees. Man, the game's not wrong that very genuinely you want to get out of the stone equipment relatively easy, like relatively early. It's a catch-22 in a lot of these that you have to take time away from doing the task you're trying to do to get the materials to make the stone, to do the next thing kind of thing. But at the same time, you're spending your time doing that versus the actual tasks and trying to go, okay, is it better that I just quickly grab some cheap materials now to start whatever, or do I go in over there? But how do you get more people to join, or does the game automatically give you more NPCs? So when you go to the various towns, there'll be like little camps on the fringes of the town, and those camps at the fringes of the town will be the ones that that's fine. Telling me it's like, don't forget to eat. Oh, I have a building limit reached until I finish the house. But you'll go to the, like, fringes of town, and those fringes of town will have people waiting outside, and you can ask them to join. And pretty much everyone there is just like, heck yeah, I'd love to join. Bellwright system is somewhat similar. I never did end up playing Bellwright. That was one of the games, like, on the list to play, because I heard a lot of things that it was kind of like this meets RimWorld or whatever. To like a certain extent is like a first-person RimWorld is what I'd kind of been told. But I never did end up playing it. Not that I was avoiding it, it's just kind of one of those things that at the time it dropped, I had something else going on. So I kind of missed when it was like the big windfall at the time. And then I never, like, because there's always something new coming out that I never did circle back and get to it. And we also tried Medieval Dynasty, and unfortunately I found Medieval Dynasty to be pretty underwhelming. Like, just a lot of how they handled things was just not as good in my opinion. Like, I like the aesthetics of Medieval Dynasty. It would be lovely if the game was a lot more streamlined, a lot more polished, a lot of things. But ultimately it didn't really hold up for me. Yeah, so we gotta get our house built first. Isn't this Medieval Dynasty? This is Medieval Dynasty. Alright, did I say Medieval? Sorry, Sengoku Dynasty is the one I'm saying is not as polished. My apologies. My brain was thinking one thing, and my mouth was saying another. Yeah, Sengoku Dynasty was the one that was like, I really wish was kind of in a better spot than it ended up being. Because we gave that a try, and it was just kind of one of those ones where it was like, ah. And it wasn't one of those, like, I like game A over B. It was like, no, in isolation, Sengoku has, like, a lot of good ideas that aren't really executed well. Like, the town management UI is genuinely really bad. We gotta actually argue that's kind of the thing that stood out the most, is that town UI, which is a core aspect of the game, was really one of its weakest places. Chapters. Chapters are a series of missions that appear at the beginning of the game to introduce you to the game's mechanics. It also assists you in the initial stages of your new settlement's constructions. Completing chapters allows you to unlock a new development stage. There are which determines the maximum limit of your buildings. Right. Yeah, so we have the chapters up there, which is like, here's the things to build. So one thing we can do for right now is I can grab some of these things that I don't need to be carrying with me. Gotcha. So where people mentioned the seedlings, that is a thing now. I really appreciate they added that, because it used to be you cut down a tree and it was expletive gone. There was no bringing it back. The tree just gone. Which definitely had a lot of negatives. Worry about all this later. Yeah, so I grabbed the unripened berries. I didn't notice that till we're a little ways into it. Remember Mega Tree Desert? Yeah, almost everyone who plays the game ends up doing that at some point. Where they start, you know, cutting down and then pulling up the tree stumps for the extra log. And then come to find very shortly afterwards that now they can't build half the stuff they want to. Alright, so you got that. Alright. But yeah, I know it's one of those ones that you'll also end up having a thing with how long it takes trees to grow back. As you expand your town, you'll end up having to go pretty far to get the trees you want to build things. Or the logs or whatever. Which is pretty typical, and honestly, like, whether it's a city builder or this style game, almost all of them that's true. that you end up deforesting more and more and more. It's also very realistic as well. When you'd see settlements get built back in the day, whether it was medieval or colonial time or whatever, they would go into an area and just pretty much utterly deplete the nearby forests. And then depending on what they would do, some of them would, you know, go out of their way to try and get the forest to grow back, and a lot of the time, though, it would just be kept clear. Alright, well, we broke our torches. Now I get to run around in the dark. Okay, we'll get a storage building now. All right. So we can get the well built. Because eventually what'll end up happening is we'll have like our storage rooms. People need water to live. So we'll have to make a bunch of buckets so they can do the water and all that. Okay, so we need to go here, make a new axe. And I'm not worried about the buildings that we unlock quite yet, and the reason I'm not focused on that is that Chapter 2, the very bottom objective there, is to survive a season. That means surviving the 3 days or whatever. I can't really speed that up. We're just going to take our time with it. And in the meantime, we'll just keep building the different buildings. Alright. But as the game mentions, there is a building limit on how many buildings you can have. And we have to advance a bunch of stuff to make that happen. Okay, so we got the well. So with that, we would need to get our things. So we have survival, nothing to unlock here quite yet. Extraction, nothing there. Farming, we can get the farms, like the fields and all that set up. But we don't have access to the barns and all that. So I can make farms that I can manage, but I cannot have anyone help me with it. Animal husbandry, we're nowhere near it. Production, we're nowhere near it. Services, nope. Okay, so then we'll have the storage. So what I'll probably want to do... I want to clear some land up here for storage. But first, we're going to need to go down here. We'll grab our shovel we just made. So I can dig up tree stumps. Meanwhile, we got an extraction skill. So I can grab one where we gain experience faster. We have a chance of finding extra items when digging in clay. And slows the durability loss of axes. There's a lot of argument to be made for that one. I generally, in almost all these games, will grab the thing that makes you level faster early. Because like I said earlier, if you're going to get that at all, you get it early. Alright. Let's see if we can find some stones. Because we're going to need the storage building. That's going to require space. So I was thinking is build another house here to dump a bunch of trees in. We clear and we make the storage space up in this area, kind of up on this hill. Now we got rooms for a couple more houses and whatever. Have the storage area as kind of a somewhat middle area. So boom, houses. Let's get to your side, turn around. So line them up. Shift on over a little bit. Because I'm going to need more houses anyways. That's going to be true the whole game. Because I'm going to want to increase the population to have more people to work and yada yada. And I can't do that without houses to put them in. Later on, we'll be able to get pickaxes, so instead of running around here picking up loose rocks, I can just walk up to the mountain and get a whole lot of stones. Okay, we got ourselves another skill point in survival. So again, giving the thing that gives me 5% more XP. We also unlocked where we can get technology. So you can go down here, you can spend in-game money to open up additional stuff. We'll want to do a lot of that. Actually, it still says I still have a skill point. Oh, I have another level. Alright, so we've maxed out the rate that we can gain XP in survival. So from now on, our points will actually do things. Alright. Because one of the nice things the game has is when you put stuff in storage, that stuff in storage can still be used for like building things and all that. You don't have to have it in your pocket. That was not the way the game originally worked. But people were doing stuff like getting mods to do it anyways and complaining about it. So eventually they did add in. Hands down, one of the greatest features they added was just basically having it so stuff in storage, you could use that stuff within a certain distance of it. So you didn't have to inventory manage and drag like 2-3 logs little by little up the hill and all that. You still have to, like, when I go up there to grab like a full inventory of stone and bring it back, I won't be near enough to do the storage. So I'll have to bring it down. And there are tricks around that too. Unless it's changed, one of the things you could do is you could go and put your storage on one other side of the map where I could get iron, load up all the iron into that storage, and go back to my house and retrieve that storage over there. Yeah, like the workbench feature in Fallout? Yeah, no, exactly. Those little completely unrealistic quality of life things, I think like games that are like, no, it's not realistic, we won't do it. Very genuinely, it is one of the many things that can frustrate me with some games. Where you're like, you're sitting there, you've got your building that's got all the logs into it, and you want those logs, you know, on the other side of town, and you have to, like, grab them, like, 2 or 3 at a time, put them on your shoulder, walk them slowly across town to put them down. It's like, man, I already lugged these things to this town. Don't make me lug them that much farther. Or at least, like, let me assign workers to do it if you want to, like, really stick to the realism thing. Alright, so I need to get more logs. It's also interesting because if we're getting the saplings, I'm assuming from what I got from context, with the saplings, you can kind of choose, like, what wood or all that. And imagine you'd be able to, over time, go to an area and be like, okay, I want the maple trees, because the maple trees give me more logs. So, instead of, like, an area... Because that used to be one of the things that people would factor in when deciding where to live. Is be like, oh, this area only has birch, and birch only gives me 2 logs per section. That's really kind of bad. So... they wouldn't want to live there because the wood chopping was a little bit more obnoxious because you don't, put in the time, only get 2 logs. Versus if you do the maple, you get that many more logs for the same amount of effort. Alright, so it didn't automatically re-equip that. Alright. And after this building, we'll want to make the storage place, because then I can start storing like the extra sticks and stone.
I haven't been drinking enough today.
All right, 1 second. That volume was way too low. It was like, I'm thirsty. No time for drink. Only labor. Alright, so let's check the things in our pockets. We can eat the apple. We are getting mild food poisoning from eating the mushrooms. We're gonna let that get up to maybe 30%. We'll eat some fish. There we go. So we gave ourselves a decent case of mild food poisoning, eating a bunch of raw mushrooms. But that's fine. We supplemented it by eating a bunch of fish we found laying on the ground in a cart. Does this autosave? Yes. It does autosave. Now granted, your autosave might not line up with a good timing for whatever. I'm trying to remember how the autosave works. Like whether it was like once per day or how all that works. You can also choose to manually save as well. Yeah, so like I said, I think we're going to put the storage building kind of up on this hill. Alright, so let's get back to the second house here. Start patching up with that wood. I'll probably need to go for more straw. And when you die, I'm trying to remember. I want to say when you die, it like kicks you back to your house. You lose time. You come back pretty hungry, pretty tired, and all that. So you can't do like a lot of games or use the trick where, you know, you start to get hungry, so you just kill your character real fast to circumvent it. You can't do that trick that a lot of games have, not to that degree, at least. So berries are still not ripe. So I need more straw. Which will be an ongoing problem forever. Things do get a bit nicer when you're starting to build like stone houses with wood roofs and not having the straw roofs and all that. But that depends on us being able to make planks, which realistically depends on us being able to produce a lot of firewood, or a lot of wood much faster than I am. And the people who move into your town, you do have to provide them, I believe it was water, food, and you need water, food, shelter, and firewood, I believe, were the requirements. Alright, so we learned how to make a hunting lodge. And a lot of those buildings have multiple functions, where they'll have one, it's the thing you assign a person to make them do a job for you automatically, which is just basically they'll run around and get you resources. But they also have a secondary function a lot of times where, like, you might have the Hunter's Lodge as where you craft your bows at. So even if you yourself are going to craft it, that's where the workbench that lets you do that is. So you can't just, like, sit in your one little house and then craft your pickaxe, craft your bow, craft your armor, and all of that stuff from the comfort of your own home. You have to go to the respective buildings. Alright. It's gonna take us a hot minute, though, because we gotta get these houses going. But once I get the basics set up for where we have, like, the food, water, shelter thing, that's when I will start bringing in outside people. And then, you know, I could assign a person to work the well to keep the water going into the houses. I could assign a bunch of other people to different tasks to keep things moving. Alright, so I just need a couple of logs to finish that up. I'm going to drop the straw and all that in here. Now, this in here isn't going to make it available to everyone. That's the, that's like the main building that does that. Let's see. Spruce bark. Spruce seedling. Sticks and stones will keep on us, so you can drop off that. Okay. So I need another couple logs. Very, very genuinely, the fact that we now have the seedlings, or saplings, whatever, really takes one pressure off me that I remember having with the last one, is like, anytime you wanted to permanently remove trees, you're like, okay, do I want to actually remove that tree? Like, is this a tree, if I remove it, I'm going to regret? Because it was a forever commitment that once you removed a tree, it was just gone. But knowing I can go and go off to the side, chop down a bunch of trees off to the east or whatever, and those trees would then, you know, give me saplings I could bring back home. And I don't need to pull up the stump or anything. I can just chop down the tree and wait till we get lucky. Alright. As you can already see, we're clearing out a pretty significant range here. You also notice on the left-hand bar where I have my weight and my hunger down there in the bottom left, I have a new stinkiness gauge. Because as you can imagine, chopping down trees all day and not bathing, you get ripe. You get real ripe. Alright, so now if we go to buildings, storage, you. Yeah, so I gotta clean off those two trees, and that should do it. I'm not gonna be able to carry those. So I'm gonna try and start doing it. Cut these down, and hopefully they'll go down the hill a little ways. And I probably have enough room in my inventory for the tree stumps. But most likely I'll need to drop a... I'll need to, pick up, remove a log or two. Okay. So that's probably clear enough for me to go in here now. Got buildings, storage, that. What are you upset about blocking? That's fine, we'll go with it. It doesn't need to be perfect. No matter where I put it, it's gonna have a thing. You can also change what your foundation's made out of. Like, you can go into... Oh, man, what was it? There's a whole thing... Yeah, so it's like, select the building. And you could do... Wait, move. What? Okay, that's cool. They didn't used to have that. But yeah, there was a way, and I don't remember exactly where it was in here. You could go in here and be like, I want to build a wood foundation, that kind of thing. Or a stone foundation, and it would change the way the bottom of your building looked. It didn't have a practical impact on the building other than what materials it took to build. But it was a thing where I could make it so instead of looking like wood stilted up like this, I could have it have a stone foundation that was sitting on instead. But it was purely just what resources it took, and then cosmetic after that. It's also interesting that I think about it, with being able to plant your own saplings. So when you look at like a natural forest, the trees are going to be kind of all scattered around wherever there's just openings that happen to find. But one of the things that happens if you're planting your own trees is you can put them in like very convenient rows. You could also potentially start a rotation on the trees. So I could plant one whole row in spring, another whole row in summer, another whole row in fall. You get the idea. And that way, you know, the 2 years later, whatever it is it takes for them to grow, they would then, you know, each season I'd have a whole row of trees to then exploit. So I don't have to worry about that. Well, the trees despawn if you don't gather them straight away. The logs, I believe, if I remember correctly, and this could have changed, but I believe the way the game works is it does its kind of cleanup garbage collection, whatever you want to call it, in between seasons. So when the season ends, it goes and it cleans up anything that's been laying around down the ground and makes it go away. Like if it's not in a proper storage of some kind, it gets cleared. If I remember correctly, I believe that's how it worked. So you'd be able to cut down the trees, and they would stay there for, by default, 3 days, but you can also make your seasons longer and all that. Alright. So maybe that's one of the things I'll actually go out of her way to do, is set up an actual, like, tree farm, as it were. That every time I get, like, say, 10 saplings, I will plant a group of 10 saplings. Honestly, the speed I'm getting them, I'm genuinely wondering where I'm going to fit them, because not clearing as much as I thought I would need to with all that. But yeah, it's another nice thing that you can actually go into these, and you can place wall segments. So, like, if I wanted with one of these walls, I gotta remember the actual buttons for doing it. I can grab the hammer. Ah, man, it's been so long. Because there's repair, move. Yeah, so it wasn't add insulation. Wasn't destroy. There was a button for it. Not select building. It's not swing. It's not unequip. It's not that. Nah, it's fine. We'll worry about it later. Right now I don't even have the options anyways. But like I said, there'll be a way later I could go onto one of these walls and be like, okay, I know I've set this building and you default to the wicker walls. Or the wattle walls. I don't want a wattle wall. I want like the plastered stone wall. You could then go in and change the wall to be a plastered stone wall instead. And so it is one of those things to do later on, is to go by like some of the old buildings you went, you can upgrade their walls. go with that. Because I can take this and I can daub it to insulate it, which beats nothing, but is not particularly great. Oh, I forgot. This takes stamina to do. So when you do like one long building session like this, you can absolutely outrun your stamina. All right. And probably one of the things I'll also end up doing is most likely, once I get this storage done, I'll take the time to, get the stuff there for Chapter 2 stuff done. Like, what I can, I obviously can't. Like, the season is just going to happen when the season's going to happen. Let's see. You've seen a few different streamers running Medieval Dynasty. Has there been a major update or something recently? Not a major update. There was a small update a couple days ago or whatever. It's just a pretty popular game for, like, you can hop in and do stuff with it and all that. They had, like, the last meaningful update I'd say was a couple of months ago when they did the nature DLC thing. But even that one, from what I saw, was primarily a decorative update. Not really changing the gameplay or whatever. I think it's just like right now where we're at with the games coming out is you've got a lot of games that are coming out that you can kind of pop in, play a little bit, pop out, but that's kind of what they offer from the stream perspective. You do have a lot of games that have major updates coming out, but a lot of them are, you know, indie games that were pretty popular that you hop in, like the Shadows of Doubt that we did yesterday, that you kind of hop in, and in like one play session for so far as streaming, you can kind of showcase what's going on there. And the game doesn't still have like that new game draw to it and everything. So you're having people bounce between a lot more games right now than normal. But that's just kind of indicative of the time of the year. You'll have lots of indie games doing new releases, updates, 1.0 releases. And then you'll have, in the next couple months, you'll start having all those AAA games they'll drop for the holiday season and all that. And all your like major releases, and that's when there'll be too many games. But you do get into a weird place where hopping between game after game after game, you're like, you know what, I just want a game that I can burn a good couple of streams into. It's kind of the same thing with like Vintage Story. Yeah, Vintage Story has had some updates recently, but I wouldn't say any of those updates from what I saw looking back looked like they were substantial updates. The biggest one I saw was they altered the world gen in 1.2.1, I believe it was. And even then, like, unless you're going to start a brand new save for it, that's the only time it'd really apply. It's a weird time. It's honestly been a thing that, between a lot of the channels I'm friend with, we've been discussing that's like, you know, figuring out what we're streaming on any given day right now is really hard. Because there isn't a game that stands out. It's like, oh yeah, no, this is the perfect game for the channel right now. Versus like when RimWorld dropped Odyssey, everyone who streamed RimWorld at any frequency was like, it's time to RimWorld. Alright, so let's grab back you. You quite like Medieval Dynasty. When Bellwright dropped, having a bit more combat edge, scratch an itch that you hadn't realized you felt missing from Medieval Dynasty. Yeah, no, definitely the combat in Medieval Dynasty is pretty light. You've got the bandits, but they just kind of show up along the roads. Maybe not, you even have to worry about them. They're pretty benign. Like, it's more when you have one of the bandits show up and they're an archer and they happen to be, like, at a time when you're carrying too much junk on you is about the only time they're relevant. More relevant would be the various wild animals. But, I think a big part of the game is the fact that in the lore of the game that you have specifically moved away from where war is happening to what's, you know, arguably a peaceful place. And that you're making a life in that new place. And I can't speak for Bellright, but there's definitely times I want combat and times I don't. I'll actually say for a lot of survival crafters, I generally tend to find a lot of the fighting with the animals to be fine, but usually whatever their replacement, analog, equivalent, whatever you want to use for your term, for people to fight, I tend to not find as interesting or enjoyable. Because like a lot of them, they'll have zombie or zombie-like things at your main enemy, and I usually kind of feel like I'd rather they not be there. There's a few that have done really well combat though. Or like, yeah, for like example, the Forest, Sons of the Forest, the cannibals, while they're definitely an interesting character in that they've given them a lot of personality and all that, there's definitely a point where I'm like, you know what? I could just do without them. Now granted, I feel like for the Forest, with how instrumental they are to the game, removing them would probably make the game feel pretty empty. So I do recognize in that specific game they are the only kind of external threat. So removing them would be kind of taking a bit too much from the game. And I acknowledge that. But it's definitely one of those ones that I could live without them. The Forest is one of those games that does kind of annoy me in that you're kind of forced to do a lot of awful things because it fits the narrative of the game. And that's fine. I don't object to that. But for me as the player, having to like kill other sapient things and then using their bones and hide for armor and all that, so that the game can later lord over you, being like, look at you became as bad as they were, kind of thing, is kind of like, it's not a bad game. It's a good game. I just really don't care for that kind of storytelling. It's a very pessimistic storytelling in my mind. That like, oh no, you've got to survive. Which means you gotta go the route of being worse than the other thing. Hey, blind! As I try not to get myself smashed by a tree bouncing. How was your stream there today? You were playing Dwarf Fortress, right? I was oh man, was it today or yesterday? One of the 2 days I was lurking there while getting ready. Probably yesterday, because today I was definitely behind on getting a lot of things. I didn't get much time on, Twitch before stream. But for those who don't know Blind IRL, fantastic content creator. Does a lot of Dwarf Fortress and similar games. So if you like those kind of games, you're going to like it over there. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, all that good stuff. Has really excellent dry wit and all that. So if you like that kind of humor, has plenty of that to spare for you. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I haven't actually played Project Zomboid in a hot minute. But I do play a whole variety of games, including games like RimWorld and Oxygen not included, and today we're playing some Medieval Dynasty, and by that I mean I'm slowly shattering the femurs in both of my legs by carrying entirely too much 90% of the time. And the wit was put out dry today. Extra dry wit. Why is there a barrel with pike randomly against my house? Oh, okay. I can't do anything with that pike yet. I don't have the technology to cook it. And we can't go Gollum on the pike and just eat it raw, but there was...
Thank you, The Huntrazildi, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Huntrazildi, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. And it means a whole heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that. As a heads up, and I can't delay it longer, unfortunately, because I've already delayed the ad break like 3 times. We're going to have an ad break here in about 5 minutes. Around the minimum amount of ads required to disable pre-rolls. And it is my quote-unquote long break of the stream where I welcome my wife home. So I do apologize about that timing. I can't really delay it, though. So it is going to happen here in a couple minutes. But that said, we will get all that going. Sorry, I'm juggling inventory. We'll put the wine away. But yeah, so usually it's just I run downstairs, it's about 5 minutes, welcome my wife home, chuck some food in the oven, and that is pretty much what the break is. I am very happy they added these saplings, so it wasn't once you cut down a tree, it's gone forever. I should say cut down a tree and pull the stump, it's gone forever. I have 20 dried meat on me? I'm not going to complain, but I don't know where that came from. The other ones I stole, but that's fine. Well, stole from ruined stuff, so I guess not stole. It was abandoned. Long break? Yeah, no, it's the nature of how I have the channel. I have the choices of I could start stream like 2.5 hours later, or this thing I'm talking about where I have to take like a 5-minute break in the middle of it, and it's like, well, I feel like it makes more sense to me to have that little bit of a long break than miss out on like almost like 3 hours of stream. Alright. 5 whole minutes. I know, right? But yeah, I usually time it with I delay the ad break right before as long as it'll let me. And then I do that. You're here to drink your beer? I was about to say you probably don't want the beer I have, but I did throw that out. I had a home brew I made a long time ago that was really bad. As in, like, just very unappealing. And it sat in the fridge for a very long time. And then I finally was like, you know, I am literally never going to drink this. It probably does need to get thrown away. That was the last homebrew I made. I had some good ones. I didn't have any amazing homebrews, but I had some good ones. But that one was especially bad. It was an IPA I tried to make myself, and it was tragic. It was very undrinkable. Alright. I should probably look at what actually I need to make a torch so we don't have to stand in the dark. Oh man, straw's actually kind of a pain. Okay, so I got our storage building. So I guess I should probably actually do what the quest is trying really hard to make me do for learning the game. This isn't my first time playing for those who are not been around a whole lot. It has been a while since I played. Alright, so you want me to make a crappy spear and a stone knife. Then you want me to murder... Well, actually... Oh, right. You want me to make a rabbit trap as well. I think the rabbit trap, as I recall, don't you have to make that in one of the buildings? I remember that was a whole thing. There. No, it was over here. So rabbit trap. Okay. Alright, so for rabbit trap to do any good, I need to go where there's rabbits, which is conveniently right over here. Because those chapters do have stuff locked behind them, where I have to, like, do the thing the chapter does or I don't get the new building. But the last one, survive a season, which is 3 days by default. And you can't really make time go faster in a meaningful capacity. Okay, so the rabbit area should be right down here. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to go back over there. Oh, right. I had the sticks because it's in range of my storage. That's fine. Sticks are easy to get. We'll grab some sticks. We'll make a rabbit trap that the game is like, you need to build a rabbit trap, so I'll do it because the game is obligating me to do so. Alright, so I'm like right in the area that's mentioning there's rabbits. So we'll go here. Have it immediately have a bit of weird nonsense around it. Okay, so now all it wants me to do is it wants me to hunt a wild... I'll take free things. And a water skin? Okay, so we have an iron spear, a wood spear, and a copper spear. Just by the luck of things dropping off here. Oh, right, I didn't have the vision where it shows animals or anything yet, because that's something you level up to. So we should have rabbits in this area. So that's a lynx. Alright. So it's going to take me a moment to gauge my range and all that. They're remastering Deus Ex. I thought they already had. I've just come to accept most games that were popular in the past have been remastered, and most of those remasters end up upsetting me. Because they'll be like, oh, you put a texture pack on it. Cool, man. Alright, so with that said, I mentioned we're going to have to take a break here in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the clip reel and all that, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. But thank you again so much for that raid again, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And I do appreciate everyone who hangs out and all that stuff. I understand people got to go and all that stuff. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was the duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. There, we got it. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kill zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Alright, and I'm back pretty quick. Tomb's not home yet, so I threw the food in the oven, and I will deal with that on the other side. Okay. So we were back to finding an innocent animal to stab. Because a quest told me to, and therefore it must be done. Without any consideration about any ramifications of our actions. It's also really dark, and I cannot see well. And thank you, Bassett. Alright, what'll probably happen is we'll keep working on a building or two for right now, And then when it actually gets brighter, we'll go murder some innocent animal. We're also getting incredibly stinky, so we should probably go and take a dip in the water. Alright, we also gained a skill in production. So we can get faster XP, faster XP, faster XP. Alright, so we're getting faster XP, so it could be workshop and smithy, sewing hut, or kitchen. Workshop and smithy, I'm probably going to use the most, so we'll say yes to that. Okay. Yeah, so let's go dip into the water. So this game does have survival mechanics around like temperature and all that. We probably won't need to worry about that. We're in spring, and it'll go into summer. I think you can get hot if memory serves me correctly, but it's not that bad. But cold will kill you. Alright. So we took a proper people visiting a convention-style bath of we got wet. I understand that's the way that works. There's no second part. I've been around some people at conventions before. You're like, oh, not all conventions. Let's see. So what do we want to get for our next building going on? So the homes, we can't really do a whole lot till we get better materials. Right, we have the woodshed. So the woodshed's a good one. That's the one that you can assign people to cut down wood for you so that you don't need to deal with that garbage. The survival, we also have the hunting lodge. I believe the hunting lodge is the blocker for being able to get bows and arrows. Farming is just farming stuff. I probably could set up farming up here. That wouldn't be the worst. There's no anything up here. The thing I don't know is how flat the ground needs to be. So yeah, let's that's gonna work, so let's go ahead and take it as far as it'll let me take this. At some point you're gonna tell me no, right? There we go. So it's 16 by 16 is the max that we can make the field. Fields are arranged in tiles. Every single one of them can hold a different plant type. Fields require several agricultural treatments like grubbing, fertilizing, plowing, sowing, gathering vegetables, and harvesting grains. The bigger you make it, the more taxes. Yeah, I don't care about that. If we take the time to actually go and do our contracts and all that, the taxes will be fine. But yeah, no, we'll end up wanting to have people producing a whole bunch of stuff there. And then we can go over here to building this orchards. Must be nice to not fear the tax man. I never really had a problem paying taxes in this game. Okay, obstacle block this site. Oh, I think it's crossing the road. Alright, we won't worry about the orchard right now. Because we'll need to get seeds. We'll worry about that in a hot minute. Okay, because that was just to have that set. Right. So, extraction. Now, the woodshed, as I recall, just with the magic of how the game works, doesn't need to be near woods. Just think of it as like an arbitrary building that has like an input-output kind of situation going on. Worker go in, wood come out. Like them running back and forth where you see them doing the work is not actually relevant to the amount of stuff they get. So, where in the past I've made the mistake of building that half across the map where there's like good woods or whatever, was entirely unnecessary and unuseful. They can also still be at the house and working. Yep. Yeah, no, the big thing is, like, you don't have to worry about, like, the pathing and all of that garbage. It's just literally, you put a building there, and things happen. Alright. It's keeping an eye because I have to pull the food back out of the oven. They work remotely. Exactly. They just do remote lumberjacking. What's so impressive about that? Okay. And you can absolutely kill yourself by dropping a tree on you. It's pretty easy to do, too. The one that actually usually gets me if I have a cutting down tree and it gets me killed is that the tree will land and bounce back up. I've been caught by that. I can't tell you how many times. Where you just get ready to run up to start chopping the next piece out of it, and then just get thwacked by the tree coming back up at you. Okay, so you need 6 straw. Okay, it sounds like Tomb just got home. Like I said, what'll end up happening is around the time that the food finishes, which is in 10 minutes, because I just rushed and didn't make it like a quick 1-2 minute break, I'll have to run back down to actually grab the food. So instead of 1 5-minute break, we're getting 2 like mini 2-minute breaks or whatever. Alright, meanwhile, I need to eat food. So let's see here. Alright, got that much more. So I'm looking for reeds for more straw. I remember seeing a patch of reeds over here, because I already picked up all my reeds to the other side of the river. There we go. Oh, the cattails aren't the reeds. I was sitting there like, why can't I pick these up? Alright. The reeds end up being a limiting thing on your building as well, that it takes a little while for them to grow back, and then I believe they're completely not available in winter, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong in that bit of information. So it's kind of one of those things that when you run out of reeds, your earlier buildings use reeds for the ceilings. So you kind of have to up tech to get past it. Otherwise, what you have to do is, once you deplete the reeds immediately around where you live, while you wait for them to come back the next season, you'll have to go like the next town over just to get a bunch of reeds. And with the limited carry weight, that's not really the best use of your time, / pretty annoying, can potentially be tedious too. Alright. Those berries will probably still not be ripe, so we don't want to pick them yet. The berries not being ripe can be also useful. If you're going to do farming in the game, you're going to want to compost. Okay, so you gain another level in survival. Okay, so we've got our max level for just getting free XP. We can get ourselves to be more tolerant to cold, higher poison resistance, more health, or seeing stick stones and feathers and herbs in inspect mode. That's a utility thing. I'm going to take utility things every time it gives me the option, because making it so I can just hit a button and now stuff that's got value glows is pretty fantastic. Now, for those who don't know, that inspect mode does drain stamina, which later on I want to say you eventually get to the point where that stops draining stamina, or at least is so low it's not that relevant. Got the herbalist hut available. Okay. But as well as things like when you're hunting the animals, you can get to the point where it'll track the animals and it'll make them glow, and it can be incredibly useful. But, you know, getting an incremental, like, 10% health versus something that just really kind of convenience, quality of life stuff. Give me that convenience, quality of life every time. Because why health when we could just not get hit? Not how the game works. There's some of the animals that are really rough where you gotta put a lot of arrows in them and just really hope that you can drop them before they reach you. Bears and moose play for keeps. Okay, so this should let me finish that building. We'll go ahead and chuck all this stuff in storage. Alright, so we have the fur to drop in here. There's the feathers. Drop the sticks in there. The straw. The unripened berries. Got the water skin we can put water in that I found in the ground. Which is still fantastic. We're just straight up finding that stuff. Where they mentioned they kind of went over the points of interest and made them better. I wasn't expecting it to be that, that significant of an improvement. Yeah, so now I can make firewood and planks. That'll let me upgrade stuff if we take the time to do that. But you're not going to focus on that right now. Okay, so the next building would probably be the hunting building. I kind of like the idea of having this keep going over this way. You go ahead and dig up these tree stumps and all that. And before everyone panics who's familiar with this game who hasn't played recently, it used to be that the moment you removed a tree stump, the tree was gone forever. There was just no, like, you've permanently removed a tree from your world kind of thing. They did update it apparently with the last update that you do now get saplings that you can find, and that those saplings are a path to replace trees, and they don't seem to be super rare either. So that's kind of a nice bonus there. Because it used to be one of those things that you would sit there and be like, do I really want to remove that tree? Once it's gone, it's gone. It is in the way, but am I ever going to change my mind and maybe want a tree there? Yeah, otherwise, trees that you chop them down, you leave the tree stump there, will eventually reappear. Okay, so now I can go here to the hunting one. Building limits reached. Okay, so we have reached the building limit. Those chapter things in the top right, I believe that is the primary thing that causes the building limit. So what that means right now is I don't have any motivation to continue trying to work on construction since I can't. There's pretty strong limit when it says you're physically not allowed. Let's get the water skin on our bar. So what I could do is fill up the water skin with water so I have water on the go. Okay. So fill this thing up. And it took it off my bar, which is annoying. Oh, well, I wanted to put it... Okay, that's fine, whatever. Alright, so the things we need to do now is while we're here at the water, I'm going to go ahead and pop into the water. We should go to town and talk to the quest person. Somewhere along the way, I should murder an animal, and that'll be good there. And keep that going. One of the things we're going to need to do eventually is I'm going to have to watch those message boards to do stuff. You have to pay taxes annually, and there's a whole thing around that. So I got a while before I got to worry about it. Sell the cherry wine. Sell the pear wine that we found. I'll bring the pike because they have some value and I'm not sure I'll have what I need to cook. We could sell the poison for right now because I'm not going to be able to use that anytime soon. Honestly, those saplings are worth a decent amount for what they are. We'll sell the wine bottle because I don't have a use for it right now. I'll sell the wicker basket. The bucket I'm going to keep. We'll hold on to the fur. So with that, we will need to go back up to town. And that is where? Okay, so we're going to want to go up this way. As soon as I remember how to set a waypoint. There we go. Alright, so far, I know I've got dangerous animals up this where we got the boars and the wolves and the wycent. So we're going to try following this road out of here to the east. I say road as if I could see the road. And we're heading towards town. We're going to see what animals are in the area. That's fine. I'm not super worried about the rabbit traps. I honestly never really used the traps that much in the past. It was much easier for me to just walk up and stick an arrow in something causing me trouble and be done with it. Yeah, so we already checked that because we circled around the river. What's over there? Oh, dear. Alright. Well, before we hunt that deer, I mentioned I'm going to have to step away one last time to quickly grab my dinner out of the oven. So I do apologize about the double break thing. It's not particularly convenient timing. But I'm going to run down, grab my food, be right back, and then that should be the last of these breaks for a little while. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Ah, yes. More things. Any preference on which one you'd be like to subject to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
You know, we played this a lot.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. It'll work. Oh, yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. Alright. So, the next time we got everyone patched up, we're going to be pushing in from this angle and just trying to carve in as far as possible with all of these in here. I make no illusion that we're not... No! No! Not right now. No. 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 I need doctors right now. I need cooks. All right. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. All right. Of course. Of course. Where? Where's my body disposal box? Usually it's right by the door. Oh, it's on the ceiling. That's fair. Okay. Okay. Little baby steps. We are sliding. Don't roll. Don't roll, don't roll. No! Okay. Alright. So that ridiculous thing where I was driving the truck over the pipes, we actually did do that in the long run. What was the button for... Alright, aim a bit higher. Wait. Oh, good. And it is stuck in the deer. So I should just be able to follow it around. And it should just bleed out. Yeah, it's probably not the best experience having a big spear sticking out of your side. I have a feeling that's very, very uncomfortable. Trying to get a, don't knock it till you try it. Alright, so I'll take my spear back. And we'll get ourselves some deer. So we got 10 meat and some leather. Here to the heart and you're to blame. You give humans a bad name. It is what it is. Oop, oop, we spotted a wolf. Where did we spot a wolf? Okay. So I got a wolf on this path to the right, so we are not wanting to take that path. Wolves are a bad time. When I have like a proper bow and arrow, we'll start messing with wolves. But right now, me messing with wolves is a good way that we stop being around to mess with wolves. I'm gonna go over this mountain. Wolves are just puppies. Puppies that are really good at making me not around anymore. Yeah, so we got this mountain up here. So one of the other things we want to watch for is if we happen to see any caves. Caves are usually where you'll find ore in this game. But yeah, you can hunt all these animals. Hello, hello, hello. What do we got up here? We have a chest with a potion of stamina and a big old pile of money. And a wooden shovel. Are the caves random spots? No, so the map is static. Like every single time you play the game, it's the same map. There are two maps though. There's this map, which is the one that has like the actual game story to it, and then there's a map that's intended for multiplayer. That feels a lot more open world, where you get like just kind of your repeating quests, and that's kind of what's there. Whereas this one, you follow your character who... The idea is, the background of the story is, You were but a humble farmer on your parents' farm. War came. You were the only survivor. And you apparently have very distinct eyes that, like, one of your eyes are gray and the other one's charcoal black. But you're basically left with no surviving anyone, because you come over here to go meet with your uncle only to find that he passed away like 3 years prior. And then you're like, well, heck with it, I'm gonna live here. And then there's an entire background story where you get to learn more about your I think it was your father's exploits and all that, and build up your village and whatnot. I actually don't remember. I know I played through most, if not the whole story, but I for the life of me, don't remember where all it goes. I do remember major story points that I'm not going to spoil, though. Okay. So, people mentioned how you get more people, like asked that earlier. If you see on the top bar there, there's what looks like they're kind of faded over each other, the little silhouettes of people. If I go there and I talk to them, I can get them to join, and they'll stay at the houses. I'm not going to do it right this moment because I don't have the means of giving them food, water, or firewood on any reliability. So it's not going to go good if I have them stay when none of their basic needs are taken care of. But we'll get to that pretty soon. Alright, talk to me. Hi, you're, I don't know his name. Debranya, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Rasimir. That's nice. Nice to meet you too, Rasimir. What brings you to me? Unagas told me that you can fix me up with some food. I haven't eaten a proper meal in weeks. Well, it depends what proper means to you, but I can offer you something warm and filling. That sounds amazing to me. There you go. Now tell me something about yourself. How do you know my husband? There's not much to say. I just arrived at the valley looking for my Uncle Lorden. I didn't expect to be done searching so quick, to be honest. Oh, yes. He was Ungust's friend. I remember now hearing that he had eyes just like yours. I'm sorry for your loss. That's okay. I don't even remember him, really. Most that I know of him was from my mother's stories. She always looked up to her bigger brother. Loved him furiously, even when he stepped visiting. A lot of people did, from what I've heard. There was something special about him. Yeah, tough shoes to fill. The only shoes you need to worry about filling are your own. Every man is the architect of his own future. Thank you for saying that. That's what I needed to hear. But let's not talk about me anymore. What's your story? I was traveling in part of a band of troubadours. Never managed to learn how to play any instrument, but I was pretty decent with my singing. Our travels brought us to the valley not long after the death of your uncle. I still remember seeing Unagast for the first time, and he had so much sadness in his eyes. Lorden wasn't just a friend, he was a part of him. The band left a few days later, and I stayed. There was something about Unagast's presence that I simply knew my place was by his side. You probably noticed the age difference. No, not really. What? Are you implying I look old? Nothing of the sorts. Anyways, so it looks like you were anchored here by love. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, you could call it that, or blindness, or stupidity, or poor judgment, maybe. Whatever sounds best to you. Pretend all you like. You fell hard for the grandpa with the sad eyes and you know it. I did. He annoys me sometimes like no one else, yet I can't imagine breathing without him now. But don't let me go so often, you. You surely have places to go. It was a pleasure talking to you, every second of it. Here, I know it's not much, but it'll come in handy for starting a new life. Everything costs coin these days. I really appreciate that, but I'm not looking for charity. I'll manage. Oh, come on. Don't try to be the hero. Men. Alright, do something for me, and it won't be a handout. You just get your pay then. I can agree to that. What do you need? There's a farmer in the village. She's called, I'm going to call you these names. I'm going to call you Jarug. That's fine. She usually supplies the tavern with rye, but I haven't got anything from her in a while. My stock is almost gone. You don't even want to imagine what will happen to this place if we run out of beer. Consider it done. While we're speaking of beer, Unagast asked me to grab a couple for us. Of course he did. Here you go. Great, thank you. He promised to tell me more stories about Lorden. I see. Well, in that case... And she gave me even more beer. Alright. So yeah, so what's happening is we're unlocking different quest things. They'll pay me money and all that. I am going to grab the exclamation mark here. Hello, small child. And the game does actually have where you'll have kids and they grow up and all that kind of stuff. You can even have it where as the kids grow up, your main character can die and you take over as the kid. To like continue the legacy or whatever. Alright. What can I do for you? My name is Rasimir. Hi, I'm Alwyn. I don't recognize you. Are you new here? Let's see, I came here from the south. I'm looking for a new place for myself where I can start a new life. Good luck to you, then. As for me, I'm a farmer. My job is to cultivate fields. In fact, I do the same work every day, year by year. Doesn't that get boring over time? If I were you, I would die of monotony. Of course it bores me. How long do you think you could do the same thing in your life over and over again? But my family needs my help, and I'm doing my best to provide them. I did not mean to offend you, I'm sorry. There is no need to apologize. I'm a little bit annoyed and short-tempered recently. There's a delicate matter that that won't let me focus on my work. What's that, Elwyn? Maybe I could be of some aid? It may seem pretty petty, but I'm really tired of my mother's conflict with Jarog. Her son, Delbor, won't leave my sister Olga alone. I understand it's just a game for him. After all, when I was his age, I played with, Dobramia and his older sister. I pretended to be a knight, equipped with a stick instead of a sword. But anyways, I managed to protect her honor. Like every knight does. That's adorable in its way. Anyway, let's get down to earth. I think he needs something to keep him busy and away from my sister. So that you could work to clear your mind again? It would be nice. I'll see what I can do. Alright. So we're just running around delivering stuff. There is a lot of story you can have in the game on this map. It's not something you're gonna like burn hours and hours and hours on dialogue or whatever like story. But you know, enough to give you a thing of the world. But yeah, so like right now I'm just doing some of these because I'm trying to remember, there's like a board you can get quests and all that. To like go hunt stuff and everything. Alright. Hey, you guys, looking for the proud house owner from the valley. And a back bearing beers. A job well done indeed. Alright, let me wet my throat with the amber goodness and some reminiscing. I knew Lorden 22 years before he died. He was my best and truest friend. A brother, actually. I remember the day we met as if it was yesterday. I was 25 at the time, living in the big city of Zhenberg, or Zellenberg, where I was born. You could say I hated that place, but still, it was the only home I ever knew. Maybe someday I'll tell you about that. Anyway, I was forced to take care on my own, so I did, doing the only thing I could, stealing. You were a thief? I was, and a bloody good one, I might say. Pickpocketing was my bread and butter. I could steal a piece of steak right off your fork if you wouldn't even notice. It wasn't a greed that motivated, just survival. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I enjoyed the process. Let's see, stealing is still a crime, no matter the motivation. I'd say you want to wait to hear a bit more before going all high and mighty on me. I'm sorry, go on. We had an annual festival in Jallenberg. It always brought a whole bunch of outsiders to town. You can imagine what this meant for a person of my profession. I could do a day's worth of work in a matter of minutes. I grabbed a few coins here and there, some jewelry, a pair of new boots, and then I saw a nobleman with a money bag strapped on his belt. He was basically begging to be set free. I sneaked behind him in the crowd, like I'd done 1,000 times before. Child's play. I gently grabbed the pouch, did a little shimmy magic, and there it was, sitting neatly in my palm. Just needed to turn around and disappear like always, then wham! I was punched in the face by what felt like a bull, and I was so shocked I didn't even realize what happened until I hit the ground. Your head was pounding, you could barely see straight, and do you know what the first thing I saw was? Another blow coming? No, a big smile. A big radiant smile and a man of face with two different eyes, who was your Uncle Lorden, and the one you took for a nobleman. He stuck out his hand, helped me get to the field, and offered me a beer. Wait, did he realize you're just trying to rob him, right? Of course he did. I don't get it. That's just how Lorden was. You see, your uncle was deadly clever. Smartest man I'd ever known, hands down. He could see the world like nobody else, predict things. There's always at least a dozen steps ahead of anyone else, so on the rare occasion that somebody surprised him, he was intrigued. And he wasn't expecting you. Indeed, apparently, even despite my failure, I still was the one that came the closest to robbing him, and he liked that. So I'm guessing he accepted his invitation, right? I didn't really have a choice, did I? I was terrified of the guy at the moment. So we went. He took me to the most expensive and most crowded tavern in the whole town. I remember that was the day of the festival. Even entering that place is next to impossible. He didn't care, though. In a matter of seconds, we were sitting at a table and serviced by two barmaids at the same time. It was surreal. In my mind, there was only one explanation. He owned the place. And did he? No, not at all. This is his first time in Jallenberg. It all felt like a dream, to be honest, especially with me sitting there dazed after a punch, and I was still sure he was a nobleman. His manners, his clothes, the way he talked and moved. And then he chugged a beer like we were in a race, wiped his face with his sleeve, burped like a drum, and then went from the lord to a savage like that. And I was relieved at the moment a dozen times, I relived that moment a dozen times until I realized why he did it. It wasn't a mistake. Oh no, not laziness, not a movement of weakness. He wanted to see it. You understand it. Understood what? That he was full of crap. You see, Resimir, your uncle was one of a kind, a true master of arms. A weapon of his choice was his confidence. Imagine a closed door with two armed guards at the sides, and you want to be what's inside. What are your options? Force your way in, bribe the guards, try to pick the lock, but Lorden, he holds up his head high, walks right in, and demands they open the door. This is a lot more dialogue than I remember. I'll be straight with you, that all sounds made up. Yep, sure does. I and the Pact were the only ones who have seen behind the scenes of Lorden's show. And even for us, it was an unbelievable time. Wait, the Pact? Oh dear, Resimir. There was so much more you still don't know of our story. It hasn't even really begun, but it's getting late. Come on, you can't leave me hanging like that. Alright, I'm going to tell you a bit more after this beer we had. We have a couple more, and then the mead, if I remember correctly. We were talking about our past, our dreams, our convictions, starting making some drunk and absurd plans. Thought we were joking, to be honest. Next thing I know, I remember waking up in silk sheets. I guess they weren't yours, right? Are you kidding? It was the first time I ever touched a fabric like that. The ceiling in the chamber was so high, it could fit a giant. I thought it was dreaming. Then servants walked in, and I was ready to flee. But instead of fighting me, they presented me with breakfast. How come? It was all Lorden's doing. I never found out how he managed to pull it off. Whenever I asked, he burst out in laughter. Even years after, needless to say, I left Jallenberg with him that day, the first time I went outside the town's wall and never came back. That was the day the pack was born, and 3 years later, there were 5 of us. A real team, a family. We called ourselves the Reminders. Okay. Oh, how I wish I could have been there. It all sounds incredible. And a lie. I never had adventures like that, and probably never will. Easy, my boy. Things weren't always fun and lovely, but that's a tale for another time. It really did get late. I'm sure you still have a lot of work to do. Come find me tomorrow, and we'll talk some more. I'll do that. Thank you, Inagust. Thank you for everything. I don't want to talk to you tomorrow, because, my god. That was a lot of dialogue all at once. I'm gonna need to tone down your exposition into nice bite-sized chunks, if you don't mind. Okay, so we finished the immediate quest objectives. There was a quest we had for Arwen or whatever. Let's see, Arwen's story, which is deliver a stick.
Good day, madam.
I need to run, be good.
Farewell.
Do I not have a stick on me? There we go. Oh, I just remembered how cursed some of the dialogue when people are wandering around. You look very strong for your age. Have you ever thought of becoming a knight? It's my dream. Are you a knight? No, but I know quite a bit about them. Did you know that many started them learning to fight with a wooden sword already at your age? Where could I get a sword? Not a knight. It just so happens I have one with me. Can I give it to you? Because you are clearly worthy. I'd be honored. It may look inconspicuous, but it is certainly any excellent practice weapon of aspiring knight like you. Give him a stick. It looks like a bit like a regular stick. To surprise your opponents. And do you know what else knights do besides fighting battles? They ride horses. This as well, but also they protect the ladies and children from danger and make sure that no harm is done to them. Really? That sounds like a lot of work. Yes, this is the most important principle of chivalry. Alright, thank you for the sword, not a knight. Now, I'm gonna go defend those in need. You're welcome, young master. You're welcome. Okay. Well, the good news is there's not that much story in the game, so after we knock out a couple of these things here, the amount of dialogue is going to really tone down. But I want to get as much of it knocked out while we're here, because you notice that one when we finish the dialogue is like, come back tomorrow. Well, that takes a while. So it's good to get them lined up where you can ignore them for a bit. And then I am kind of stuck at the moment waiting for the season to change for the next thing. Let's see. I have solved your problem with Dalebor. Yeah, I saw him running around the village with the sick. You must have an amazing gift of persuasion. The young ones don't listen to anyone. Let's see. You gave me the idea with that stick and the story about a knight. By the way, I got this bread from Dobromira as an apology for her brother's behavior, but I think you've earned it. Take it. Thank you. No problem. It's the most refined bread you've eaten. Our Castellan's wife makes them for the local town, or local tavern. Oh, do you happen to know the man in charge, Unagast well? No, not really. I spend most of my time in the field. Our paths only cross when it's time to pay some taxes. Alright then, see you later. Alright, so you can see with them, I can't interact with him till summer. And then we can go look at our journal here. Unagast story I can't do to the next day. And now I need to figure out what's going on with the rye bread and why it's not getting delivered. Or the rye, not the bread, just the rye, the plant. Move, small toddler. I'm bigger than you. Oh, they got geese. Alright, you must be around the other side.
I wonder how long they.
Hello, Sherrog. I've been set by these names. What for? I've heard that you're the one who supplies the ride to the tavern, is that right? So... Yeah, it's like, so I have my choices of, I'm sorry, is this not a good moment? Or are you always this charming to a stranger? Or am I special in some way? That's pretty rude. I'm sorry, is this not a good moment? Forgive me, I don't mean to be rude, I'm just dealing with some personal issues. Is everything alright? I don't want to bother you with my problems. You're not bothering me, I'm eager to listen, if you'd like that. Well, a long time ago, I've made a major mistake, and the consequence of those decisions are troubling me now. What kind of mistake? Marrying an idiot. I understand. Believe me, you don't. How exactly does his doubtful intellectual prowess trouble you? Last night, he was supposed to sell one of our cows in the market. I told him specifically the price to sell it for. we need the coins now more than ever. And can you guess what he comes back with? The cow? A handful of seeds that someone told him were magic. Magic seeds. Can you imagine? Moron. Was there anything extraordinary about the seeds? They weren't even seeds. They were a bunch of rabbit droppings. I'm not going to lose my mind because let's say, I'm gonna lose my mind because of that man, I swear. I'd love to say that something uplifting right now, but dang. He sounds really foolish. Is there something I could do to help? Give me a fistful of cash. No, it's, thank you. That's what I needed here. It's nothing for you to do, sweetie, but I appreciate the offer. Letting me vent a little is more than enough already. That's a pleasure. Could you tell me more about that rye situation now? Unfortunately, we won't be able to provide the rye this time. The crops are all diseased and pretty much unusable, as if I don't have enough problems already. But don't worry, I ordered delivery of rye from Rualnika. It should have arrived yesterday, actually. Don't know what happened. Nader usually is very prompt. Maybe you could go on and check on him to make sure everything's alright? That's what I was gonna do. Then, take care. Cool. But yeah, so we're also gaining a bunch of reputation for Dynasty. I, for the life of me, do not remember what that does mechanically in the game. But one of the things you have to do, as I mentioned before, is one of the effective lose conditions of the game is you have to pay your taxes annually. Now, the way you get money to pay your taxes is by making goods and selling them. There are missions that show up on a board each season that you can go where it'll be like hunt 5 rabbits, collect a bunch of logs, bring a bunch of spears, and they'll pay extras for stuff, and they'll give you reputation, all that. I don't know where that board is on this map. I know in the other map, the one that says kind of more open-worldy, multiplayer-focused map, that the board is kind of like right front and center at when you walk into town. It's like literally kind of in the way of getting into town. Alright, so just dipping in the water because we're getting a little dirty. Now, last time we came around here, there were bandits. And I would be on board with putting some spears in some bandits. Let's actually go to our inventory real fast. Because I got a couple of spears in here. So put the copper spear in the 5th slot. And then the crappy wooden spear in the 6th spot. They don't have any armor, but a iron spear is actually a pretty good weapon. We got lucky finding that. I want to say the bandits are just up the road over here. Because then I can take their stuff. Actually, let's be smarter about this. What I can do to be smarter about this is let's swap the iron spear and the wood spear's position. And the reason I'm thinking that's smarter is we can open up by chucking the wood spear and the copper spear. And then holding on to the iron spear for actually staying in the fight. Because if I throw all my weapons and have no more weapons, that's what you call bad. Okay, so I missed a potion there. Yeah, because we came down this way when I was deciding where I was going to build. Alright, so where we're looking at going... I don't actually see the quest marker. But it's west... It's like northwest. Oh, it's way over there. Okay, so we're just going to follow the water line. That's fine. And I believe when it comes to stuff like the bandits and all that, I want to say they move their camps at the change of each season. That said, I would have expected to see them by now. I'm pretty sure that's the river I followed home. Yeah, no, we're seeing new animals. Maybe, well, no. That's weird. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and keep marching. We can also go in here real fast because we're a little bit hungry again. Oh, I didn't sell... Okay, when we get to the next town, I need to remember to actually sell things. Because I brought all that wine with me that I looted. You can use it for consumption, but it's very valuable. So far as money valuable. So I'm much better off using the wine to get a bunch of cash for other stuff. Because weirdly, the way technology works in this game is there's kind of two parts to it. Is you have to have enough XP in the appropriate thing to be allowed to unlock it, but then on top of that, you have to spend money. So like that cost me 250 of the in-game money to unlock. Oh, we got wolves. Where are the wolves at? Okay, so the wolves are on the left side of the road. Let's hug the shore. Once we get like a bow and arrow and some good stuff, we'll actually start hunting wolves when they're around. Because I could use their hides and meat for stuff. But right now, using these spears I gotta chuck if I get 2-3 wolves running at me, we fall over dead, basically. But with a bow and arrow and some good arrows, I can tag a wolf with the arrow, be far enough back that I can get away from it and just let it bleed out from the injury. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to spend our last day of spring mostly just focused on running around, getting all these quest things done as fast as we can. Because there's a lot of stuff locked behind them. And then once that's sorted, we can, we'll kind of be free for the beginning of the next season, just getting stuff built. We got another place with wolves. Again, on the left. We gotta be careful along this road. It seems like the left side of this road is gonna be very busy with wolves. Hey, Sim, I'm doing good. I hope things are going good for you. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Something I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of, like, simulation strategy games, that kind of stuff. But also been doing, like, a lot of World of Warcraft recently and all that. Classic mode and whatnot. Heard you got to kill Ragnaros for the first time. Or at least I think it was your first time. But I heard you got to kill Ragnaros regardless. But, again, check out Sim. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Good old Molten Core. Haven't done that in a long time. Good times, though. Okay, so let's get over here and talk to Nader about the rye shipment that didn't show up. And I already know where this quest goes from playing this again, but... you know. Alright, oh. Let's see. Hello, what can I help you with? I asked to check up on the rye delivery that was supposed to go to Gustivia. Are there any setbacks? So, he hasn't even reached Gustivia yet? That's worrying. What happened? I sent one of my workers with a parcel yesterday. He should be back here already. There were never any problems on the route before. Something must have gone wrong. Let's see. I'm already involved in the situation, so I could go find him. I've traveled here from Gustivia, and maybe missed him on, missed him somewhere along the way. Would you do that? It'd be extremely helpful. I hope he's okay. Let's not waste time then. Can I trade with you, though? Show me your wares. Because my friend pal, I feel like you friend, would like a bunch of booze in your life. Booze that I definitely did not find laying on the side of the road that may or may not still be safe for human consumption. Because I'm willing to bet on the side of the road in the sun, not proper method of storage for the old booze key. Alright, is there anything else here? Wine bottle, because I'm not going to use it. Wooden bowl, because I'm not going to use it. We had the wicker basket I'm not going to use. The leather I'll probably find use. Okay, cool. How many concubines we got? No, I don't think it's that kind of game. That just tells me how to find merchant locations. Not that kind of game. You can get married in the game, but you can't go and get yourself a harem or anything. Which I appreciate, because that starts to get weird. Okay, so now they're going to want us to run back. Now, regardless of what I'm doing, at the end of this in-game day, it'll force me to go to sleep. Like, it'll just kind of fade to black and I'll wake up in my house. Which I'm suddenly wondering if it assigned that. No Crusader Kings 3 gameplay, then? No. Alright, so we dip in the river because we're apparently dirty again. It's not deep enough for me to actually properly clean. There we go. Yep, so we can run over here and try and locate that. And then when we get back, I believe we will spawn back in the house. We can work on... I need to finish building the hunting place. And we'll need to see what we can do there. I have to get to the... Oh, I need the workshop. Right, because I need to be able to make buckets. I believe once I have that, we can have our first people move in. Because then the hunters can bring food. And the workshop can make the... I can make the buckets so that we can put water. And then we can have... So we'd have to have a hunter, someone who works the well, and then we'd want a person working on the wood. And then what would happen is we gradually expand from that. Oh, there's also moose here. This whole area sucks. It's wolves, and moose. Okay, so we're in the area it wants me to search. Normally this would be really, really hard to do at night. But if I remember correctly... You find a blood trail here somewhere. Check the map, because I want to say it was along a river. So I want to say, it was back there. And that's going by memory. Because normally you'd have to probably wait till it's daytime to spot this. I do remember the blood was like, the blood spots were like weirdly shiny. When it got dark, you could see the reflection pretty easy. I'm not gonna pick up the ore. There you are. Yeah, so I didn't find where you're actually supposed to spot the trail at first. Alright, where are you at? I remember he's around here somewhere. You don't think it's farther up? It might be that I have to find the first spot of the blood trail to get, like, the objective to find the next part. We'll try walking it back. Okay, there's the blood trail there. Okay, still on the main road here. Alright, that's looking like the last one, so I might be wrong in that one. I'm rushing it a little bit because we're getting right to the point of the season changing, and when that happens, I'm going to get kicked back home. Which that getting kicked back home when the season changes, people have found a lot of ways to abuse that over the years. You can deliberately at the end of the season go to the mine and completely overwhelm your inventory to the point you can't physically move, and then just wait for it to teleport you back home. There's the spot there. See, we cross where there's this path that came over. Oh, there you are. Please help me. I'm badly wounded. Oh man, you sure are bleeding a lot. I've been attacked. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it. You're Nadar's worker, aren't you? The one who's supposed to deliver the ride to Gustuvia? That's right. Here, take the parcel if you want. Just please, go get some help. I'm on my way. Hold on. So, gonna be real, real buddy. Can you hold out for an entire season change? Because that's what's about to happen, whether I want it to or not. So, oh, don't, no. We're not poking the moose. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so road's over here. All right, so I'm gonna try to get back in time to talk to him, but it's pretty doubtful. We're right at the end of the season. Have you played Stellaris or Hearts of Iron before? Yes, not Hearts of Iron, but I have played a lot of Stellaris back in the day. I haven't played a pretty long time. Like, I very much enjoy the game. It's one of those games that can be very fun to play. Not really one that you can really stream well. You have to really kind of carry the game on, like, giving your own narrative / storytelling kind of thing to, like, really kind of play it up. It's just the same problem you run with a lot of 4X strategy games, that with the pacing of them and the fact that, like, if you miss stuff, you lose context of what's going on. It can be a real rough one to stream, unfortunately. Yep, end of season. So, you know, bleeding that bad, you're good for an all-nighter, right? Okay. So complete some quests for your neighbors. Successfully flirt. Oh no, we're all doomed. Successfully flirt? How do you expect me to do that successfully? Okay. So let's run over here. Get this done. Well, actually... So, I'm pretty sure there is not actually a time limit on that one. You've done it once, so you could do it again. Do you remember what DLC... Oh, man, I don't remember. I know it was either around, like, when they added, like, the corporations or the machine stuff. That was, like, the last time I actually had a playthrough. So it wasn't, like, the current, like, rehash of, like, all the way the infrastructure worked, but it was one of the times they, like, overhauled a bunch of that. Oh, right, we had the building limit. I have to resolve the building limit first. Yeah, because I can't build another house. That's been a while. Yeah, no, as well as games I really enjoy Stellaris. But it's just kind of one of those games that I really just need a lot of time to put aside to play. And especially since getting into, like, content creation and all that, having the amount of time I would need to do, like, proper runs is not enough. But yeah, no, it's kind of when they reworked the entire, like, planet side of things. It took me a while to get back into it, and then I really never took the time to, like, properly get my feet back under it. And now I know they've reworked it again. But yeah, now on the content creation side of things, like, it's a game I can't really stream for any real amount. And so I just, you know, finding the time to play it is really difficult to do now. And then very genuinely, usually, anytime I'd be like, oh, maybe it's time to check out Stellaris, there's usually some new game has come out that's grabbed my attention, or some game I really enjoy has had a major update that grabs my attention, that kind of thing. Alright. So while we're walking through town, I can grab a quest.
I hope you like it here, newcomer.
Can I help you with something? I need help from a strong man, and I will pay it. And I'll pay for it. Consider me interested. I have to feed my family, but the food went missing. I have coins, but no time. That shouldn't be hard. I'll be right back. Okay. So journal, mouths to feed. You want fish and meat. So can I deliver them in separate batches?
Hail, friend. My wares never
Let's see here. So you've got flax and a bunch of stuff related to farming. So I actually have the meat. What I don't have is fish meat. So if you're right up against the water, you are nowhere near water. Thanks, lady. Okay. Well, we'll just continue on the way to the next quest. And then, you know, I can worry about that there. I wish they would have done an overhaul of the trade routes instead of just getting rid of them. Oh, I have no idea about any of that. So what I can do here is when we run down this way, I will see... I'm trying to remember with the fishing, if it was like spear fishing or how that worked. I missed what attacked me. Was it the badger? Didn't really do much damage. All I know is being assaulted from behind. I didn't want to take the time to try and figure out what was attacking me. But yeah, and that's I both appreciate that Stellaris is a game that's like, hey, we can do better, and willing to take the chance of changing a whole lot, but also at the same time, you know, it is a difficult thing if you're not putting in the time specifically for that game to come back around and all that. Alright, so we have to the end of the season at least to finish that side quest. Most of those side quests are seasonal. Is that a wolf? That's a wolf. That is Big Mad Puppy. So let's not get near the wolves if we can help it. If I have to fight, I fight. But right now I've got way more to lose with the wolves than gain, because I want to say if I get knocked down by a wolf, I want to say, I can't remember if it... Oh, you know, I think it varies on the map. I think this map being the single-player map, you have to, like, reload where you died. And I think it was the other map, it goes and, kicks you back to, like, your home or whatever, and you lose time kind of thing, or whatever. Well, when that happened, went up to the street to get butter, $90 later, you're back? Yep. That happens. Alright, so let's get over here, talk about Nadar. Because I need to do quests for my neighbors to make it so I can build my town bigger. We need to flirt with someone.
What was first, a seed or a cabbage?
Okay, so you in here? About your ride delivery. I found a man wounded on the side of the road. He's been attacked and needs help. You could be like, I found no one. He gives you the goods. You'd be like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anyone. I found the man wounded on the road. He's been attacked and needs help. Oh my, I must send someone promptly. I gave him some medicine. He should be able to pull through. You should hurry. Thank you very much for your help. We'll handle delivery. Will you handle the delivery of rye? I don't know when I... Sure, don't worry about it. You're amazing. Here, some coin for your help. Thank you and goodbye. Taking the money. We're taking the money. We're not gonna be the one who's like, oh no, it's fine. It's like, nah, man, I'm doing work for you. Like, I'm gonna at least accept the pay you're offering me. It's amusing that you could be like, yeah, you know, whatever. Alright, so... Cool. Alright, so we have this person. The game has demanded that I flirt with someone. So romance. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something? I'm always eager to learn new things. Do you have any advice for me? Be kind to the people, and you'll be kind, or you'll be treated the same way in return. Simple as that. And, keep your heart open. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something? Do you prefer sunny or rainy days? I like both. Sunny days are always nice, but a grand storm can be very picturesque and majestic. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something? Sorry, I need some time to think about what you said previously. Actually, never mind. Small talk.
We'll work for food and water.
See you around.
Okay, apparently that qualified as flirting. My understanding of flirting must definitely be incorrect. In real life. Being like, what weather do you like? That's not flirting. Okay, and this is basically saying, hey, sometimes you're gonna get cold. Spouse. Finding a wife is the first step to secure your dynasty's survival. Your future spouse will move into your house and aid you in various tasks. One day, she might provide you with an heir. But nothing comes easy. First, you'll have to win her heart. Remember, you can turn tutorials off at the settings.
Some firewood. And a roof over my head, of course. Damn. Am I too demanding? Hello there.
Okay. Small talk. Can you tell me about your skills? I'm a simple person who likes simple work. Cut some trees. It doesn't matter. I can't give you your needs. And I can't provide your needs until I resolve 3 tasks for people. So I'm going to start running back to drop off the rye delivery. Along the way, I would like to stab a fish because I need fish meat. And we run until the darkness begins to close in from the corners. Oh, yeah. Yeah, heat is a thing. I was trying to remember. I was like, I'm pretty sure heat is a thing. Right. And the big negative of heat, it makes you burn through water faster. That's pretty much the only major thing. Let's get over here to the water and see if we can't find a spot that's showing us having fish. Okay, so it looks like there's perch over there. And I, for the life of me, do not remember how fishing works in the game. I think I literally just spearfish. Oh, right. There was a special spear just for fishing. That's right. So, most likely if I want to satisfy this lady's objective, either one, you have to get lucky and just find... Oh, look. Spears for fishing. That's convenient. And fish that I don't even need to fish for. That's even better. Man, if people talk... An iron axe, yes please. And people talk about how hard fishing is. I mean, that seems so easy. You just walk and then fish happens.
I'm roasting out here.
Alright, so we're way overburdened. We can top off our food real fast. What is the thing that's got the most weight happening for us right now? Those fishing spears are holy crap heavy. I understand. We can drop the stone. Wicker basket isn't really worth anything. A little better. More lost goods for me to get caught on. Plum wine is worth every... Oh man, there's so much money that we just found there. So the big problem with stuff like this
Damn, it's hard.
is... Alright, so how much weight would I have to drop? I'd have to drop almost 12 stones worth of weight. So, wooden shovel, that's easy enough to get a hold of. I will take our worn one. We'll drop it. The fishing spear I want to hold on to. Again, wooden shovel, we'll chuck that. Not really reducing our weight nearly enough. Yeah, man, it's these fishing spears are obnoxiously heavy. Yeah, it's not gonna make a difference. Just get these back. Okay. That'll be just a thing we deal with, I guess. Can you eventually get a horse? I don't remember horseback riding being a thing. I know there is, you can have the carts and all that. And oh man, we definitely don't want to walk this slowly.
What a sculpture.
So the thing is, I can't even craft fishing spears. It's part of the reason I'm being greedy and holding on to them. But the 10 weight those things have... Horse and mule, yes. The 10 weight those things has a little bit to overcome. Now, iron axe is a big one. Do I move faster in the water? No. There are a lot of games where you can abuse water as the thing to pick up the speed. I guess we will do a slow shuffle. Because the good news is I'm going to ditch a bunch of weight once we get over to this town. So I can turn that in and get some other stuff done. And if everything goes well when we get to this next town, I'll also be able to get my first people, potentially. And while I won't have firewood and all that for them when we get to the house, I will have what I need to make those things happen. And that way I can start delegating stuff to them. Don't give me a bunch of stuff that I really want that I can't really carry. Hello, Hat. Okay, so with that, we can go to this hat. And we got ourselves a nice little hat. On the downside, the plum wine is one of my heaviest things. Come on. Okay, stone axe is gone. Shovel is gone. Shovel is gone. Shovel is gone. Wood spear is gone. Put the iron spear on the first slot. Was there more games out there that let you build up from scratch? Yeah, no, I always have enjoyed that whole thing where you start with nothing and you have to like build up from nothing. Jeez. Okay, so town is over there. I'm honestly surprised how much stuff I'm finding along the shore here. And the good news, by running along this water, I'm finding all the places that fish are. Okay. Those fishing poles were a trap, chat. Okay, it's just gonna cut straight across to it. So, I mean, the crate of rye is fine just being, walked across the river, right? Okay, going into this water was a mistake. Oh, I see there's actually more packages there. I'm not going back for them. The game understands my greed is entirely too strong of a feeling, and I cannot manage it. Because worst case, I could take some of the extra stuff that we don't have room for it, and like the fishing spears, I could just sell them, even though I really don't want to. But in a pinch, that would be one way to getting rid of the weight, and at least I get something for it. Okay. And you can adjust your carry weight in the game to like make it so you have unlimited carry weight if that's just not a thing you're interested in. And I know that's a setting a lot of people turn in a lot of these games, because this game I don't find the carry weight too bad, but there are definitely games in the survival crafting genre where it feels like you pick up a pebble and then your character just buckles over and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll put this pebble back down. It's just too much weight. Mead, that's a ridiculous amount of money, so I'll take it. Alright. So tree seedlings are heavy. They're apple trees and they cost a bunch of money otherwise. As much as I don't want to leave the planks back here because I can't make them quite yet. Of the stuff there, the planks I'll be able to make on my own. Stuff like the meat and all that's going to be fetching way, way more cash for me. Because that sounds like the big ones. We got a whole bunch of wine and mead and all sorts of stuff on us, so I'm feeling really good about the taxes. Because honestly, just the money I'm getting from all this crap I'm picking up is enough to cover my expenses. Because I want to say the taxes aren't really that bad as long as you're not overspending. Which is the temptation, is because all this technology stuff costs you money, that if you're someone who gets tempted to just grab each and everything as it's unlocked, you will absolutely deplete yourself. Alright, so we're not grabbing a stone axe. You're empty, so I don't have to worry about you. But yeah, no, it's, like, I like games like this, and Vintage Story, and Minecraft, and all those where you start with, like, nothing you build up. Minecraft's not as good, in my opinion, anymore. Like, it's really good from the perspective of it's effectively computer Lego. So you kind of make what you want. But, like, from a building up from nothing, slow burn kind of game, you gotta mod it pretty heavily these days. Because, like, genuinely, once you kind of have your game knowledge, you know, you can just dig down and you can, like, be in diamond armor and equipment and everything pretty quickly. Versus, like, Vintage Story. Vintage Story is definitely one that takes you a good long time to make the progress. Alright, there's the village we're getting to, and at that point we can drop off all of this booze and the rye and everything. And then we'll probably want to not take too long to get back to the house. I'm assuming to make the fish into fish meat, I would need to I'd need to have the fishing building, because they probably have the workbench there to do it. So that might be one I can't do that quest quite yet, which is fine if that is the case. One of the other things we'll also get is we'll get a food storage building. You want to use the storage buildings you get in your town for whatever storage they are appropriate pretty early, because it makes those materials available. So, like, if you want to make food available to your town, you want to put stuff in the food storage building. Okay. Did someone order rye delivery? Let me check my list. Everlasting Youth, World Peace, Extinction of Mosquitoes, rye. Yes, right here. Here you go. Did you have any problems? A few, but nothing a big-time adventurer like me could not handle. I feel sorry for the slain dragons already. You should. The werewolves definitely weren't happy about it. Here's your payment. Conqueror of the simple errand. I bid you farewell as a wealthy man in that case. Take care. Cool. And you are also a merchant. So show me your wares.
My wares never disappoint.
And you can have some beer bottles. You can have flour is something I'm not going to be able to use for a long time, so just take it. You can have some mead. You can have some mead bottles. It is a little annoying that because the mead bottles are at different qualities and all that, it's not doing there. There's some pear wine. There's some plum wine. You can take the potion of sobriety. Okay, so we're still slightly overburned. Honestly, that's probably fine because we eat one or two things and I'll take care of that. Farewell. Alright, so we're in town. We'll talk to people real quick. Because I need to finish the quests to be able to access more stuff. Let's see, what's new with you? Nothing's new. I've got my hands full today. Not to mention my water skin is leaking. I swear. It's like doing it on purpose only to make my work harder all this time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, that's too bad. Can't you just buy a new one? This is my favorite one. I'm attached to it. For you, my friend, I'll pretend this is not disgusting at all. How can I help?
Do you really need all
To the
this?
west of the village here, let's see, to the west of here is a village where they have a sewing hut. Could you go over there and talk to the sewer to repair my water skin? Of course, that doesn't seem like a lot of trouble. I'll be back with your stinky water skin when it's prepared. Okay, so we got that one. But before we go, you're gonna want to talk to me. Alright. So they want me to construct a hunting lodge and then hunt some boar or fox. Which shouldn't be a problem. Oh, you're hiding right there.
Woman.
Oh, Rasamir. Are you getting settled? The valley is treating me nicely so far. That's wonderful, Rasamir. But you come at a poor time. My duties as the Castellan await. Of course. I understand. Is everything alright? Yeah. I'm not sure, to be honest. There's been a murder. It's like, great. I mean, not over the deceased, obviously, but there's a little excitement in the mystery of the valley that's been lacking. No, That is not the answer. It's like, sweet, someone died. That's awesome. Did you ever stream or play Valheim? Yes, so I played a ton of Valheim when it first came out. I tried to stream it a couple of times, but it just burnt myself out in Valheim when it first came through because I did a bunch of playthroughs. So for now, like when I play Valheim, I tend to get right about the point of where you're in the swamp for iron, and just the motivation to keep playing just dies. It's a really good game, but I burnt myself out on it pretty bad. Oh my, I thought things like that don't happen here too often. Because they don't. I'm just about to go to the crime scene and question the witnesses, and I'll be honest, I don't know what to expect. I'm sure you'll take good care of the matter. Time will tell. Yeah, even it will break. Jokes aside, Rasimir, I'm really serious matter. I won't be able to share more stories with you at the moment, but believe there is someone you should meet. His name is Sambor. He was one of us, the pack I mean. Are you serious? He lives here in the valley? That's right, all of them do actually here. Actually, here. I marked Sambor's house in your map. You should pay him a visit. Great. I'll go there right away. But beware, calling Sambor friendly is like calling being stung by a bee right in the tip of your manhood pleasant. Oh, I'm sure you're exaggerating. He's part of the reminders after all. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Okay. So, we're not going to worry about that stuff because I burned my first day of the season dealing with that. So, we're going to ignore both of those things for right now and work on our house. So, I'm going to move my pin back over to where we live, which is down by the lake, and get to work on that. And by that I mean immediately get stuck in someone's backyard, because I don't remember my way around town. Because now we need to build the hunting lodge and all that. I'm trying to remember. So management. So I can build 10 buildings now. So yeah, so we should be able to get enough buildings set up at this stage that once I get the Hunter's Lodge built, I believe I will have the minimum I need to have citizens living in my town. Because the hunters will bring food. I was going to say the hunters will bring food. We can have a person on the water wheel to bring water. I can have the lumber people make lumber for firewood. It'll all just take time. And if I do have the opportunity to murder some fox along the way, we could figure that out as well. The problem with the fox is you got to be a bit sneaky about them. They're really small. They're hard to hit. I was going to say, if you just want to stand straight in front of me as I'm making that comment, I don't mind the fox proving me wrong by just standing there and eating a spear to the face, just to make that easier. Alright. Regardless, we could build the hunting lodge. Because I believe until I built the hunting lodge, killing the fox won't do me too much good. Because I can't really use the meat. But once I have the hunting lodge, I can make the meat into smoked meat. Okay, so if I take this road, I can barely make out. It should take me pretty close to home. I can cut off this road onto where we're building. Yeah, now we only went out of our way to do those quests because we had the requirement of finishing 3 tasks, quests, whatever you want to call them, for people in town. So if I didn't do that, we couldn't build more buildings because it hit the hard cap that these chapters up here, you've got to complete those objectives to keep building. Which I want to say was not how it worked on the other map, Oxbow. I'm trying to remember what limited your expansion, because I know there were limits. Alright, so I've got wolves up here as well. I'm going to cut this way more. And now we can go down the hill. And we're scaring deer. That's fine. I don't want to... Chasing the deer around in the dark is never a good time. When you get the... But until that point, it can be pretty obnoxious to try and chase animals around in the dark. Okay, and also let me drop off those fishing spears for later and all that stuff. Let's get to the shore. We move faster there. I'm getting used to where we were playing Vintage Story, where if you wanted to go fast, you jump in the water, and you can move that diagonal, and you just zip across the water real fast, because it has that the same issue so many games have, where diagonal movement makes you go way faster than, you know, straight left or forward. It's always fun, especially when you have those kind of issues, but it's a very modern engine game. So have like a photorealistic game, but then you can like, you know, crouch and jump backwards and go like super duper fast kind of thing because of just game physics wonkiness. Alright, so you can go up here and drop stuff off. Alright, so for right now we'll drop off the carrots, the cheese. We'll keep the dried meat on us right now, the flax bread, the raw meat, the oat roll we'll keep on us, the seeds will drop off, the seedling will drop off. I missed that I had perch, we'll drop that off. Potion of night vision I should probably use, but I'll be lazy about it. We can drop off the rye bread for now. Drop off the sticks. And the apple seedlings. Okay. So get all that out of our inventory. So now back to what I was going to do, which is to go over here. We're going to go build, do this. Hunting, building. So I want to kind of line it up with that building. We scooch on over. I need a couple more stones. Okay. Oh, right. I had a stone axe and I got rid of it because of carry weight. And I got this iron axe that we found, which will be a nice improvement. Which will only last so long, so we'll take what we can get. Okay. Gonna fill up our inventory a bit with the logs. And get ourselves the hunting lodge built. That I believe is when we will want to try and move towards making. I can carry you and still move, can I? Barely. That's the point we'll probably want to go and take the time to make our bow and arrow if we can. Because we can make the bow and arrow work way better for hunting smaller things. Okay. Then we also have even more buildings to set up. The other thing that's going to be a big problem is fertilizer. I will need to be able to do fertilizer for the farm. And that's a whole thing. We also got a bunch of seeds for the orchard that basically got handed to us. I gotta remember if I think with the with the farm you have to do all the processes on the field, include fertilizing before you're even allowed to plant. That if you don't fertilize the soil, it's just like a big no. That's one of the things that keeps you from setting up early game farms. Okay. It'll need more logs. Yeah, so this is a game, if you want to be more hands-off, you can get the town set up where they're pulling the logs and the planks and all that and like slowly expand just with the resources they're bringing you versus, you know, sourcing them yourself. And then just don't bother building the next place until they've got the resources for you. And it actually works pretty well, but it is slow. But considering a lot of the way the game works, you don't need to rush anything. Alright, so we gained a level in extraction. So let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Okay, so for extraction, resources recovered from destroying buildings is 50% more. Slower durability loss with pickaxes and all that kind of stuff. We can have where we get more XP on everything. Let's see. So that's going to be more XP from extracting activities. There's a lot to say about the reduced durability thing for the convenience side of it. Oh yeah, the increased carry weight. That is one of the main big ones. Yeah, so you got a lot of stuff that helps out. So I'm going to get more XP. More XP. Cool. Because we're going to be doing a lot of extracting stuff. So again, it's one of those things. Get that early. Make life easier. Oh, is it decorate? Oh, you can add banners, not. Yeah, and I remembered you could change the walls out too. I think it's you destroy the wall after it's built, and then choose the other material. Yeah, so we got the crafting bench. Right, so we would need linen, thread, and leather and all that for these. And then we could just make a bunch of arrows and all that. So I need to unlock the tech. What we can do is go to the drying rack and tell it to start drying a bunch of the meat. So that way the meat doesn't have a chance to rot. So you can play this game, chill, and take your time? Yes. Literally you could just sit there and just chill in your own little house. Like you'll have, like the first house you have to build yourself. And like, I think realistically you're going to have to build the 2 houses, the storage place, and the woodcutter yourself, realistically. Once you get that up, you can kind of decide, do you want to spend more time building the town? Do you want to spend more time cutting wood? Do you want to spend more time getting food? But as soon as you can get it something like 3 people up, you can just rotate them between positions as needed to get whatever it is you're looking for so far as materials and all that. Okay, so we've got the woodcutter there. So extraction, we've got both the extraction buildings made. The houses, we don't have much to add to that right now. For the survival, we can get the herbalist up and running. That's not really that priority yet. None of those matter yet. None of those matter yet. We have the workshop. That's probably the next building I need to make happen. Let's start cutting down some trees to get that going. Oh, I got a log over here I missed at some point. Okay, and I will want to make a shovel. And make sure it's got a spot on my bar. Where are you at? There's wooden shovel. Okay, so I think that's enough room for me to make the workshop. Maybe that one's too close? Can't really do much about that. Okay, so let's try that again. Won't be so bad, but I can't see what I'm doing. That'll work for me. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is scooch on over here. Drop the logs and what we can in the storage for right now. Let's see, there's some birch seedlings. There's a bunch of logs. There's a bunch of sticks. There's some spruce bark and some more seedlings. And a bunch of feathers. And a bucket. Okay, so it's getting close to daytime. And so if I get the workshop up, I can make the buckets. And then with the buckets sorted, I believe we are good then to have people moving in. You need 10 stones. And you can have 2 people per house. Weirdly, the way the game works, is it's like you can only have 1 male and like one female per house, just the way it is. You know, and if they're similar ages and whatever, they'll end up becoming romantically involved and have kids and all that. If not, they won't. They can end up not liking each other and being frustrated about it. The game has some choices that you scratch your head with on some of those and being like, okay, but really? Not all people bunking in the same place have to be romantically involved. Okay. But yeah, or like, for example, with the way the game works, because the default map, you are playing as a specific character. It's always playing as like a male character and all that. Do you have a second house for your people? Yes, I already have 2 houses. Alright. I can't remember if they made it so you have to refuel your torches or not. Or sorry, like the decorative torches. Because I remember there's games that a lot of survival crafter games, for whatever reason, are like, no, we absolutely feel like you just gotta go and make your torches where you gotta re-up it every 2 or 3 days or whatever nonsense it ends up being. And it's just like, look, man, you know what I don't want to deal with? I don't want to deal with doing the rounds just so I can see around my own space. Like, I crafted the torch, just let it stay there. Let my eyeballs not be strained all day and night. Now, I'm gonna definitely need more than the 2 houses, but the 2 houses will get things started. Okay. So I've got a workshop. So with the workshop, the important thing is that I can make these buckets. So I'm gonna unlock the bucket print because I'm gonna need it. We'll definitely want to do better than that over time. You can also make flowers and all that, but yeah, so you see all these things you can go through. Some of those will be needed for different things. Alright, hey Panzer, how's it going? But with that, we can start actually getting a lot of important things done here. So, step 1 is going to be getting those up. I'm going to go ahead and queue up another house. Not going to have the supplies to build it yet. But that'll be another thing to do. Okay, so we can go in here and once again drop off our materials. And one of the other nice things is once you start having the citizens do the stuff for you instead of you manually doing all this, a lot of these ancillary materials that, you know, you need some of, but you don't really need a lot of, you don't run into having big piles of them everywhere. Okay, and we can go into here, so there's the dried meat. Cool. So we're all fed. Alright, to get things started, did I already get everything out of here? I did. Cool, so let's go ahead and go in here. Do you like horror games? Not really. I tend to find a lot of horror goes for like the jump scare style horror and all that. And that's never really appealed to me that much. This has not been a big thing for me at any point. I don't have like a problem with them, like I'm not like, ah, horror bad. Just usually they tend not to be a big draw for me. Okay, so let's get a couple of buckets. Oh, you're about to ask if you've seen Silent Hill. I'm aware of Silent Hill, but yeah, it's not really in my realm of the kind of games I'll tend to go for. Okay, so you can go over here and drop the 2 buckets of water in there. So I'm going to have someone move in. They've got that. We can go in here. We'll drop the dried meat in here. So they'll have food. Let's drop off those fishing spears because I totally forgot I had those on me. It'll chop some firewood real fast. And then let's see if we can't go find some people and all that. Alright, so we got our initial stuff there. So that way when I send 2 people over, they'll at least be able to live. So you can go ahead and grab your firewood. Cool. So with that, we want to kill some foxes and all that. I'm not going to worry about tracking you down. Instead, I'll worry about that quest. So where are the nearest foxes to where we're living right now? I do have some foxes over here. That is a really dangerous spot because danger, 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 danger. Granted, the boars are one of the other ones on the list, but the boars will also mess you up pretty bad. Here, let's mark that one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go wide to the left to try to avoid the worst of the dangerous animals. And then we'll see if we can't get these 3 foxes. The boar are easier to find because they're aggressive and they'll attack you. But at the same time, they'll wreck your day. Versus the foxes, if I tag one of these foxes with an iron spear, that fox is dead. I would like to potentially get a bow and arrow going, but it's going to take me a while till I'll be able to get those crops up and running. Yeah, so we should be fine if we follow the road. Okay, so there's town already. Right. So the town here, we could potentially get some people to send home. They'll be right over there.
It's nice. Farewell.
Not the person I'm looking for. My friend's water skin broke, is looking for someone who could repair it. I could repair it as far as I could tell. It won't be particularly difficult, but I'm missing some materials. What do you need? Maybe I can get it for you. I think a few leathers will do. These forests are full of wildlife. You think you can handle that? Sure, how hard can that be? I'll be back with some leather. Okay, so you want... How big is that water skin that you need for leather, considering I believe that's like a whole deer? Okay, but first... Well, the only problem here is I mentioned you have to, like... have, like,
help you?
the whole thing between the 2 of them. Alright. So, small talk. Tell me about your skills. Walkers like me have an eye for finding the best spots for fishing and finding mushrooms. I'd survive on the road with ease. Is there anything that gives you a hard time? I'm the person who always falls for a lie, and I can never tell when someone's joking. Why am I such a naive fool? Okay. Sure, I'm creating a new settlement, and looking for people to join me. Sounds like what I'm looking for. With pleasure. Go to see you there. Okay. So, unfortunately, I can't actually recruit any of the other ones, because you have to have, like, you know, people have to be set up to their individual places. We're needing to go to the houses. I've got this house here. Next, we go to her. So you got her assigned to that house. Then tell her just kidding. Oh, it's so evil. You're not gonna work that field. Yeah, people demand control? That's all new stuff. Right, so we have the extraction, the hunting, the production, and the storages. So, if we look at her again, they have their skills. So she's, you know, really good at survival. That is, I believe, so hunting is its own thing. So she's really good at survival. But yeah, so you got these icons here. So it's survival she's good at. She sucks at farming and diplomacy. So we are going to want to look at these buildings from the different icons perspective. I don't have any buildings that qualify as survival. The hunting, we don't have the equipment for that. Oh, right, I gotta make her axes if she's gonna do the other stuff. Alright, well, you're going to work the well for right now, I guess. I didn't think this through. It's fine. Assign worker, there you go. She's not gonna have anything to do right now. We'll deal with that. Alright, so the food stuff should take care of itself. But, how do you think an AI voice pack would do? Oh, I'm not big on the AI stuff.
How do you do?
Like, I know the one you're talking about where you can sit there and you can say something to the character and then it processes and it does response. It is a very fun gimmick.
I love when it's warm.
But, you know, I don't think it'd take the time to add that into the game or anything like that.
Good luck.
No, it just wants to read on the screen. Oh, that's not AI.
How do you do?
Yeah, that's those things have been around forever. With the screen readers. Yeah, that's not AI. A lot of them, like if it's image recognition, can be pretty dodgy. You usually have to have built into the games places to expose those for screeners or their own built-in thing. Alright. So, one of the things you end up doing in this game is you do kind of want to go out of your way to romance people kind of thing. It's just a necessity for expanding a bunch of stuff. Right, so we have the foxes over here. Now, the catch that I'm running into is we are looking at, where boar will satisfy both objectives. Boar could be pretty dangerous, though. Especially considering this boar is right by a moose. But if I can 2-for-1 the objectives, I'm going to go for it. My hope here is that between the copper and iron spear we found, we can make it work. Let's do the spectrum of stuff, and the far end of it is that fully AI, both detecting your response and the AI voice reading response. Yeah, it's one of those things, it's part of the problem right now we're dealing with where the term AI is become pretty much meaningless because it's just come the buzzword they ram on everything. So even stuff that is simple as just like text-to-speech kind of things, that like people will label it as AI when it's just, it's not. Usually it just has a library assigned to it that, you know, people have like pronounced the syllables and they string them together and stuff like that. Like the worst ones is stuff that's like things that have already existed that are just algorithms that people just arbitrarily shove AI on it. Yeah, text-to-speech that uses donated voice is technically an AI, but so is a calculator. Well, no, I wouldn't argue that calculator's AI. That's kind of thing of what's the difference between AI, machine learning, and all that. That's a problem. Like, that's kind of the whole thing. Like, machine learning isn't AI, but things that use machine learning are now being rebranded as AI because to people unaware, they're kind of indistinguishable from one another. But like AI, the term is being grossly misused. Spell check is AI? No, it just looks for common patterns that match up with stuff that commonly get misspelled. Like again, there's algorithmic and then there's like AI. AI means artificial intelligence. Doing a glorified calculation of, hey, when you see this, they actually mean that. Calling that AI is pretty far stretching well past anything reasonable. Like, even the stuff like the LLMs, prediction engines, those kind of things, that calling that AI is like, but it's really not, man. But that's marketing AI versus actual AI. Also, is this the game where you have to... Is this the game where you have the clip of playing from all the units on screen? Oh, no. You're thinking of Bannerlord, if like where I'm like trying to get the enemy under the stairs and I'm just desperately trying to get past my own people. That's Bannerlord. Bannerlord doesn't have a survival crafting aspect to it at all. It's far more like 4X strategy game. Where is that boar? Because last time it snuck up on me, and it did about half my health of damage. I probably should just leave this boar situation. Yeah, let's back off of this. This is a good way to get ourselves killed and have nothing to show for it. So what we're gonna do instead of tangling with that boar, I need to kill fox and deer. I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna kill some fox and deer. Can you make deer stands to hunt? No, you can make a hunting building that you can assign someone to, and they'll wander around, and then magically leather and meat will show up. But those animations, so far as them running around and doing stuff, doesn't really mean anything. Calculator is literally a job description. It's something a person used to do with their full-time job. I get what you're saying with that, but would you argue a calculator is demonstrating an intelligence, or is it doing a simple computation? Because I would argue it's doing a simple computation. Whereas intelligence would be the person determining, okay, I should do a computation, or this computation has this relevance in the world, or the color blue is pretty, or stuff like that. That's intelligence. Versus just being able to do a calculations isn't intelligence, that's a function. Got him. I think you're referring to general AI versus specific AI? No. You gotta keep... So, when you're talking about stuff like artificial intelligence, the thing you gotta keep in mind is artificial intelligence is trying to represent an intelligence. A consciousness, that kind of thing. It is having, reasoning, those kind of things. Doing a calculation, that can be algorithmic, that could be... I mean, probably not machine learning with a calculator, I think that's even more far and all that. It's just that's kind of the problem we have is AI is being used as this blanket term to, the people are putting it for like if something has an algorithm, they're calling it AI. That's not what it is. That's again marketing AI, not actual AI. And I know there's Gen AI versus stuff like that, but that's kind of the point I'm making is an algorithm does not represent intelligence of any kind. It is a calculation. There's no thought, consciousness, or anything else. It just knows, here's the number, that's how I get my result. And I would argue that can be done predictably and correctly, whereas intelligence is far more amorphous. That people can do really dumb things intelligently and all that kind of stuff. Like, whatnot. AI needs to be able to learn. Calculators don't learn, they're just pre-programmed to know. Whereas machine learning is the one that gets a little bit more ambiguous, because with machine learning, there is the nature of how as the data... Bad puppy! Bad puppy! Okay, well, we're severely injured, so let's just stay away from all of that noise. Where do the wolves are already way up there. That's inconvenient. Maybe we go back home and deal with that for a bit. Let's see. We are agreed that AI being used to mean something that's not. You don't have a little robot person controlling your rice cooker. It has a sensor that determines the water boiling to keep it that way. Yeah, no, exactly. So you wouldn't sit there and go, you know, this rice cooker has AI. Even if the rice cooker had some way of applying an algorithm to it being like, okay, we can compare the elevation, the density of rice, and all of this stuff to find, like, the pinnacle cooking, that still wouldn't be AI. It'd be very formulaic. So you'd have, like, predetermined results. It would be AI if you got to the point where you had that same rice cooker would sit there and somehow could objectively measure, you know, better in the rice, and over the course of making many, many, many rounds of ice, would begin to calculate better and better results of rice kind of thing. That's when you'd be crossing into the realm of somewhere between machine learning and AI. Current machine learning algorithms don't demonstrate anything resembling conceptual understanding. You don't see how that could be maybe creativity without that? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Machine learning isn't AI either. It's one that's close enough that it's like, okay, I see where people blur the lines. Because you can just add some decision-making tree to it. And then, you know, it's like, yes, when you look under the hood, it's not really intelligence, but from the outside, it would appear to be such. So that's a little bit more. But, like, with the comment about, like, calculator being AI, it's like, well, that's definitely wrong. Because it's, like, predetermined calculations. That's run a function. That's a method. But yeah, no, and like I said, it's a problem we're running right now that because AI has become a marketing term, that it's kind of lost meaning. It is a frustration I have that marketing does again and again, where there'll be whatever today's tech buzzword ends up being, that everyone will, like, either one, they'll genuinely include whatever that technology is in their product, no matter how little or how much it makes sense. And then two, they'll also tend to have it become more vague and vague what they qualify as that term meaning. To a point that that term then loses value, and eventually people get frustrated with its devalued version, and then, you know, insert the next tech buzzword when the bubble pops. Let's see, like the mob AI? Well, usually mob AI is going to be more than one method. When I'm saying method, I'm referring to an actual function in code. Like telling a calculator to add is going to be literally, it's going to be like addition underscore function or whatever, addition whatever, takes two inputs, does the thing, there's your output. Whereas usually when you're dealing with artificial intelligence in games, which also, like, when it comes to artificial intelligence in games, that is a genuine form of artificial intelligence because there is an entire decision tree that happens there. But usually that's routines with subroutines and all that. Well, I shorted that. Yep, method and object-oriented programming is what I was referring to when I said method. You can put a lot in a simple method? Yes, you can write objectively bad code. There is no shortage of that out in the world. There are certainly many an application I have opened up, and then I saw a method that I had to scroll like 5 or 6 pages, and going, hang on, we have to have a conversation. We need to talk about this. This is not okay. It is okay that calling this method ultimately does all of these things, But we gotta break this up into the smaller, more purpose-built parts. I keep going after that doe and just miss that our deer over here. Nah, that's short anyways. As much as like to blame the deer for turning the last second, I wasn't gonna hit it regardless. The bow and arrow is much easier to hunt with. Okay, I mean, we hit the stag pretty hard in the face as it ran by. Because I still gotta kill 2 deer and get the hides. Wasn't expecting it to veer to the other side on me. Okay. Yeah, and I know I'm being particular about AI. It just comes down to I've had to do development of machine learning and a bunch of that stuff in my own dev career, so pandemic isn't the word I want to use, but it's not right. But it makes it a difficult thing to discuss because, you know, when you're discussing a term and people have different meanings for that term, it's much harder to have that discussion because we're not like working from the same baseline.
Don't be prepared.
Keep shorting those spears. Because usually what you want to do with these spears is if you get stuck in the deer, then you can just kind of walk around and wait till it dies. We keep hurting them and not finishing the job. Yeah, it works in AI, but you have a computer science degree, and AI was part of that. Yeah. Out of curiosity, and this isn't really like add or subtract or anything from it. Was that recent or was that a while back? Because I'm mostly curious if like as the use, well dang, straight in the like the top of the head. I'm curious if within the colleges they're changing the way they're presenting AI as a term. Is the way I'm trying to phrase this. So like not trying to take away from it or anything, I'm just kind of curious from the education side of it, how that's changed since I was in school. Because, like, it wasn't a relevant conversation we had when I was in school because machine learning wasn't a thing yet. Yeah, like, that's exactly it. We didn't have those discussions because machine learning wasn't a thing yet. We didn't have to worry about a whole bunch around that stuff, so when it came to discussing AI, it was a lot more theory and a lot less practice. Because even today, as far as like actual AI, like AI as far as representing an artificial intelligence, we had like video game like AI where it's kind of pretending to do that. You've got some things out there that were trying to mimic real life, but we're still very algorithmic and very structured to the point where they wouldn't qualify as like a Gen AI and anything because they don't really have a Gen AI in a real level. But at least one could argue they were moving that direction versus a lot of like the machine learning and all that was definitely nowhere close. 5 years ago, we talked about the modern usage of it. More along the lines, what actually is this? Here's what a neural net is versus a Markov chain. Gotcha. Okay, so I just got to kill one more deer. I threw right over it. Yeah, because for us, it was such a far back conversation. Because what we're dealing with at that stage is you'd have all these things being like, we're going to be cracking AI in 2 years, in 3 years, in 4 years, whatever. And being like, nah, man, we are 10, 15, 20 years off of that. And considering I did over 15 years of software dev before we have stuff at least pretending to be AI, that ended up being very true. And even now, I would argue we don't really have AI as far as like the, you know, capital AI proper term versus lowercase AI market term. Oh my god. It's so hard to gauge the distance. I remember struggling so hard with the spears and then getting the bow and arrow and just everything going smoothly, especially when you're throwing the arrows and stuff, or throwing the spears uphill. It's so hard to gauge the drop. Right on over. See, not a lot about you'll have to work in this field, saturate... let's see, not a lot about you'll have to work in this field that's saturated with people using this as a buzzword and wanting to hear that you use these not exactly useless, but exactly useful tools in your workflow. Yeah, no, there's always been some stuff. Like, one of the things that we've had in software software development is it's basically like a glorified smarter autocomplete. So stuff like, for Microsoft's one, it was called IntelliSense, and a whole bunch of them all had their own different thing. Shorted it. And so that was one of those ones like, is it AI? It's kind of in the area of like LLMs and all that kind of stuff, but not really. It's a lot more purpose-built. Oh, are these ripe now? Yeah, these are ripe now, so you can grab berries. So it's a lot more like purpose-built kind of thing. So it's not just like broad trying to take anything and everything you put in there, but a lot more like, oh, you're trying to make this thing, figure out your various inputs, outputs, mash it together to kind of, you know, make constructors, make whatever code thing you're trying to make in that thing, make a factory pattern, whatever. And it would like spit out the results. And that was fine because usually it would give you a glorified, like, it could make you like a glorified template that you'd still need to fill in all your functional code. Versus nowadays, they're trying to get a lot more to, you know, like these ideas about this thing where you could just type in a thing and be like, make a game that is Counter-Strike plus The Sims, and it try and spit out a result that means anything. And half of those are like utter memes. You run it. Oh, yeah. Now, if you don't know the Daddy one, when you're looking at the buildings in Vintage Story, you turned to the last second. You're a troll, dear. All the buildings, when you look at them, they will actually list off like, hey, this is the max size of the building. So like the cellar, I think, is like 7 by 7 by 7. The greenhouse is like 14 by 14 by 14. There was another one. There's a couple who all have restrictions like that. Cannot win. I need to get the bow. The problem is, to get the bow is I need the linen thread, and that's farming. I just want to kill the second deer to satisfy the objective. I'm honestly surprised the fox went so well, because that was the one I remember having such grief with the first time I played, because the foxes are small and they like to really dodge around a lot. And then on top of that, I was almost right on it. But, like, they run around a whole lot. They're really tiny. They're hard to see. They just disappear in the brush. And I remember having so much grief hunting the foxes. And then you get the bow, and then I wouldn't say they're easy. They're still hard to see. Why not go exploring and find one? A bow, you mean? I mean, that's a thing that I could do, but it's not one of those things that I could do predictably. You know, it's depending on the RNG to see if it gets lucky and you find a hunting camp or whatever. I keep shorting it, then after shorting it a bunch of times, I overcompensate and just blast it way, way over it. It also, later on when we get some more skills in hunting, we'll make it so the animals are less likely to be alerted by us moving around as easy. And that goes a long way, because then you get way closer before you have to worry about them dashing about. Didn't stick. At this point, you could probably run in and... Yeah, I found the deer pretty hard. Like, you can get them, especially if there's a mountain or something nearby where you can kind of push them up against. So they kind of get, like, stuck on the terrain. And so you get a good chance to get the whack in. But a lot of times when they run away, you can just end up doing circles around them. And we're about to get to the point where it's going to be too dark to see, so I have not done a great time of putting my summer to use. Yeah, as it gets darker, it'll be harder and harder to make them out. No, it's because I don't have any levels in anything that like does stamina recovery or running speed or anything like that. Catching a deer on foot is not impossible, certainly, but it's... Like, all you have to do is get one hit where the stick's in the deer and we're good. You like a 30-day season? Oh my goodness, a 30-day season sounds like... Oh, I hate when they turn. Because you can get them to run in a straight line, you can predict where they'll be and get the hit in as they go by. Because that's how we did the one earlier. Is I ran at me and I just stuck it right in the neck on the way by. Okay, well, if you just want to get stuck in all, like, the handful of trees, I can work with this. There. It worked. I wonder if they mess with the pathing. I remember that used to be really just horrible. The only reason I went for it is it's, like, sitting right there. It's like, okay. Sure. Well, nevertheless, that did give me what I need for the hides and all that. We're not going to run over there at night. We're going to work on the house for a minute. And then I'll work my way back over. Because the reason we backed off going after the boars, I got gored by that boar pretty badly. The wolf got a hit on me, so I'm very low life. And this isn't a game where your life just slowly regens. You either have to sleep and lose a bunch of time, or there are items you can use to heal, but they aren't super plentiful. They're not terrible, but you don't just find them laying around all over the place. And I do remember I wanted to get an orchard over here. Because I've got the dirt spot set down for processing this. Unfortunately, because we're going to be late summer, I'm not going to be able to get much done there. Let's see. To make that, I need logs. Oh, right. Right. So what we're going to want to do here real fast is let's get some stones. If we get some stones, I can get what I need to allow them to go out wood cutting. And it is those things that the more tools you get, the better off you can do a bunch of that stuff. We can find a couple of stones laying around. We can also, I forgot you can get the stone pickaxe. And that's the thing where I can just run up the hill, get a bunch of stones, put them in storage, and be good to go. You eventually get to the point where you have people in your town who are making the tools for the other people in the town to use. And get all to be set up to be sustainable. Alright, so let's go over here to where we got our woodcutter. Because I do want to get a second person living in the town here soon. So let's see. So handcrafting. Make all the stones or make all the axes you can. Because your workers do need tools to work. Right. So we can go over here. I'll keep the iron axe for myself for now. There's your stone axes. We can go to management on you. We're going to change your job. So you're going to go to the woodshed. Alright. Then we're going to want to go to the woodshed on the list here. Open its details. And we can go to its recipe stuff. So edit assignments. So I want them to make logs, stick, firewood, and planks. I don't really care about spruce right now. And we'll say, for right now, the intensity on this, let's put 50% on logs. 20% on you. 10% on you. And 20% on you. We can confirm those there. Alright, so I'll get to working where that says no resources, it needs logs. That's the reason why I put logs on their tiest. So they should get that done. And that'll be good. I'm gonna need to get more people assigned to a lot more stuff here. We also need to eat something. I should have more food in my inventory. Alright, let's go down here. Have ourselves a sip of water. Clean ourselves up. We'll need to drop more stuff into the various inventories. Cook more of our meat so it doesn't just rot. Okay, so we're all fully recovered now. Then we can run that leather back to continue Arwen's story. And see if we can't locate some foxes to knock down on the way to continue that. We're also going to need to find more people to live here. Alright, so let's see here. So we've got the berries. Drop those off. Got the feathers, drop that off. Got the fur, drop that off. I need to keep 4 leather on me for the quest objective. Drop the logs off. Potion of stamina we can drop off. Spruce bark. The rest should all be fine. Then I can go to the hunting place and get this going. I actually meant to make the whole batch. We'll do that in a second. This is also a game that you can have situations like this where you can just craft a ridiculous amount of things that just take time. I want to say they did add a fast forward feature or something like that when you have the huge stacks, or maybe that was a mod. But as you can imagine, if you're trying to do this all by hand, it can get really slow. But it is one of those things that you usually will have projects like this you assign to your workers once you're past the early game. Okay. The other things we'll definitely want to do is we've got seeds for the orchard, we got seeds for the farm. We're already well into summer, so we're probably not going to have much we can plant. But we'll see what our options are. And then with the orchard, you know, you just want to get the trees planted because that becomes necessary. Like in real life, the trees don't just grow up in one season and are good to go. You plant your trees for, you know, getting a bunch of stuff next year kind of thing. And then once they're established, they're a very good source of food. But that's only once they get there. Yeah, this should give me a lot of meat that I can have my town people enjoy. Pretty soon we'll unlock the, I can't remember what they call it, like a food storage or whatever. But we'll unlock that and that'll go a long way. When I get the herb tent set up, which won't be for a bit either, that'll be our first survival building. Or if I get the fishing building set up. I want to say the fishing building was later, and then I need to be able to make fishing spears, and I want to say that was blacksmithy. So you've got all these things that depend on other things that depend on other things. And then crafting all this by hand does give you skills. There's a production skill. So it ends up being just another thing to work on. Okay. So for right now, I'll take a bunch of that meat we just did. Put that there. I still got a bunch of stuff we can snack on, so that's fine. The deer skull, I don't even remember what you use that for, but that's fine. And there is a storage limit on this building. It's pretty generous at 1,000. And you can make it higher by just building more. Okay. Yeah, so we still have this foundation to build. That's fine. And what would it take me to make... Okay, so it's a log and some sticks. To make the hoe working the fields. That's just another thing to work on. Yeah, so as you can see, I don't have fertilizer. But each time I'm doing this, I am gaining a little bit of farming XP as well. Okay. Also make it easier to see where the farm I put down is. You can put down the orchard next to it. Let's see, will that stay bare if not used, or will it grow back? I believe it will stay bare. Yep. And so we just got the food storage building, because we did enough farming. Alright, so we broke the hoe. So they're building a house there. So where do I want to put the granary? You honestly could, you couldn't have answered the question because you can see nearly nothing in the darkness on your phone. Yeah, no, it's dark. With a lot of these games, I do understand that, especially with survival games, they do want to make it so it's like, oh no, you need your torch. Gotta have your torch. But also, low-key, it gets pretty obnoxious to be wandering around in the dark or have to make a bajillion torches because you break 2 or 3 a night if you're out and about. I appreciate that Vintage Story kind of had a compromise on that, where the torch in your hand doesn't go out, but it does increase your food consumption, which, you know, seems like a reasonable compromise. But then also, if you just toss a torch up on a wall, it burns out, which I feel was not really necessary, but at the same time, like, you know what? That's fair. You could have done far more obnoxious stuff. That's not too bad. The worst one is when you get the games that you get a torch, and the torch in-game lasts for, like, 2 or 3 in-game hours. So you go into a cave, and you have to have your stack of, like, 30 torches. And you're going, what am I using for these torches that they're burning out so fast? Can we come up with something else to use, maybe? Okay, so we got a whole lot of stones. All bunched up in one area. I'm happy to take what we can. Grab sticks while we're at it. Stuff like sticks and stones and logs are materials that doesn't seem you can ever have too many of. And if you do, you can usually find things to waste a whole lot of them at once on. Okay. All right. Another thing I should probably also do while we're running along like this is you can hit Alt and it shows all these. All those herbs, those could be worth taking. And some of these things over here will end up being a bunch of goodies. Oh, there's just a couple logs laying here from... Yeah, so you have all these berry bushes. That's a lot of free food. All right. Free food is best food. I like it that's convenient food. We'll toss our deadly nightshade in with all the rest of our food. I'm sure no one will mix up which is which. It's probably fine. I didn't actually want to put that knife in there, so I'll take that knife back, please. Okay. Yeah, so we can sit there and do more of this. Right. So it was too dark for me earlier to figure out where I want to do that. So we go over here. We've got like this little path that goes through here. So it probably won't let me build on that. Yeah, so you got like the production line stuff going there. Right. So the corner of where I set up the farm is here going that way. So I'm going to scooch on over. And that goes a bit up here, so it'd have to go build, farm, orchard, that's the field. Build, farm, orchard. Yeah, because I can't build it over the road. So I'd need to go up here a bit. How big can I go? Alright, so you can go 8 by 1, so these two trees gotta go. Okay. Because then we'll get the orchard ready to be set up as well. All right. That might actually work because then maybe I can fit the building for farming and the granary over along that road spot where it kind of curves up. I might be able to fit in the one spot that's farther down. Okay, so we got that marked out. So we can track this down. Drop off the logs and all that. And what should happen is now that we've got that one lady switched over to cutting wood, she should gradually be bringing in logs and all that kind of stuff as long as I keep axes there. So let me continue to build stuff. We can grab the rest of this, so feathers, drop them off. There's the logs. There's the sticks. Okay, we can go here. And see if this one also requires this. And then we want to probably head down to get our stuff sorted out with the quests we've got. Because again, a lot of those quests will be things that I get asked to do something, and then it's, okay, you did the thing, alright, we'll come back, see me next season. Okay, cool, so the orchard does not require fertilizer. And I do have seeds I can plant here. So while those won't be good to do anything yet, at least have them in the ground for when they are available to do stuff. Now, one of the things you can do in the game is you can plan the fields. Cool, there's the barn. So you can tell your people to be like, all right, here's the crop rotation, grow wheat here, grow rye there, you know, switch it out for this. And it does help a lot. Now it's not like Vintage Story or Farthest Frontier or anything where you gotta worry about like the fertilizer side of things. It's a lot more in the sense of just this is a fall crop, this is a spring crop, this is a whatever. A lot of them do take multiple seasons to come to full growth and everything. That's how you want to allocate your space. All right. Yep, and there's the farm shed. Like, genuinely getting your farming up is not that bad. You just have to be willing to do it. But it's real easy to get yourself to just finding someone, allocating for them to do this, and never doing it yourself. And kind of your growth stalling out. It's interesting that those still have, like, the spots in between the fields. Okay. So I need simple bag. That's just functionally how you work this. And let's see what saplings we got. So I got 4 apple tree saplings. Let's grab those. The birch saplings and all that don't help. We got a couple of pear tree saplings. Okay, so we got all those. We got our bag. I did use up one of the leather that I need to drop off for the quest. So we'll move a single leather over there to replace it. And these are all things, like these items I'm equipping, a lot of them, once I have someone assigned to it, we won't be doing that anymore. Oh, I need to drop off the spruce bark. Okay. Cool, so it's just telling you how to select the seeds. So we're going to go to orchard. I got pear trees. Okay, this whole big orchard area lined up. We go right over here to this one. Apparently I didn't grub this spot. Did I miss this whole row? I did. Okay, all the others are done. Okay, so let's run down to the end here again. So we got our pear trees. Right now, I'm going to be confused as why I'm not seeing this. No, I'm not. What? Okay, I guess it was just not quite in the right spot. We got those 2 pear trees. Then grab you. Grab the apple trees. We'll start that in the next row. We gained a new level in farming. Alright, so let's look at here. So we got a level in farming. So we have where I can gain XP for farming activities, 25% chance to harvest additional crops, slower things there. So we're going to get the XP first. Because you probably noticed every single time I go for the XP first. We don't have any more tree seeds to put down. That's just the idea, get those chucked in the ground because they take forever to grow. Having them planted now means I'll be more likely to get something out of them later. Let's see what else we got here. So for the other ones, as much as I'd love to plant the carrots and all that kind of nonsense, without fertilizer, I'm not allowed to do it. So we've got all this set up. That's all fine. Okay. So let's get ourselves some food in our mouth, get a little bit of water, and get on our way to... I shouldn't have eaten the oat roll like that. Drink the water. Okay. So, checking on our map again. If I go north, I'm going to get mauled. I'm going to deliberately go wide to the west, and then on up. And if we happen to see a fox along the way, we'll get ourselves a fox. But I definitely want to avoid the wolves and the boar as much as possible. Alright. And as I mentioned before, that is actually one of the big negatives of where I set up is I am not near the towns. So it is a bit of a trek. The good news is this one town's not too awful to get to. This one right here. But, I don't remember there being that much I use that town for, beyond dumping stuff. I also gotta remember, like, I know the vendors have limited amount of money per season or whatever that they have to re-up their stock. But I'm genuinely trying to remember some of the limits on a lot of these things. Okay, so we're in here, so we're totally fine there. So drop off the leather you needed. Let's see, task accomplished, dear lady. Here is the required skinned leather. It must have been a lot of work. He's a very dear friend, isn't he? I just like to lend a hand to people in need. Waterskin belongs to Alwyn, a farmer from a nearby village east of here. Oh, I know him. He's a good lad. Here you go. The Waterskin is good as new. Say hi to Alwyn for me. I will. Thank you for your help. Alright.
Hello there.
Let's see. Small talk. Could you tell me something about your skills? I fancy simple, hard work since it gets my blood flowing and my muscles pumping. I could even work with my bare hands if needed. Is there anything that gives you a hard time? I wouldn't say I appreciate chasing prey. It's a waste of time. I wish I could work somewhere closer to my home. Okay. So I don't know if this is going to work the way I think it's going to work. I'm going to see if this person can live in the same house as me anyways. Sounds good, because I don't remember the rules around that. So let's go ahead and do that. So I've got you. You need a house to sleep in, of which it considers none available, which is not what we want. So that is a very big problematic thing. Which means I'm definitely going to make them work immediately without considerations of anything else. And we'll figure out how to make them not homeless later. So understandably, they're going to get really pissed off really fast. Having the whole, they don't have a home or food or water or anything. On the list of needs that they have, we're providing none of them. I do have a house queued up, and I'll try and get that built in a timely manner before they get too mad. Alright, let's not cut straight across, because that's going to go through wolf territory. I was hoping to get lucky and see a fox right along there, but no such luck. And the boar down the hill. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Cardinal Zin, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. What were we playing today? How did it go? All that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. It's going good. Thank you for asking and all that good stuff. Let me go ahead and get you that shout out real quick. So let's see. Oh, never mind. Playing some Dying Light the Beast. Well, I hope you had a lot of fun with Dying Light the Beast. You're 40 plus hours into it. Nice. I have not checked it out quite yet. But I have seen Sal Berry playing it. Wait, did I see Sal Berry playing it? No, it was Curly. I've seen Curly playing it. My apologies. And it seemed like it's a pretty solid game. Crazy amounts of content? Yeah. I'm just gonna go and pick all the berries, because it's food for me. 9 out of 10 for sure. Nice. You know, I hope you had a good time with that. Like I said, I've seen a couple people playing. It's not really the kind of game I tend to go after myself, but not because of like anything wrong with the quality or of whatever. Just a bit on the spoopy side of things. It's not never that I play those style of games, but it's pretty infrequent. But how goes Medieval Dynasty? It's going pretty good. We definitely just recruited someone to our town that I can't provide a house for. Because I was curious if they would be able to share the house with me since it has an extra bed, and the answer was no. Yeah, okay, 1 second, moose. We don't want to mess with moose. Of course, there's a moose right there. Let's try circling to the south. Wait, south? Try circling to the south and not poke the moose. Because the moose in this game are a real bad time. They take a lot of hits to take down, and they definitely know how to wreck your face. Project Zomboid is spoopy. I still hold that when people are like, you know, when I'm like, oh, I'm not that into horror games, and people are like, you played Project Zomboid. You know, you play horror so much in the past. And it's kind of one of those things I'm like, yeah, but I personally do not consider Project Zomboid a horror game, like, not capital H horror game. To me, Project Zomboid is thematically horror, but not really horror. Even the jump scares in the game is just a zombie walks up and he goes screech on the violin. But it's not like a lot of horror games where, you know, the thing catches it, it grabs your camera and like yanks it to look directly in their eyes, and you're like, cool, man. That's definitely not what I was looking for today, thank you. Which to me is the thing that keeps a lot of horror not really being my bag. Is so much horror these days is like gorefest horror or jump scares and screeching violin and banging noises and those kind of thing, where I wouldn't say it scares you, I would say it startles you. I don't know why I just got a house unlocked walking around in the wilderness, but I'm not going to complain. And games that startle me as their horror thing don't really do it for me. Now, like, that's the thing, like, Doki Doki Literature Club I found to be fun, that is horror-esque. Phasmophobia is fun, but that's because of a whole different thing. Alright, you are the only man I have seen in this area. What can you do? Walkers like me have the best eyes. Your survival as well. What gives you a hard time? I'm the person, you're literally, you know what, I've got someone who's basically your opposing gender clone. And literally you're the only guy in town. You're lucky. You're lucky this game forces me to only make people of the opposite sex shack up. Because otherwise I would absolutely have turned you down for someone else. That's fine. Let's deal with it. So you here are going to be living with them. And what are your skills? So you've got really good survival. Otherwise, you can do farming. You're really kind of terrible at most other things. So I'll put you in the hunting lodge, even though you can't really do much there right now. And we'll have to get you tools so you can actually not be terrible at that. So meanwhile, let's go here to the hunting lodge. I will need to go to your assignments, edit assignments. And honestly, I don't need the feathers. We'll set everything else there. We'll toggle those. Accept assignments. And right now, I'll split them all even. As you can see, though, we're not actually going to be working on them. I don't have the tools. This might be one of those things. I might literally just trade for a bow and call it a day. And then fix it on the other side. So let's trade with this person really fast. I think it's a very good differentiation. Yeah. Well, that's when we talk about like what makes a good villain in a movie or a game and all that, and there's like, well, you can have a villain or an antagonist. Villains are just a person like, I do evil because evil, I'm bad because bad, and you have kind of a obligation to stop them. An antagonist is the one that like harasses you constantly through the entire game, that you get to the end, he's like, I don't care that this is the good result. I'm kicking this guy in the beans. Like, the fact that it ends up doing good in the end, that's just moral justification. But this dude's getting kicked in the beans because I've had to put up with his crap this whole game. The Kefkas and the Handsome Jacks and all those in games, the Sephiroths. Versus, you know, when the main villain is kind of a non-participant, or GLaDOS is another antagonist. Versus, you know, you've got the villain who just, they're there, you beat them, and you kind of shrug, and it's fine, I guess. Roll credits. Not that you can't have a villain, that's fun anyways. Let's see, the most horror you've experienced in a long time is getting to taking a massive bleed on a hardcore soul self-found Path of Exile character, and being too stupid to understand why you're losing health and running trying to escape the damage only to die at level 96. Totally hypothetical, by the way. Definitely not a real thing that happened to me. Yeah, no, that's the worst one. So when you have an enemy, you've got that massive bleed, and you see like the area that you're right about to get smashed, and you're doing that in the second calculation, going, okay, do I run and bleed to death, or do I stand here and get punched in the mouth and die? Wait, I'm back and I bring good news. The job is done. Here you go. Thank you. This will help me a lot. I have some onion seeds here. Maybe you can make use of them. Let's see, you don't have a lot of trouble with that request, did you? Let's see, the sewer didn't have leather to repair the water skin, so you had to hunt down some wild animals for supplies. Piece of cake. You can craft tools and hunt? You truly are amazing. My mother was always pretty handy with a bow and a spear. She used to take me hunting in the early age. I envy you. My father only taught me how to work the fields. Remember that, in the end, you are the one who shapes your own fate. Yeah, makes sense. It's time for me to leave. Till next time. Okay. So we gained a level in diplomacy. So let's go look at our skill tree for diplomacy. So we have, where we gain more diplomacy skill, your dynasty reputation points, you gain more. You gain more affection while flirting or interacting with family or giving gifts. I will take the XP because I always take XP first in a lot of these games. Because XP now saves pain later. Alright, so. Is there anyone in here likely to trade anything of use to me?
I believe we haven't met before. Price is so low you don't
Alright,
need to have-
so. You've got buckets of water, you got a lot of food. A lot of food. So you do food. That's fair.
See you soon.
Props. I believe we haven't met before.
Okay.
Products here.
So you've got a bunch of saplings. I can get fertilizer and all that. Did you say flirting with family? Well, they're two different things, yes. It was a comma between those. There was flirting, and then there's interactions with family. I'm not going to worry about getting a whole bunch of stuff on there,
Have a nice day.
because we're at the end of summer. So you've got the brewer and the jeweler.
But I would love to finally put down roots. How is life treating you? Best goods in the realm.
Okay. So again, you're also just food. You're just
Good luck.
food focused on the beers.
How is life treating you? Only the best
Okay, so you give me a whole bunch of random majestic tree seedlings, wild road bushes, dried figs and all that.
Have a nice day.
Your gifts for people for romancing. Didn't we flirt with someone here before? I think it was
How
you.
can I help you? See you
Either
around.
you,
How is life treating you?
I don't know. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something? What's your biggest dream? When I was a kid, I wanted to be an adventurer, but now, I don't know. I just wish to be happy as one of my options. I'm always eager to learn new things. Do you have any advice? I'm permanently in love with this land. How do you like it? We're gonna go with a want to learn new things. Sure, be very, very careful foraging for mushrooms in the forest. One mistake, and instead of getting a delicious scrambled eggs, you wake up 3 days later, naked, sharing a burrow with a bunch of badgers. Great guys, terrible roommates. Very interesting. Can I ask you something? Let's see. So we can ask them their favorite season, their favorite color, and we claim that mine's brown. I don't really know why. It always made me feel safe. Today's pretty tiresome, but fruitful. Nevertheless, how's your day going? I'm going to say, what's your favorite season of the year? So we gained a little bit of affection. Winter, no doubt. No stupid farming. Animals are easier to track. And you never have to drink warm beer. You seem very interesting. Okay, don't make fun of me, but my favorite animals were always chicken. No idea why, I just love the way they run around and move their heads. How about you? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Where do you come from? Tell me something about your birthplace. Let's ask where they're from. There's a story there? Yes. I think we got a good chunk of the story there. Okay. Imagine an enormous forest, but the trees are all buildings. Survival is as demanding as in the wilderness. Most of the time, you're not the one hunting. Great taverns, though. Okay, so she won't talk to us anymore. We have had enough chat, and she is done conversing for the day. She has hit her social quota, and anything more than that is just right out. All right, so let's go ahead and we do have foxes down there, so I'm gonna start running over towards these foxes. Because for one of my objectives, I gotta kill 2 more foxes. I have one person who is deeply upset because they are homeless, they have no firewood, they have no water, and they have no food. And they seem distraught about this entire situation, and I can't really figure out why. Because I'm not allowed to put them in the same house I'm staying at, nor can I, vacate my house for them. So I gotta finish building the house, and we were out and about when I recruited them. So they might leave and be all upset about it. and I am going to pretend to be concerned about that. Supposed to be foxes up here. I overshot it. I remember the foxes being absolute hell with the spears. When you get your bow, they're not too bad. We'll take I'll take an attempt or two at them. If we don't find any luck here. That's a rabbit, that's not what we're after. If we don't find any luck, we'll move on, because it's going to get dark soon anyways. Yeah, kind of moving to the edge of the fox territory. Unfortunately, I roamed right up on it because I couldn't see it because of the tree. Okay, I see the one over there. Alright. Yeah, they're so skittish. Alright, we'll just move towards home. I'll wait till we get the bow and all that. Is there any paths I need to worry about? Okay, yeah, so we take that southern road. I am going to run to wolves. Oh yeah, no, there's wolves either way. You know, I remember on the other map, there was like the little island you find the foxes on, and you'd occasionally get the mission where it's like, kill 7 foxes. And it would be this war because the island only would usually have like 3 or 4 foxes on it at any given time. So you'd work really hard to get the foxes. And then on top of that, once you did like spot them, it was like a whole bunch of work because the whole island was covered in low-lying brush, so they're super hard to see. So even you get lucky, you'd tag one. I'm playing on the single-player map. Mostly because, like, I haven't done a lot of the story stuff ever. Like, not on stream, at least. At least I don't believe so. And the other map felt like it's way more open world multiplayer RPG kind of nonsense. And way less anything meaningful like story. It was basically daily quests, the playthrough. So Oxbow, I believe Oxbow is the multiplayer one. I don't remember. It's whichever one is the single player one. I'm pretty sure Oxbow is the multiplayer one. Which is what I did the last time we played. No. Bad puppy. I'm low on life. Ah. Load game. I heard the growling, and the thing is, it takes like 2 or 3 hits from the spears to kill them. And it isn't one of those games that you can really easily hit an animal and like flinch it to get 2 or 3 hits in. Usually you kind of trade where you hit it and it gets a hit on you as well. Until you start getting later weapons where you can like really tag it with a hard hit. But my little copper spear was not gonna do it. But the good news is we don't lose. Wait, what am I seeing on there? Oh, is that the person working their way to my town? I didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, okay, so if we go a little bit wide this time, we might be able to avoid, because the wolves we hit were on the right. We are cutting right between two groups of wolves. It will be a thing that once we start getting, like, bronze arrows and all that, I will be murdering the crap out of wolves when I see them. Because you can kind of, like, clear out the wolves in an area and not have to deal with them for the rest of the season. But yeah, so this map being single player, that's what happens and you die, is you're forced to, like, reload your save. Versus the other map, when you take a death, I want to say you, like, it kicks you back to your bed kind of thing. And there was some penalty. Like, I know you come back and you're hungry and thirsty and all that, so you can't use as a cheeky way to dodge eating and drinking. And I think it advances the time a bunch or something like that. I can't remember the exact rules. Okay. They're almost home. Get a sip of her water. Took a dip in the water as well, so that way we're not all stinky. There's my houses ducked in the trees over there. So let's see real fast. I can get that last house built real quick before this person gets too mad. And before they ditch my town. I keep forgetting that this is, like, literally right next to my town. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, this makes sense. I saw the foundation, I just gotta get confused by it. Would you stop being so pushy? Alright. So we can drop this all off real fast. Okay. So we'll drop the eggs off in there. We'll drop the feather off in there. Drop off the deadly nightshade. Drop off the stones. Drop off the berries. Drop off the potion of strength. Right now, drop off the onion seeds. Cool. So we got all that. Okay, so I'm trying to go real fast to get this built before this person ditches us. Gonna have to go for some more logs and all that, but we'll see. I'm gonna have to take whatever planks they have to make more buckets for more water. And then we will, after that, we'll be able to get one more person on top of that to share the house with them. Okay. And I'm trying to remember, I want to say the herbalist tent, I can get them to get straw for me. Which ends up being very useful. As you can see, all these roofs are made out of straw. Alright, so I need a bunch more logs. Okay. It'll be sad when this iron axe I found is done, and I gotta go back to stone axes. Deforestation, every single game that involves you building a whole lot of houses is gonna involve a whole lot of deforestation. It's just how it be. Make a replacement hammer. It did not get put on my bar, so let's get that sorted. Okay, so let's get this house built, hopefully before this person ditches. Then we can improve their mood. Alright. Deforestation, one of your favorite things to do in Minecraft with our survival crafters? Oh yeah. It's always interesting to me to watch like how much the area changes, terraforms, whatever you want to go with in all these games. That as you get more and more involved, they can just utterly change the map so tremendously. That's honestly the thing, one thing I wish games would do better about is give you the opportunity to kind of see the progression of the map as you change it. So whether it's, you know, have a whole thing where wherever you're building, it kind of takes a snapshot, and every N amount of time, you know, takes a new snapshot, so you can, like, later on when you're going through run, get, like, kind of a montage video of stuff building it up. It'd be really kind of cool to see all that stuff. Okay, so this should finish that off. Then I should be able to make some buckets and planks and all that kind of nonsense. Get some food in here, get some water and firewood. Alright, so management. We go to our homeless person who is really sad. They're at negative 69 happiness. So move them in there. So that's the start here. We can go here, and you're gonna want food. So for right now, have some salted meat, I guess. That at least get you your food sorted. I need to go over to you. Assuming I have the planks, which I do. Make a couple of buckets for you. And get water in there. And that should give me everything I need to get their mood sorted. That way they're not miserable. There's the buckets of water. Okay, so that should be all her needs met. So her mood should gradually fix itself. We could drop off what we've got here. Because we'll definitely want to be starting to move up in the way of the quality of houses and all that. There's the spruce bark and the sticks. I come to the realization that I should go over to the hunting place. I can drop off a spare knife here. Got logs on me, so I can drop those off. Okay. Cool. So with all that, we've got that sorted for right now. The next thing to do... Okay, so this little strip here is fine. Let's go to our buildings. Storage. Food storage. Yes, it doesn't look like you'll fit anywhere here. Can I tuck it back here, though? That was in the right building. Alright, so it's not letting me put the food storage along here, and that's because we got this road bisecting the area. And probably tuck it over here. Because that'll be along the field, so that'll be fine. Because we get the food storage up, that'll, I believe, makes the food last longer. I don't remember if that's true, but it means they'll pull from the food storage automatically, all that kind of stuff. So we want to keep that going. Because right now, I don't really have reliable food and all that. Like, right now the food is mostly me dealing with it, which is fine. We don't have that many people, so I can kind of keep them fed manually myself, but we will want them to be dealing with it as soon as we can, which is probably going to depend on the farming and all that. It lasts longer in there? Yeah, no, I thought it did. The biggest benefit is just the fact that once you have them set up in there, they will start taking the food out themselves. And that kind of stuff, versus the other one, I believe I will have to manually deal with it. It's not the correct type of storage building. Alright. And pretty soon we're going to get kicked to our bedroom for the season change, which is fine. But yeah, so a lot of what we're dealing with right now is literally just working through the seasons and all that. The first winter will probably be pretty rough because we don't really get to do much with our farm before that. But once we get to the second year kind of thing, you usually can get your farm up and running by then. And that becomes, you know, source for like cloth and all sorts of stuff. And that's when you start having it to the point where your village is big enough that the taxes start to be kind of an issue. But also then you have them producing all the goods to effectively pay for your taxes. That you just kind of grab a big pile of junk they make, run it to town and sell it. Alright. Yeah, so much of this game is dealing with like managing a bunch of the stuff, and as things progress, you spend less time just trying to collect the wood and letting your people deal with that while you go, you know, like later on you'll be collecting the ore, leaving them to collect wood or whatever. You'll have something new. There we go, season change. I was like, man, it got dark all of a sudden. Alright, real fast, while we're on the season change, I need to use a restroom real fast, so I'm going to take 2 seconds, quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out, and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. I'm impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. It's just the question of when you actually go up to the building and those ones spawn in, how... Oh, ho, ho, ho. I missed that stab, and then I hit the wrong button instead of backing away. I strafed. Luckily we pushed. That was a fat finger key. Those are the kinds of deaths that would actually feel real... Wait a second. Oh. That'd feel real terrible. Because that's just like, that wasn't me misplaying, that was fat fingering. Alright. So, the next time we got everyone patched up, we're going to be pushing in from this angle and just trying to carve in as far as possible with all of these in here. I make no illusion that we're not... No! No! Not right now. No. 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 I need doctors right now. I need cooks. All right. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? For it. Like, don't get me wrong, abstaining would be the action of not voting. What are you doing, Tractor? You do you, AI. Let's shrink me a little bit here. Maybe around there. Alright, and I am back. Yeah, we didn't feed the lady because she was like, I would like fish meat. And you're like, well, I'm not allowed to do fish meat because I have a whole thing. Right. So we got all that. Got a bunch of mushrooms because it's fall. Some of these are poisonous, some of them are not. And I'm not going to worry about it, I'm just going to pick them up. And so we do have her one person is still sad, which is fine. Okay, so let's drop the tree there. Right now I could toss this in here, drop the feathers in there, drop the log in there, drop these mushrooms in here and those mushrooms in there. And that's probably all fine. Okay, so before we worry about any story crap, let's get our food storage built. And then when we're in town to do whatever the next missions are and all that, I should be able to go in there and recruit another person in town. Now, one thing we're going to want to do, and not too long, is see what we could do so far as there's a compost bins you can get. I know we have to level up a certain amount before we can do those, but those compost bins will let us make fertilizer. And then with the fertilizer, we can get our like farms properly starting to up and go and all that. Yeah, no, that one clip, we did that ridiculously defensible map way back in RimWorld. And it was pretty close after Anomaly had first come out. And so we had like the entire entrance of our base got solidly walled off by the wall of flesh. And it got all the acid spitters where they had like overlapping coverage that I had to like fight through everything just to try and reach it. It was a pretty gnarly setup. And it's finally like, okay, I finally got things set up. I'm ready to make my move. And seconds before that happened, we got the prompt for gray flesh, which is another pretty nasty kind of event to deal with. That's really, like, the whole thing is it makes it so if you doctor or cook things, you can spread the threat. And so it's one of those things you want to kind of, like, stay out of a fight or really limiting your medical stuff, which is absolutely the opposite of what you're doing when you're trying to shove your way through a, thing that's going to be spitting acid on you constantly. So it was very much in the moment frustration of being like, I'm trying to make this progress and you are just trolling me. Is that an update for the compost bin for fertilizer? You never seen that? Oh no, the fertilizer thing has been around for a really long time. They're like little boxes you can build. And I want to say it just causes things to rot a little bit faster for making fertilizer. Like, I don't remember all the details on it, but I remember if you wanted a... I'm alive, I just got badly hurt. Did I mention trees are dangerous in this game? Like, really, really dangerous? Normally you have to build the hut for the seeds to get fertilizer and daub. Yeah. So I'm already badly injured. I have not fought anything yet this season or left town, so we're doing good. Okay. So I've got a thing complaining that I have a person who does production who can't finish it. We'll want to check on that. That's probably just the hunter. Because they don't have a bow, so they can't actually hunt right now. And I don't think... I should check. I'm pretty sure they have to have a bow and arrow. I don't believe they can hunt with spears. But I should check that, because that's not a safe assumption on my part. Because their whole thing is they can make the bow and arrow. The problem is you need the linen thread, which is kind of requires farming. Okay, so I only need 3 more logs. And one thing that I did notice that's changed, which I appreciate, is it does appear you can now move buildings. So you don't have to do the thing where you tear down the buildings, lose 50% of the materials, and then go again. That I could literally choose to move. Now I don't know if I have to like bang it with a hammer a bunch of times for it to actually do the moving, or if it just kind of magically teleports from one to the other. I do appreciate it because a lot of times you end up with dodgy stuff when you're building in these games where you kind of can't really get an idea of what's going on with it. Okay, so let's see how this works. So, I believe I go up to the building. Where did you go? Move. Yeah, so I go to where that is. So instead where it's kind of at a weird angle. And now it just moved. Just like that. And I really appreciate that they added that to the game. Because it was one of those obnoxious things. You'd play something, realize it was kind of too snug up against something else, and you would just endure it. There was just nothing you could do about it. The other option was to tear down the whole thing, which you lose 50% of the materials, which is always a pain to deal with. Alright, so drop off the feathers. Drop off these, drop off those, drop off the sticks. Let's start getting some of the food moved over to the food building. Alright. And later on we could do stuff like add fences and bushes and all that to make the place nicer. Right now I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so that's food storage, so I put that there. Food. Food. These actually has some value, but still. I will drop the dried meat on you right now. Keep the handful of stuff there for me. Okay. We're going to do a quick lap of tossing stuff back and forth. And last Lardine, the streaks never won't fully match again until 55555. We got this right. Wouldn't it match again at 11111 before that? And then 22222, then 33333, and then 44444. And 6666. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Oh, not being able to show it. That's true. That makes sense. Right. Yes, you are correct. You won't be able to show them all matching again until then. Yes, we put the perch in there. Grab this. Basically, we're just trying to grab all the food out of here. Okay, so unripe berries still can be eaten, but they do cause some level of food poisoning. That sounds like a them problem. Alright. So with that, our food will be moved over to storage. We are slowly having our people's happiness recover from the one person who was homeless and everything else. Okay. Cool. So we got all that. That means they should be good on food and water for the time being. Okay, so we would be talking to Alwyn again, and we also would like to hunt foxes and all that. So I'm going to try doing is I'm going to try circumventing the wolves over there that have been causing me grief by going pretty wide. You think that in a village of less than 10 people, one person not having their own personal house for less than a week wouldn't be a big deal? Yeah, but video games. Logic need not apply. Yeah, so you can go around here. I'll put the point there to then turn up. Hey, Fried Camel, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself fun. Doing some science and technology. I hope you got up to some good fun in your stream and all that stuff, and I hope you had a good time with that. So if you don't mind me, like, first, if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me hold you. But otherwise, if you don't got a raid and run and all that, and you want to hang out for a minute, you tell me about what you got going on with the science technology. Always happy to support other content creators, and I do hope you had yourself a good stream. But thanks so much for that, and welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of dodgy mushrooms we can collect. Yes, I'm deliberately going over the mountain a bit steeper this time. Trying to avoid the wolves. They might be an ad time. The ad should just be starting, so they shouldn't be in there yet. They will be in there if they don't have Twitch Turbo, which I highly recommend people get. If you're watching any meaningful amount of Twitch and you can afford it, Twitch Turbo will more than make up its thing. I do understand for people who don't want to throw money at the platform and all that kind of stuff, but that's kind of the reality we live in these days on content platforms. Is you can pay for it or you can see ads. Okay, so we got bandits over there. That's not my favorite because I'm already injured because I hit myself with a tree. You agree that ads just started? Yep. Yep, and Twitch Turbo runs roughly what it costs to be subbed to 2 people a month. So if you're going to be subbing to 2 or more people a month, usually you're better off doing Twitch Turbo so far as if you're trying to avoid ads. Obviously, we all appreciate being supported directly, but, you know. Also completely understand, get rid of them ads. No one wants them. Get them out of here. It's just the unfortunate reality that if you're not paying for Twitch and you're not seeing ads, then it's ultimately expense on Twitch with no return. It is a thing that will eventually become a problem. So they've got to figure out how to monetize. Because the alternative is they'll do something like make it paywalled or something like that, and that's no fun. Could be worse, though. It could be like some of the streaming services out there nowadays where you pay for it and you still get ads. Good old Netflix and Disney Plus, where you do that or you pay even extra. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in, hanging out, all good stuff. There's actually tearing down some fake AirPods Pro you actually brought. Very interesting compared to the legit ones. Oh, okay, so you got some, like, when I say dodgy, like, they might be perfectly good, but some knockoff tech and, like, tearing them apart to, like, compare how the guts of them are. I can imagine that'd be an interesting thing. Alright, so we don't have any foxes from this angle. But the foxes are also pretty... you know, pretty rough to hunt with spears. Okay, so talk to Alwyn. Keep those stories moving forward. We're also going to be checking for a another male person who wants to move in. Because as I've said a number of times, the game just it has the requirement that to move into the same house, they have to have a male and female. It's just the way it works. Which, even way back, always felt weird. I'm like, you can have 2 dudes, like, staying at the same place, having themselves, like, a bachelor pad or anything. That's totally fine. Just mechanically the way the game works. Because that's how you have kids in the game, is, like, if you have a couple and they hook up, they'll end eventually have kids, and the game is pretty rough that once a kid's around, the amount of work you get out of people is massively reduced until they grow up.
Hey ho, it's off to work I go.
I think it literally, like, the mom can't work while they have kids. It's a very weird choice.
I believe we haven't met before.
Can you help me with something? I lost my bucket that I needed for milking. Could you bring me another one? Sure. I can make a bucket. Can I has bucket? What's going on? Long time no see, Owen. How are you? You look sad. You would not believe what happened. Go on, tell me. My hoe is broken. Oh no, the horror. Don't laugh, it is important to me. Fine, then how can I help you? Well, I've already ordered a new one from Valbor, a craftsman from the village on the other side of the river, north of here. He is my father's old friend, and was told by Papa that Valbor eventually gave up blacksmithing when he got older due to back pain issues. However, he still occasionally helps fix some tools for the local workers. I haven't picked up the hoe yet because I have a lot of work. Here, I'll be happy to help you. Here's the coins to pay Falber for the hoe. It should be enough. I know I can trust you with this matter. Don't worry, I'll be back with your precious hoe. Okay. You haven't played this much over the year, but it's so fun. I miss it, and I go back, I'd like to get back to it. Yeah, and that's the first time we played in a long time. Okay, so I got the things I need to do. First...
Are you new here?
Oh, I am not going to be okay with your voice. Alright, have you heard anything interesting? Oh, actually... Oh, you're not one of the people who can move in. Get out of here, child.
Travelers of this realm are drawn to the bonfires like moths, myself included. Oh, it's you again.
Okay. So, we gotta keep romancing. So romance. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something? Let's see. What's your biggest dream? When I was a kid, I wanted to be an adventurer, but now, I don't know. I just want to be happy. I'm permanently in love with this land. How do you like it here? Last night, I had this weird dream that I was building a house, but someone else was in control of my body, looking through my eyes. And then I heard this strange voice coming from afar saying, "Damn, he's hungry again." Very unusual, right? Fourth wall breaking. So we don't know enough about this person that she might think of us, like, with the adventure thing, you know, stepping away from that passion of, like, wanting to explore as, you know, boring. Just the same, she might also turn around and be like, I love it here. I want to be here forever. She'd be like, yo, I'm just stopping by. This is just a means to an end. I want to be in the city. We don't know. So I'm going to go with the, I permanently love this land. What do you think of it? It's great. Nice views. The soil is fertile. Oh, now, I hear how boring it sounds. Should I move? Well, she did gain 5 affection. You seem interesting. Like more. I'd say, where do you come from? Could you tell me something about your birthplace? I think we already asked her that. I'm always eager to learn new things. I definitely asked that. Since I was a child, I've been afraid of heights. It seems like every time I fall, I hurt myself. What's your biggest fear? I'm going to go with the birthplace, because that. Okay, so I got more affection. Imagine enormous trees, but the trees are building. Survival is demanding, as it is in the wilderness. And most of the time, you're not the one hunting. Great taverns, though. How are you doing, beautiful? So it's no longer you seem interesting. We've just immediately escalated to how are you doing, beautiful? I've never felt love like that before, and it scares me. But I'd rather spend my whole life living in fear than to be one more breath without you as my wife. Hang on, man. You've talked to this lady like 3 times. You're laying it on not a little thick. Like, if this is a beer, you might find beer in the bottom and the rest is foam. The entire mug is just foam thick. If you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs, said the homicidal chicken. Let's see, have you ever been stung by a bee? When you do, remember to pull out the sting first, then cut an onion in half and rub it onto the wound. It's mostly harmless, but the venom can be dangerous in some cases. I have no idea. That sounds terrible. It might sound strange, but I've heard that soaking clothes in urine makes them easier to wash. There is some truth to this, but don't do it. We have better ways. Like, you know, detergent.
I have a feeling we're not in the valley anymore.
We'll go with the joke with the homicidal chicken. +3. That chicken needs to be punished to make an example. I only gained 3 affection. How are you doing, beautiful?
There's nothing to do. Well, there's a lot to do, but nothing interesting.
Yeah, you think you have to age the urine first, though? Makes ammonia? Yeah, that's basically the idea, is it's got ammonia. But again, there's just better ways to deal with it. Supposedly, there's a hunter who stuffs the carcasses of the animals he's hunting. They're reported to still look alive, just frozen in time. Many people are talking about a farmer from the south who fell in love with his subordinate. Some find it repulsive. No idea why. Heart wants what it wants. I can't stand the laziness of people. Your diligence should be an inspiration to everyone. Let's go with the one talking about stuffing animals. She seemed mildly thing. The practical joke possibilities are endless. I need to find that guy. I'm surprised you have not stopped talking to me. Do you know what a pig that ran into a bush is called? A hedgehog. Have you heard of the blacksmith from Hornica? He's always horny and hammered. That's the finest dress I've seen in my whole life. We'll go with the hog one. Ha ha ha, classic. Okay, sorry, I need time to think about what you said previously. I told the hedgehog joke and she's like,
Found a snake in my shoe. They
I've got, look at the time, I've got to go. Genuinely, I really need to, look, it's not that I don't want to talk anymore. Look, I just don't want to talk anymore. Your puns are terrible. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can go with, like, of some of the options you get, you're like, no, I'm going with the humor because this other option is terrible. The other ones come across as, like, you're 13, 14, or 15 years old. You are having your first conversation with a girl you have ever had in your entire life. And then you say something wildly inappropriate. And they're just like, wow. Could you be any less awful at this? And you just really hope they have a sense of humor about it. Because, sheesh. You say that, but it was like only 5s at C at +3s. Yeah, I mean, like, it turned out well. Like, very genuinely, it did turn out well. Still. Hello, Owen sent me to pick up the hoe he ordered? I assume something bad happened to him, judging by the fact that he had to send someone on his behalf. No, he's just very busy with work. Work, right, I'm helping him. Ah, that boy, he's capable, but he takes all of his family's duties on his shoulder alone. I can't see how much he limits himself. He's still young and could have achieved a lot more with just work to the field day by day. So, I'm not the only one who notices that? If you are friends, maybe you'll be able to talk some sense into him. I'll do my best. How much for his hoe? Rowan? It's 90 coins. Thank you, I'll give it back to him then. Wait, one more thing. One hunter is looking for buyer for his bows? Are you interested? Not now. I know I could, but I could keep that in mind. Thank you, again for the hoe. I mean, actually, very genuinely, I would like to buy a bow right now, if you're offering. You don't have a bow. You've lied to me, to my face.
Good luck.
Alright, so let's run back over to talk to Alwyn. He knows who's selling him. Yeah, but he didn't... Well, I mean, I guess I could have done the dialogue option of where can I find. Because then I can buy a bow for myself and a bow for the hunter at my village or town or whatever. And then from there we'll have to go, farther. Oh, I should have checked to see if they had refugees or whatever these people are. The people who move in. Unfortunately, until I have another house, I can't take a I can only take a guy. Alright, so let's run up here and talk to Alwyn. I'm back. Here's your hoe. Thank you. Did you have enough coin? Yes. Palabor sold it cheaper for you. 30. Well, it's very kind of him. Keep the coin. You've helped more than one occasion. You deserve it, friend. Listen. And did you talk a bit with Valbor? What's new with him? He talked a bit. He mentioned some hunter he knew was looking for buyers for his bows. Really? What, are you interested? I don't know. I've never shot a bow. But I guess it wouldn't be good at it anyway. Trying is better than doing nothing, don't you think? You have a completely different approach to life than I do. But maybe you're right. I have to think about this. Fine, I'll leave you alone with your thoughts then. See you next time. And we are done talking with them for the entire season. Alright. They're supposed to talk to Sombor. You're way out in the middle of nowhere. Is that right? Yeah, you're the one who's like way out in like the swamps. Alright. So the bucket we can make back at home. Is there some place that we can get at foxes that won't involve... Actually, let's just cut across the water again and see if this town has anyone we can potentially recruit.
We'll work for food and water and some firewood.
Prices are a bit steep, but then again,
Okay. I do like the self-awareness of the fast travel guys. Like, yeah, my prices are steep, but there's no competition. Oh. Yep. That's fair. Okay, so we're gonna run up here. I mean, you're not that far away up there at 600 meters. Okay, so there is at least one person I can recruit. Looks like it might only be one person, weirdly. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Oh.
I've got to go.
Yeah, so unfortunately I can't recruit her. I have to build in our house before I'll be allowed to do that. Well, I probably shouldn't keep proceeding, but I'm gonna. Yeah, no, I'm aware. This isn't my first time playing this. It's been a little while. Man, I definitely remember, not only is there that, there's the Wyzant and everything up there. I remember the swamp being a pretty genuinely awful place. But, shouldn't be too bad. We could skirt around the worst of it. I'm also low-key hoping we find some foxes, but granted, doing this at night is always a rough time. Meanwhile, I'm also injured because we dropped a tree on ourselves. Bandits are also decent sources of bows. Alright. This, the story swamp guy sends you all over the map for stuff? Yep. It's a fetch quest. But it's one of the reasons to get it, so that you have the quest, so as you're running around doing stuff anyways, you can slowly work through all that stuff. Okay, Wyzant's over there. Okay, so we do have a place we can hunt foxes. Not right now in the dark. And remember there's a mission where you have to kill a Wyzant? So you got wolves on the right there. That's the ones I remember. There's a lot of dangerous animals just really close to him. You gotta kind of like skirt around the worst of it. Was something other than a duck appeared? Okay. Then we could sneak up to him in the dark. That's how you make friends, right? You just sneak up on people's homes in the dark where they can't see you. I think you're lost, boy. Sorry, I didn't mean to just... Wait a second, look me in the eye. And stop shivering for crying out loud. Huh. Black and blue. You're Lord's family, aren't you? Yeah, my name is Rasmir. You must be Sombor then. And how do you know that? I was talking to Unagast, and he told me that you were part of the Reminders as well. Part of the what now? The pack? The one that Unagast and Lord on? Never heard such an idiotic name in my life. Oh, sorry. Maybe I made a mistake. We were called the Undying Fist. That's a whole lot of a better name. You're dang right. It's because I came up with it. Everyone loved it. No idea why Unagast lied to you like that. I'm sure he was just jealous of your creativity. Of course he was. And not only about that. Anyways, I would love to hear some of the stories about my uncle and the pack's adventures together. That's an amazing coincidence, because I'd love to spend the rest of my time telling the old tales by the cracking fire. Oh, really? No. Leave my property and forget where it is. Oh, come on. It'll only take a minute. A moment of a moment, really. Just tell me, what was my uncle like? How did he become part of the Undying Fist? And, what exactly do you... Let's see, what did you do exactly as the pack? Words are hard, chat. You don't know what we did? Unagast didn't get to that part yet. Alright, but be quiet and try to be less annoying. Where should I begin? Right. It all started when Lorden left his home. He was 18 at the time, if I remember correctly. That clever jerk was always too big of a fish for his birthplace, and he knew that. Left as soon as he could. But cleverness at such a young age also means two things. He was arrogant and hot-headed. His plan was to set out on a big adventure. That's it. Pretty detailed, huh? A path like that is paved with skeletons of young idiots. But none of them were Lorden. Either way, he was wandering for days soon turned to weeks, and his rations into dust. He was useless as a hunter, back then at least, so berries and mushrooms were all he could get, so obviously he needed some coins. He came across a manor with orchards so vast that it seemed like an ocean. Lorden managed to find some work there. A week of back-breaking labor had passed, and his hands are covered in blisters, skin red from the scorching sun, knees pulsating from pain. I must say, it's a really amazing storyteller. I wasn't expecting that. Shut up. Do you want me to finish? Where was I? Alright. He was exhausted from the strenuous work he'd done. Went to the lord of the manor with a smile on his face to collect his payment. His stomach was already full of fancies of all the delicious treats he was dreaming to buy. And all of that was ruined by the hand of the lord holding a couple of lousy coins. Lorton was furious. He was merely a fraction of the pay he was supposed to acquire. He started shouting at the lord, demanding justice. Peasants were just flies to the lord, disgusting, replaceable insects. And what do you do when a fly buzzes too loudly? Both the lord's palms struck Lorton's ears with the strength of an ox. Lorton fell to the ground stunned, and the lord's guards threw him out of the manor like garbage. Stealing that few pathetic coins while doing so. If I may add, it wasn't until the evening when Lorne regained his hearing, and with it came a fervent thought, a thought of revenge. Your uncle was quite capable fighter when I met him 10 years later, but he wasn't back then. He knew the guards would massacre him if he came close, so he needed to find another way to fulfill his vengeance. Lorton was always ambitious, but that hatred fueled him like nothing before. And what happened next? What came later was me becoming bored of this conversation. Go away. No, you can't leave me like this. I can do whatever I want. Scram. I have things to do. Screw your things. Huh. You really have Lauren's blood in you. You're right. Screw my things. They're your things to do now. What do you mean? I mean I'll finish the dang story when you do what I tell you to do. Understood? Just say what needs to be done. You won't regret it. Here, grab this shovel. It's a piece of crap, but it'll do. There's some clay deposits behind my house. Go there, dig up some clay for me. Clay, that is your pressing need? You have pottery addiction or something? First of all, I don't need to explain myself to you, child. Second, it's for medical purposes. And that's the answer that will fully satisfy... And that's the answer that will fully satisfy you. Got it? Whatever you say. Okay, I can't actually find your door in the dark. And I'm pretty sure I don't have a torch. Because it requires straw. But I'll do the thing. Oh, wait. There's the door. You need to warm up. We are getting cold.
I don't feel my fingers.
So where's the clay deposit? So, needless to say, our clothing is not necessarily adequate for the cold, considering we're early fall, and we are complaining a whole lot about a whole lot. Here's all the clay you wanted. Will you finish the story now? Alright. So, as I've already said, Lorton wasn't much of a fighter back then. He didn't have any money nor connections, but he did have one thing, an unusual ability, you see. From an early age, Lorton was an exceptionally good liar. No sweaty palm, no voice cracks, no tells really. Calm, steady breaths, eye contact held all the way. He even managed to handle any kind of pressure, even the craziest situations. But it wasn't that at first. He felt no pressure lying, no stress at all. It was as natural for him as breathing. He had absolutely no remorse. It's very interesting and all, but what happened with the Lord? I swear, you little brat, you interrupt me one more time, and you are going to meet my wrath. Relax, big guy. I'm all ears. He came up with a plan so immensely moronic and unrealistic that it's really hard to believe it worked so perfectly. At first, he convinced the nearby town's tailor to sew him a whole set of clothes worthy of the most wealthy nobleman. The finest fabric, silken thread, you name it. Horrendously expensive. So how did he manage to afford it, you may ask? It's simple. He didn't pay for it. So he stole it? I said no such thing. Lorden wasn't a thief. Not in the traditional meaning of the word, at least. Apart from that, did I finish the story? Ahem. While wearing the new clothes, he traveled to the castle of the king of that realm, and entered it. Okay. Now, I know you're making this all up. That's simply impossible. You're absolutely right, it is. It's mad to even consider trying to pull it off. But Lorden, he just walked straight in. Don't blame you for doubting me. Dang. I would have been the first to doubt such a thing like that if I didn't see him doing it 100 times later with my own eyes. Anyways, he walked right into the castle, and once he was there, he followed through with his plan, which was bedding his wife. Whose wife? The king's. The king's wife? So the queen. Indeed. So let me get this straight. The plan to get into the castle and lay with the queen. Exactly that. You were right. That is the most absolutely idiotic plan I've ever heard of. Told you, but it worked like a charm. I still don't get it. What worked? What was he going to accomplish by that? After the love-making, he dressed up and deliberately leaving his undergarments on the bedside, and told the queen he'd be right back with some refreshments. Then, he went to one of the king's guards and told him he saw the queen in the company of a strange man sneaking into the chambers. The guard rushed in, witnessed the queen naked in bed with the man's clothes right next to her. As a loyal servant, the guard reported the matter directly to the king himself, who, as you can imagine, became furious to say the least. He couldn't really punish his wife, that would be bad for his reputation, but he could pursue her lover. Unfortunately for him, at this point, Lorden was long gone from the castle, riding a beautiful bay mare that he borrowed from the stable into the sunset. I still don't get it. You see, the king didn't catch the filthy seducer, but it didn't mean he couldn't track him down and find him. To do so, he only had to track he could follow, was the one thing Lorden left behind, except his undergarments and the pleasurable memory of the queen. His name was not his real name, of course. The name he had used was introducing the queen was the Lord of the Orchards. Precisely. Now you get it. Let's see. So that's incredible. So the Lord's head must have left the company of his body, pretty thing, or got hanged. Yeah, let's say the beheading. No, he didn't get killed. That wouldn't be in Lorden style. The queen begged for his life to be spared. The king threw him in the dungeon where he spent all the days he had left. Let's see, Lorden was amazing and all that. With just the power of his wits and speech, he surely showed the Lord that he shouldn't have wronged him. Don't get me wrong. Don't get the wrong idea about his reasons. Lorden didn't get through all this because what the Lord did. Lorden didn't get through all that because of what the Lord did to him. You see, the Lord was cruel, a merciless brute. He mistreated all his subjects, killed for fun, raped for sport. People used to call him the laundry man because of how his habits of drowning his kids in the lake right after birth, like unwanted kittens. Lorden needed to stop him, and he did. But that's not the end of the story. After the Lord's capture, someone had to take his place. He didn't have any rightful successors, but then, with just as uncannily perfect timing, came a distant cousin of the Lord's, a charming young man with 2 different eyes. You have to be kidding me. He easily acquired all the possessions of his sentenced relative. But Lorne didn't want any of that, not for himself. So he took only 3 bags of coins from the treasury and left everything else to the hands of the peasants. They were elated. He is still probably worshipped there. I can tell you that. Oh, and one more thing. Why 3 bags, you might ask? That's easy. 1 for the tailor, 1 for the stableman for the horse he took, and 1 last one for himself, with the exact coins he was rightfully supposed to earn for his work at the orchard. I told you, Lorne wasn't a thief. And that was it. He mounted his beautiful mare and left the realm, continuing his adventures. At least, that's the story he used to tell us. So, nothing of that might have been true. But that's how it was with Lorne. So the reason I'm having problems with this is like this stylized font. It's fun, but it's really easy to get tripped up on the words there. Versus like a nice clean font. Let's see. Now you understand what you're talking about. He really does seem surreal. I've never met anyone like him. I don't get me wrong, he had his flaws. But the things he could do, his tongue wasn't even silver, it was made out of pure gold. Wait, didn't you tell me what the... you didn't tell me what the purpose of the Undying Fist. Oh, I thought it would have been obvious. On that day, Lorne's mission was born. He knew that he knew that the spoiled, rotten elites were scattered around the world, draining life and dignity from the hard-working simple folk, and that he was capable of stopping them, though to an extent at least. So that's exactly what he started doing, overthrowing corrupted lords, giving back to the community. He sounds like a hero, a true hero. Well, wasn't like that. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. So how did you join the pack? Lorne was working solo until he met Unagast. That rat's agile fingers could work where Lorne's tongue didn't. And then they needed someone with other talents they were lacking, like strength, manliness, bravery, independence, gallantry, integrity. Right, I get the picture. So they recruited the best there was. I was between jobs at the time, so I gave them a chance. And finally, the pack started to make a real difference. But I don't like to brag. Yeah, I noticed. Humble to the bone. Thank you for noticing. People at my level don't get to boast about our skills. Just like the sun doesn't need to prove it's bright. Anyhow, I already spoke more words than you than I did the last 5 years to anybody, so it's time for you to go. And preferably, don't ever come back. It was a great pleasure to meet, a true honor. I really don't care. Leave now, return for giving away my location. And in return for giving away my location, deliver this delicious meal to Unagast. It's his favorite, a knuckle sandwich. You want me to hit him in the face? Did I stutter? No, sir. Of course, I'm on my way, sir. Why are you telling me about people management now? Oh, geez, goodness. I'm never coming back. You talk too much. Tomb's like half asleep behind me and just like, huh?
I'm so cold.
And we'll pick some mushrooms. Hey, Nitro, how's it going? Alright. So, heat is going to start being a problem for us. Or cold, or whatever. Okay. So, for dealing with that, we don't have a whole lot of options. Having a torch on you will help a little bit. What am I seeing over there? What am I seeing over there? Is that just the lights playing? That's just a weird, like the lights having a weird effect there. Alright, so straight across here, we're supposed to be able to find foxes. I gotta be careful because it's a real dangerous area. That's the lynx. That's also a lynx. There's a fox up here. Is that a fox? I think that might actually be another lynx. I can't tell. I can't see if it's like... Can't really make out the color of its fur. Nor can I see its tail. That's... Honestly, that would have been on target had it not veered. Okay, so how dangerous is get around how fast? Okay, this way is mostly safe. Okay. Alright, we're not going to focus on the fox up here, because there's just a lot of dangerous animals I have to be very careful about over here. So I don't want to chase the fox around only to end up having the fox walk me right into a pack of wolves or whatever. Or the Wyzant or whatever. Yep, so we can go there. Alright, you woke up and your neck is already being a pain in the butt. Yeah... I've definitely woken up those days where you just have like a crick in your neck and just trying to get to go away. You know, some people, that's something they deal with like day to day, which is no fun at all. Alright. So if we go, yeah, if we go like this way to town, this will be fine. Alright. I mean, as I would recall with the story that I remember, you kind of go around, I can't remember, there's like 4 or 5 members to their little group, and you kind of go to each one, and just have to have like this big dialogue with each of them. Alright, so let's check on the management. So I've got 3 people here, so we can take one more guy into the town. Sir!
I hope you like it here, newcomer.
You're not one of the people I
Have a
can
nice day.
recruit. You've teased me. It's not nice. I don't appreciate it. When you sat down where all the people who are just passing through go, I thought I had a potential recruit. And so picking up all like the paracel mushrooms and all that, if I remember correctly, that'll give us survival XP. Okay, so we'll get Unagost's story thing set up. Need to go take a dip in here. Have a sip of water. What do I have for food on me? Well, I did get some extra clay out of that, which is good.
I'm freezing.
Alright. And one of the things I'll probably need to do is I'll probably need to head to the tailor. Realistically, I'm just going to have to buy warm clothes for my first year. And buying finished products in the game can be pretty appallingly expensive. Speaking of which, hey, how you doing? Let's see. Romance. How are you doing, beautiful? Let's see. I truly admire your honesty. Okay. I always tell it like it is. I always tell it like this is. My daddy taught me that. And that's how I hold my liquor. Nothing else really. That's how I hold my liquor. Okay, how are you doing, beautiful? Let's see, I envy the birds. Free their wings offer. How magnificent it'd be to be able to just glide across the sky towards the unknown. Okay, so we can compliment her athletic figure. We can tell her that she's hilarious. Or we can tell her that we envy the birds. So we can be kind of like the dreamer. We can be a jokester. Or we can compliment her appearance. I'm going to go with, you're so hilarious. She really liked that. Ha, just you wait. Find me with some wine, and you will need to change your undergarments with laughter. Okay. Let's see. Sure. Have you ever heard of the blacksmith from Hornica? He's always horny and hammered. She really liked that one as well. You heard he's also been accused of forgery and blackmailed about it. Okay, so you need more time to think about what I've said. Alright, cool. So we are slowly winning her over with comedy. Really bad comedy. Alright, we'll go ahead and get that knocked out. Okay.
I'm fed up.
Let's see. Yo, you're a clown, Terminator bird person.
Damn it. Now I'm also
Let's see.
like-
Unagas, hello. I've talked to Zambor. He's a real sweetheart, is he? Sweetest, like a jar of honey. That's Zambor for you. I see. He did tell me about my uncle, the story about the Lord of Orchards. He has some unexpectedly good storytelling skills, doesn't he? Yeah, he really does. I was downright astonished by that. One time, I swear he went over a year without speaking a single word, but when we were sitting by the fire, he remembered some anecdote, laughed out loud and began his tale, went on for a total mute to a master of ceremonies. The narrative was so gripping, it was hard not to listen. He even did voices, but after he finished, he just became silent again. I never really understood that side of him. A theater genius trapped in the body of a bear wrestler. He actually asked me to give you something. Really? What was it? A knuckle sandwich. Yeah, that sounds exactly like Sambor. So, are you going to deliver? Can't, afraid I lost it somewhere along the way. Smart lad. But if he asks, I'll tell him you knocked me out cold. Just out of curiosity, what did Somber tell you about becoming part of the pact? He said that you were looking for the best recruit, and that he was an obvious choice. Yep, that seems like something he'd say. Well, he is clearly full of crap. It's not a pleasant memory, but I believe you deserve to know the whole story. We didn't recruit him. Well, I guess we did. Lorden did. But it doesn't really, it wasn't really a choice. When Lorden started, when Lorden and I started to follow his mission together, we were rather successful. Everything was going smoothly, too easy even. We were doing a lot of good, putting many well-deserved smiles on oppressed faces. That's when we let our guard down. There was a secret guild formed by a few of the higher-ranking knights and barons. We called them vendors. A bunch of really heartless jerks. Their most lucrative business was selling living merchandise, and I do not mean animals. Please don't say it. Slavery was strictly forbidden in that realm. The queen was very adamant that, well, the vendors had their own set of rules to follow. They caged them all like cattle, mostly women and children, forced to fight like rats for poor little rations they were being given in the damp dungeon they were being held in. The guild preferred the quantity over quality, so they didn't really care about diseases, and they didn't tend the wounds. I think I'm gonna be sick. Sometimes it took weeks to get dead out of the cages, survival of the fittest, or rather, outlasting of the least fortunate. It was simply horrible. If you ask me, all the guild deserved a cruel and slow death, but that wasn't how we operated. Lorden made it very clear from day one. We were never to take a life. That was one of the most important rules. Anyway, we managed to get everyone out. The carriages full of broken people, even the horses kept their head low mourning. The despair in the air was even more poisonous than the stench of the rotting flesh. And all that, we forgot to make ourselves safe, as well. We were caught by the mercenaries who brought us to the torture chamber. Yeah, this gruesome place had even worse room hidden inside. The vendors weren't very patient mood, so they sent their worst torture right away. It was a horror struck. Truly petrified, could barely breathe, Lord didn't say a word, just looked at me, his eyes were relaxed but focused. I realized he wanted me to be calm as well, but I just couldn't. He went first. The torturer strapped Lorden to the chair and started swinging. His fists were like anvils, every hit drew blood, broke bones. In a matter of seconds, Lorden's face looked like a bloody pulp. The only thing poking through was his smile. It was one of the many times I wondered if he was even human. The torturer quickly realized that he needed different tools for such a unique specimen. That's when he grabbed his blades. That's when Lorden started talking. He was making him offers, one after another, but the torturer just kept carving his torso like he was preparing a steak to be grilled. There was so much blood you could taste in your mouth. I wanted to pass out, just run away from it all, but I couldn't. My heart was pounding too fast. That's horrible. Suddenly, the torturer stops, looks at me, and back at Lorden. This is the only thing he said. If you're lying, you're gonna watch me do the same to him. I was about to puke, but Lorden just nodded, so he untied us both and helped us escape. There were more mercenaries on their way, heavily armed. No one stopped us. Even they were just terrified of that guy. We managed to get out in one piece. Well, we managed to get out of there alive. Lorden's wounds wouldn't heal for weeks, and even after that, it was scarred so badly. It looked like he had chainmail stitched into his skin. But we had escaped, and its emissary became one of us. The torturer, it was Sambor, wasn't it? Yes. Let's see, now I understand why Sambor didn't want to tell the truth. It sounds absolutely horrid. To be honest, the nightmares never stopped. How could you want a person like that to be amongst your troop? I think I wanted that cutthroat anywhere near me? I couldn't even wink sleep with him for days. I was constantly watching my back, watching his every move. So, why didn't you blow him off? It's simple. Lorden made a deal with him. Promised him the only thing that mattered to the brute, which was money. A whole lot more than the guild was paying him, and cut from every heist we did. But couldn't you just pay him off or run away? That's not the way Lorden does things. He's a master liar, but when he gave someone his word for real, he never backed down. Besides, as we later found out, Sambor wasn't evil in his nature. He was just a true soldier. He did what was asked of him. Lorden spent hours talking with him, explaining our rules and contract. Sambor never broke any of them, not once. That's incredible. Your lives, I mean. I don't think I'd be able to handle all that. Honestly, I hope you never have to. I've been through a lot, and after all these years, the thing I wish for you the most is to have a boring, steady life. Let's see. Compared to your stories, boring life sounds pleasant. Then, I have a special request for you that will help you achieve that boredom. Sure thing. What do you need? I need you to go to Rual, and find Ida, and get my scythe back from her. That sounds perfectly dull. I'm trying my best. And I do appreciate the care for my lack of adventures. I'm on my way. Oh, there's so much dialogue. That was certainly a thing to open up with. I mean, I don't disagree, but that came out of absolutely nowhere.
In Gustovia, all guests are welcome.
Okay.
How do you do?
Alright, so who are you? What did you want again? Show me your wares.
In the realm.
Oh, right, you needed buckets. And I don't think I had anything to sell you. What? Okay. So I would need to retrieve the scythe. Oh, that's the side quest. That was the side quest where he needs a bucket. We've already missed half the season. So So let's set that as that. So what I'm going to need to do to get that bucket is I'm going to take 2 seconds to run home over here. And we'll see if we have... Isn't there, like, foxes just up the hill here? Yes, there's foxes just up this hill over here that we might go and need to, deal with this. Bear with me for 1 second, chat. Just want to check one thing real quick. Okay. Cool. So just up this hill should be right over this ridge. We can potentially run into foxes. I need to kill 2 more. And I'm not trying to sit here and just farm them because very genuinely, until you get a bow, they're a pain in the butt to deal with. But I happen to be able to go through and snag one real fast in the run by. Not gonna exactly complain. That's the hawk up there. We don't need that. Alright, you're just gonna stand there and let me creep up on you and stab you in the back. I will do it. You do not have survival instincts, do you? Oh, I don't have a knife on me. Just need 1 more stone. Okay. In fact, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to delete that one message. Just because I'd rather not acknowledge their existence. There's someone who spent a lot of time on sheep farms in Australia. Foxes are a pain in the butt no matter what the situation might be. Oh yeah, no, I've heard nightmare stories from people who keep like chickens and all that. They have a reputation for a reason. I hadn't specifically planned to hunt that eagle, but it was literally just walking along the ground as I snuck up on it and didn't seem to even acknowledge my presence. So, just helping the species out, because that one was clearly defective or something. Someone took its, like, survival instinct and just clicked it off real fast. Crimes of opportunity thing. Yep. I thought I heard one. I think we're starting to push too far. Yeah, we're pushed too far. Yeah, because there's probably some down there. They're probably in the brush. And then they scurried off. Yeah, no, there was I know Australia's dealt with a lot of imported invasive species. We have a lot of the same problems here in Florida where people bring in all sorts of animals as pets, then decide that they're a lot of work and release them in the wild. And then we get a new species that starts wiping out all the local ecosystem. Whether it's the pythons, the lionfish, we got so many. It even gets down to plants, too, that we've had all sorts of plants that people are like, I'd like this plant here. I'm just going to bring it and plant it here. What do you mean it's taking over the entire local ecosystem? Florida has that particular problem because we were a tropical-ish peninsula sticking off a temperate area. that it's just kind of one of those things that there wasn't many means for plants that were adapted for the tropics able to naturally move into the area, because they'd have to manage to successfully navigate through a colder climate to then come back down. You know, exceptions apply for stuff like coconuts that can float across the water and travel from, you know, island to island. That's how they got here. That kind of thing. But then when someone introduces a net new plant and just circumvents it, you know, a lot of times those plants had to compete far harder where they were from. Okay. So let's see here. So we can get faster moving when in water, higher alcohol resistance, slows food and water need. I'm going to grab the temperature resistance, because the temperature resistance can make it a lot less obnoxious to deal with a bunch of the temperatures. It was from California that went through planting a heap of Aussie gum trees. A good idea. Don't understand that the trees spread their seeds through fire, and the sap is flammable like oil. Yeah, no, I mean, there's people moving invasive plants into place they ought not to. Is one of those things that is old as time itself. It's apparently got foxes right here as a possibility. I gotta be careful because the wolves are just up the hill from here, though. We'll take a quick peek over here. Way too high. All right. So he comes straight behind it long ways. That does give me the largest target so far as vertical, because the horizontal aim, not been a big issue. It's the height that's been my problem. I'm pretty okay about this. And I shorted it. So where did you go? Did you curve off? Not that I see. Okay, I see another one up there. I guess I gotta be careful going too far up here. There we go. And it's stuck in the fox, so the fox will slowly bleed to death. So that's our second fox sorted. I'm really hoping it stops running up that hill, because again, that's where the wolves are. Alright. That's 2 of the 3 foxes I need. And immediately... Oh, here, we got another point for survival. Sure, so more heat resistance. Because that goes a long way from making it not as much of a hassle to deal with heat. Because then you can get away with not needing to have like 2-3 sets of equipment. Common practice for native peoples to fire the land they migrate on, which would rejuvenate the bush and replenish them. Yeah, no, that's you have all sorts of different reasons people have done controlled burns over the years, whether it's, you know, fire prevention. There's for us, we have pine trees that require fire to grow successfully. They make the pine cones open up so seeds fall out. That kind of thing. We have kind of that same thing with a bunch of that stuff, but part of it is also getting that nutrients into the soil as well. There's just a lot of cases where controlled burns became not so controlled. Alright, let's go up farther here. See if we can't scare that last fox out. Because I saw 2 others, and I don't know where they went. Because one broke off over there somewhere. And the other 2 went up this way, and the one we tagged. I'm too far this way. I need to be over there more. Thought I heard a wolf. Okay, so the fox is that way. Let's scooch up the hill. Thought that rock was a fox there for a moment. Okay. So let's say we can't get this done. We'll get, like, if we're still trying to find one by the time it gets too dark for me to do it, we'll go grab our bucket, keep running that down. Yeah, this is one of the ones, they have a couple of these quests that can be a little rough until you get the right equipment. Yeah, getting pretty close to when I'm going to have to give up because of being too dark. Yeah, so that fox, I almost walked right up on it. And couldn't see it at all. Can't tell if that's a fox or I'm seeing some branches or something where the fox crossed past its branches. Oh, nope, the fox was at the branches. Okay. We're going to gradually just move towards home. Yeah, because I can't see anymore. Trying to stalk along the side here. Alright, I lost track of it. That's fine. Alright, let's get home. It's just too dark for me to hunt. The good news, it looks like I can cross through there, you know, each time going back and forth. So we can have the opportunity to maybe catch one on the go by. Like I said, with the bow and arrow, you get a lot more range. It's a lot more easy to gauge the distance of the arrow. It still drops. But instead of like the spear where it's this big heavy arc, it's a much longer arc. So you don't have to aim quite as far above to try and like drop the spear on them. Still, we only got one more to do. We can go over here. I should already have the materials. We can just make a bucket. Which I want to do anyways, because you want to have enough buckets so that they have water going to each of the houses. Do we actually get a rabbit in the trap? Did you rearm yourself? Yeah, there you go. Alright, well that's free meat and hides. I can live with that. Okay. I need to drop a bunch of stuff off. Now the buckets to make and all that. There's also check to see what the better torches require. We got feathers. We got clay. I got some sickles. The stuff there should go, so I'll bring the stuff there. There's the sticks. Okay, the rest of that are tools or stuff that... I think they'll actually take tools from here as they need them too. So I don't need the sickle right now, so drop the sickle. I got 2 of those that we found. Those will be a later thing. I got a spare stone knife. Alright, we can drop off the mushrooms. Let's also see if I can't make a torch real fast. Okay. And we can drop off all this stuff. Okay, and I'll need a little bit of food for myself. And grab the rye bread. And I'll grab the flatbread. That should cover my food for a while. Then I need to go over to the crafting bench thing that's over here. Alright, and we can go to you. Make a bunch of buckets. Because I'll drop a bunch of these buckets off into storage. That way we have enough buckets to grow our houses more. It'll take one of the buckets with me to deliver back to town. And I'll take care of all those needs. And in the meantime, I'll see if I can't get another house set up. Okay, so we can go over here. Grab the buckets. All but one go over. We've got the one bucket I still need for the quest. Got a torch. Let's check on our management stuff. So management-wise, we've got room for another guy in here. Otherwise, I need to build more. For building more, we can make a simple wattle house. So move up from our simple small wattle house to a nicer wattle house. Survival, we have the herbalist hut to still make, which is worth considering. Like, really worth considering. We've got the farm stand to build and the barn to build. Those are more things I need. Production, I don't need anything there. These, I don't need anything here. Okay. So, we probably need another house. We probably need the farm stand and a bunch of these things. So, what we'll do is we'll try and tuck the farm stand over here. Because it's not very big. So I can get that built. And I can put the barn next to this. But yeah, so all these logs we have now, that's because I have the person doing the logging. But as you can see, even with a full day of logging, they usually only have enough to maybe get one building done. You'll be able to get a lot more people. The one thing I could do is I can go on the logging's quota requirements, whatever you want to call them. And we can go to management for the buildings, extraction. What are you complaining about? No assignments. Edit assignments. Water bucket. Accept assignments. Just max it out on that. Keep that water flowing. Confirm intensity. All right, so for you, go to this. And I want to decrease the priority on sticks to 5%. And we'll put that over here on the logs. And then for you, you need resources and tools. And then for farming, we don't actually have anyone assigned to it, and that's not built yet. Okay. Also, let's check on the woodcutter to see how those tools are doing. Your tools are basically spent. Alright, so let's just go and make some more axes for them. Because later on we'll get better tools that'll last longer, but we're not there yet. Okay, got all those. Okay, so I'm going to need more logs for what we're looking to do. And one of the advantages of having the woodcutters do the tree cutting instead of you is it doesn't actually remove trees from the world. So you don't have like all that mess to deal with. And that's the true with all of the things. Like, if you have, like, an army of hunters, it's not like you have to worry about them over-hunting and then the animals stop being in the area. Whereas you, the player, if you're, you know, just going ham on the animals, you can clear all the animals out of an area, at least temporarily. Okay. We should be able to finish up the farm building here. We'll need straw soon. I can't remember. I think the herbalist might be able to collect straw. Crops management. I don't need to worry about that. I don't have fertilizer to do crops. So go over here. Build, farming, barn. Oh, have I hit my my building limit? Is that what it was just telling me? Okay, so we've hit our building limit, so I can't build anymore. That's fair. So if I want to build anything else, I gotta keep completing the objectives on the top right there. And the building limit, I want to say, gets pretty high over time. Like, properly high. I just don't remember how high it goes. Okay, and we got all that junk out. Okay, so let's go clean ourselves up, drink some water, do all that kind of stuff.
I'm so cold.
Yeah. I forgot I dropped that firewood over there. I didn't have the inventory space for it before. So here, let me just go ahead and do a home invasion real fast and I'm gonna drop some firewood in there for you. While we're waiting in the dark, just grabbing a bunch of random junk off the ground. Not too concerned at all about what specifically I'm picking up. This is mostly, it's dark. I'd like to do a little bit of collecting stuff on the way back and forth. And just about everything in this game you do gives you at least some XP towards something or other, whether it's extracting or survival or whatever. Okay, so we can drop you off. Oh yeah, the mushrooms will need to go up there. We can drop these stones off so I can make more axes if necessary. Oh, I didn't think I dropped off the sticks. Drop the sticks off. Okay, because also the stuff like the nightshade and all that, eventually we'll be able to make potions or poisons and all that as well. Okay. There's more mushrooms. Most of which are probably poisonous. Alright, so we're getting really close to winter. And we're definitely finding out that I can not handle the cold right this second. I was just popping back and forth between being cold and all that again and again.
I should better warm myself up.
Probably okay. Because the good news is while we're getting colder, oh, I'm trying to remember. I think this one actually, when you're cold at all, you slowly drain health. That's right. That's right. So you like slowly die from being cold. Even if it's just a little cold, it's just the speed at which you die. That sucks. Because I have, like, no health left on my bar. Luckily, I can pick up those leaves. And use those, which I totally forgot were a healing item. Yeah, so if I don't do something about that, winter is gonna be pretty rough. So realistically, the way we deal with winter is I need to go by the... Yeah, you can sleep, you can use those things, there's like a healing potion, there's a bunch of ways to deal with that. There's also things to help you with the cold as well. Let's grab these. This is the stuff we use to heal. What's St. John's do? -2 poisoning, so it's like reduces poisoning. Okay, so it looks like we're starting to warm up again, because now I'm not doing anything and I'm not cold anymore. We're just on that fence. Just the thing. Use that to heal. We can drop off those last 2 mushrooms. Should be getting pretty close to day starting to pop up. Okay, so let's see. So the foxes again are over here. It's still pretty dark, but I'm kind of figuring we're going to be moving towards daylight pretty soon. And if I can snag one of these foxes, we can get that done. We'll get the bucket turned in, and then I'll probably beeline over the town where the tailor is. And we're probably going to just need to buy better clothes. Oh, you already have more in you. Good on you. Okay, and right around here is where we can start seeing foxes. Yeah, needless to say, this is still way too dark for hunting. Can I see what time it is? Oh, it's like 2 a.m. It's nowhere near time for that to be. All right, put that away. We're not gonna fuss with the foxes right now. What I'll do here is we can cut in between there and make our way to town to turn in the bucket. And then we can check for a fox on the other side. Alright. And sadly, I don't think you get any XP for just, like, running around. I know that's always a meme in the games that do have, like, an athletics or a sprinting or whatever skill. That, you know, running on the map or just hopping as you move everywhere, just, like, just kind of popping up and down like a kangaroo or whatever everywhere you go to slowly build up your jumping skill. Which is always a fun meme. But I don't believe that applies here. Okay. Yeah, so drop off the bucket. And then, like I said, I think it was the town to the west had the tailor. They might also have the bowyer as well. Because if I can snag myself 2 bows, we can get the recipe for making crappy arrows. I can start making a whole bunch of crappy arrows. And that'll give me options. If I remember correctly with the way the game works, too, I want to say the hunters don't technically use arrows. I don't honestly remember one way or the other. They can craft the arrows and the bows and all that when the materials are there, which is pretty good. Or can they craft it? I can't remember. That might be a separate bench. I might be confusing it. Okay. Alright, so you're inside this house. A fine bucket. Thank you. So that's for, like, haircuts and all that. That's for when we deal with our taxes. That's growing stuff and food. Okay, so I think where we need to go is I don't remember which of these towns over here. It's not this one. Let's mark that town. And start working our way over, because like I said, we're going to have to find a tailor, unfortunately. Also, it's after like 2 a.m. Are you ready to talk some more? Romance. How are you doing, beautiful? Let's see. If you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs, said the homicidal chicken. Yep, how you doing, beautiful?
There's something
all right.
about that fire.
Supposedly there's a hunter who stuffs carcasses with animals he's hunted. He's reported still look alive, just frozen in time. Cool. We'll tell him to joke about the blacksmith. Okay. So I think the next time I'm going to take a shot at trying to romance her. Like, kick off a proper relationship. Because we got her affection up to like 70% by just telling puns. Meanwhile, do we have... We do have a possible spot with foxes over here. It's pretty close to boars. Oh, also I should eat something before we forget. There we go. We'll get to about 100 meters and then I'll slow down and start hunting. Okay, so here's hoping we see a fox pretty early. But I want to work my way over to the west here. Because I want to say it's one of those towns just west of us that has a tailor, and I think there's another one of the Boyer. And that's what we're looking for right now. I gotta be careful here because there's a board just west of here. I'll never gauge that right. Okay, I saw you run to the right. There's a rabbit over there. That's not what we're after. That's a boar up there. Gotta take a peek down towards the shore. And if I don't see one, we'll just keep going. I do look forward to when we've got enough hunting skill that I can use the tracking sense, because it won't only show where the foxes are or where any animal is. It also show like kind of a misty path of where they went. So when you're kind of chasing them, it's way easier to like not lose them in the bushes and all that when they cut through and then just suddenly turn. It's like if they go down those berry bushes, for example. I'm just not going to see him. Okay, well, so let's move on. Got a free plank for me. Okay, so we're going for the next town over. Do we have another opportunity to go after a fox here? I think that's wolves. Yeah, so I'd want to follow this down. They got another spot with fox down there. We saw an axe by the cart. Oh, it may have been the stone axe. Let me double check, because if it's a good one, that's worth considering. Yeah, it's a stone. I'll still grab it. I'm standing right here. There's no reason not to. We can go ahead and eat again. Take a little sippy sip of water. Okay, and get back on our way. Because we're going to need to have better clothes for winter, which is going to cost me. And not a little bit. And like I said, getting the bow. It would be nice to be able to craft our own bow. The problem is I need the linen thread. What is your deal?
How are you?
Nice day for trading, isn't it? Not the best, though. I usually earn most of my money, or most when the wind is coming from the south to the southeast. Actually, there's nothing like a northern wind if you want to haggle. Is that so? Yeah, trust me, and beware the northeast wind. Show me your wares. I can't show you my wares. Why? Because I don't have enough wares to show. But maybe you can show me yours. I'll buy them at very attractive prices. I need very specific amounts though. No more, no less. And I'll accept only one kind of things. That's a lot of rule and they don't seem to make much sense. I make money, not sense. But why do I even bother? Alright, what do you need then? 66 feathers, 7 bronze arrows, 3 oat rolls, and cabbages. I'm afraid I can't sell you anything from your list in the exact amounts. But I can come back later. Yeah, I want to say, like, if you bring them that, he pays extremely well. But it is just, like, a really weird setup there. That's a rabbit. We don't care about that. Alright, so where we're going, we got the moose on the left. Alright, so as long as I don't aggro the moose on the left, we should have a clean shot to another area that has foxes. That's approaching the town we're looking at going to. I should also check the journal real fast to make sure there's no other quests I can knock out while we're here. Oh, that's from Ida. And Ida is the wrong way. Yeah, you're like straight east of here. Like straight east of here. Alright, that's fine. We'll worry about that later. Right now we cut across. We see if we can't snag a fox real quick. And then see about sorting our clothes out. Maybe get the bow. Because we can get enough of the levels or whatever it is to... Alright, we can get enough levels towards being able to, Where's our herd chat? To being able to build our own, like, tailoring thing. Then I can, in the future, make my own stuff. And it can be a very lucrative thing to, tailor up your own clothes. Because you can sell the extras for a bunch of money. I remember there's a whole, like, cheesy strat back in the day. I don't know if it still works, where you would just... I can't remember if it was, like, stone knives. There was something you could make a lot of really easily. And you could sell, and they paid relatively okay. Okay, you're just a deer. That's a badger. Where's the foxes located? Okay, the foxes should be past the badgers. Part of me just wants to go through these habitats where, like, the foxes are and all that. And just go raw deforestation on them. So that way the foxes have nowhere to hide. The good news with these story quests, once you do it once, you don't have to worry about it more. mean, it was a bold throw. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the fox creeping up on me till it was already alerted. Oh, yeah, we don't want to keep going that way. That's straight into boar territory. So I could set my marker over there. It's all this brush you can't see through. The bigger animals aren't a problem because they just walk over it. Okay, I see the fox right down there. Gonna try and sneak up around behind it, so I can hopefully get the entire length to aim at. Come on, come on. I lost track of my spear that I threw. I knew it was taking... Oh, there we go. Let's say I knew I was taking a chance chasing it after throwing the spear. Why are you playing danger music? I don't know what your problem is. I'm just trying to stay alive here, and you got a badger harassing me. Okay, we did gain a point in hunting, so let's see what we finally can do with that. Okay, 5 more experience gained from hunting activities, steadier aim with ranged weapons, less noise while sneaking. I should go for the sneaking, but I'm going to grab the hunting XP. Alright, so let's get that copper spear back in our bar. Alright, where am I relative to the fox area? Just north of it. Okay, so we'll take another peek here. We don't want to stay too long. There's definitely the sneaking part is going to be important. The steadier aim part can also be a big deal. Think I heard a fox over this way? Oh, I was going to say, it didn't sound like it was that far. I just couldn't get an eye on it. Part of it is when they run so far. And I'll make an attempt on this one. And then we'll just go on to the town if we don't get it here in a minute. You can just lose so much of a day trying to catch these things because they're so skittish. Ah, you're right there. Because I do want to make sure to get at least the clothes before it gets cold. Otherwise, traveling gets really annoying. Because your character just complains about being cold the whole time, and you have to, like, duck into places, hold out a torch constantly. Okay. I think I'm hearing the boar. Yeah, we're like right on the boar's territory. Oh, you were right there, you stinker. Yeah, unfortunately, when you start getting winded, your aim goes everywhere, so it's so hard to line up a shot. What's the best way of making money? Oh, I have no idea. I never worry about min-maxing kind of stuff. Couple more seconds. Yeah, so you can see they're faster than you, so you have to get them caught up on trees if you're going to chase. Which you can't do reliably because of the way they path. Once in a while you get that. If you get lucky and there's like a big ridge or something going in their area, you can do a lot with that, because then they get stuck up on the ridge and it gives you a chance to slap them with a spear or whatever. Lost him. I hear him. Or I heard him. Yeah, once you gain a couple levels, it's way easier. What I probably need to do is just hunt deer for a while till I gain some levels. Wait, where, oh, there you are. Wolves are so rough. Just 2 hits and it's over. It's fine. We'll work our way over there. Let's see. Played this, the small bag spam still the best way to make it? Oh, I have no idea. Like I said, I don't remember what the rules were. Like, you could do the bag spam. People would do like the thing where they'd spam stone knives. It was anything that made you a little bit of money, you just craft a crap ton of it. I never found money to be that difficult of a problem for me personally. It was just one of those things, like, as long as you have something going, Okay, so it literally brought me back to this point. We'll cut across here before they're all alerted, all the fox. Because, yeah, we got that spot down there, where the boar are over here. Like, the boar... Crow startled me. The boar would be the one that you can reliably get to show up, but it's like the wolf. You really got to put a decent amount of damage into them quick, or they do catch up to you. And once they're on top of you, until you have armor, they just wreck your day. Once you have armor, it's not so bad. You can actually kind of fight them in melee. But till that point, it only takes 2 or 3 hits for them to do you in. Oh, come on. That wasn't even close. Okay, so went down to those trees down there. And it might keep slinking. I really cannot wait to get the bow. Okay, lost you around here. Alright, well, let's get to, keep heading west. Okay, next spot's there. Just need to avoid the moose. Alright, so like I said, I think what's going to end up happening is before I'm going to be able to hunt stuff like the fox reliably, I'll have to have some levels in hunting where, 1, I'll need a bow, and then 2, be able to sneak a little bit better. Hello, random guy. We already talked to you previously, and you said you want a whole bunch of stuff that isn't remotely things I'm going to find. So I'm just going to ignore you and move on. Oh, right. I still need to drink the water. Yeah, so that's one of the things I probably just need to hunt deer for a while. Oh, hey. Sure. I'll take some free beetroot. And birch seeds. Probably take the reeds too, but I don't really want to lug them along. We'll need to eat real fast. Okay. But it can also be a tactic on some of these places where you have like all the reeds over there to put a storage place way out here. Because your storage buildings do share their inventory. So you just plunk it down out here, collect all the reeds here, then fast travel back. Or not even fast travel, just go back to your base, and now you have all the reeds at your base. Alright. I can also see just taking my chances with a boar, just backing off and trying to engage it. Which will be me throwing the copper spear. Make sure I'm not cutting through wolves or anything. Yeah, we're fine. Me like trying to peg one of the copper spear, and then just hoping I could finish the job with the iron spear up close. Okay. Because I just need the one more, and then this chapter into the wilderness drops off our list. It eventually will ask me to do stuff like hunt bear and all that, and at that point you really do need a proper bow and all that. Or the Wizened. I'm trying to move at diagonals mostly so if one's like right behind a tree. That's a deer. Mostly so if like one's like right behind a tree. I can get a look at where it is before I'm right on top of it. It's not just like a reflex shot. Well, I hit it and I heard it. I didn't finish it though, and it's not bleeding. Okay. If I had expected that, I could have taken the chance on that. Where did you go? It's for those who didn't see, up there you are. They will leash, that they won't leave their area. Like it'll like, you can literally get them like up against the edge and they'll circle. It's just they're fast enough that they can just keep running ahead of you. Unless again you find like an animal whose territory is like right up against the cliff, so it goes to go to the cliff and it can't really cross it, so it get kind of stuck on it. There's the badger. But where did the fox go? I think the fox may have cut to the side and I didn't see it. It's another deer. Yeah, that fox probably cut to the side and I didn't see it and looped back behind me to get back into their territory. Alright. Give one more crack at a fox here. They'll move on. Because I can't wait too long. Or I'll miss the chance to get the clothing I need to survive the winter. Which if I do miss on the clothing, it's not the end of the world. It just means I gotta beeline straight over and use torches to keep myself warm until I reach the place. Am I getting too close to the edge of your territory? Yeah. There's a fox now. Lost him into this bushes. Oh, there you are over there on the left. Okay. Finally. There, right through your head. All right. And we gained a level in hunting. That'll be that same level in hunting that I lost when we died to the wolves. Alright, so let's go to the hunting. Give me my faster XP. Yeah, so the next level we get, I can get where we can track animals. I'm going to go ahead and just as a precaution, I'm going to quick save. So I don't have to do that again. And then from here, let's just get to town, get our clothes, do all that stuff. The farming's not going to happen much because I'm going to not be able to grow anything because we're on the last day of fall. And I don't believe there were any winter crops. I don't remember, actually. There might be some root crop I'm forgetting. Either way, the big thing now is to try and get our stuff that we can. I need some clothing for the cold, and getting a bow would be nice. It'd also be good if I could get a person here. Yeah, so there's the tailor. If I get a person here to fill that last spot in town.
How can I help you?
Alright. Small talk. Let's see. Can you tell me about your skills? You get along with other people, they seem to follow your strangest ideas, and I use that to my advantage. Is there anything that gives you a hard time? Field work makes me insane. Doesn't matter how hard I try, I cannot follow when different seeds are being planted. It's a nightmare. You're not actually what I need, but welcome to the place. So let's go ahead and go to management. So we've got you. There, you're not the one who needs a home. You. Assign home. There you go. Assign. Empty assignments. So you actually... You said that fieldworks gives you trouble, but genuinely, you're pretty good at most of the stuff we have here. So I could put you on production and queue up some things there. I could also assign you to field work and just tell you to deal with it. That seems like an appropriate thing. I could put you on hunting as well to help with that. We'll put you on that. We need to go to our production, so workshop, recipes, edit assignments. Okay. So right now, I could have them craft buckets. That's probably an utter and complete waste of my time. And genuinely, I'm looking at that, and I've changed my mind about you working here, because that's honestly probably a terrible place for you to be. So let's take you again. Workshop. The only other place I can put you right now is on the hunting lodge. I think you'll take over for her. Or for him. And we don't have literally anyone who's good at farming. But for right now, I will assign you to that anyways. What? Even though I don't have anything that you need for doing that. And we've got to get that sorted out. Okay, so before I forget, let's get her clothing. Because I always going to freeze to death in the winter.
How is life treating you?
Show me your wares. Let's see here. So, do I have anything I'm going to specifically sell? Not really. So we can get the linen thread for crafting, but as you can see, that ends up being pretty expensive. What I'm going to need is the winter cap. I'll need one of those. Winter clothes, one of those. Winter collar, one of those. Winter shoes, one of those. Winter braces, one of those. And winter trousers, one of those. Ow. And a small, simple backpack, one of those.
Have a nice...
Okay, so let's look at our inventory stuff. Yeah, so you go there, and I forgot. Oh, right, the pouch is a separate thing. Hey, get back over here. Show me your wares. So I can also go here and get a simple pouch.
Goodbye.
Because those simple pouches and all that give me more inventory space as well. Okay, so with that, I can now carry 48 kilograms before we start getting overweight at all, which is up from the 35 we started at. So that's all good news. And we spent a lot of money. Like a
How can I
pretty
help you?
unreasonable amount of money.
My wares never
If
disappoint.
I want to make...
Have a nice...
If I want to make... Where's that at? Hunting. Alright. It's, I think... We'll just buy a bow. Okay, so we got the tailor. That's all sorted. Right. So the next town over to check. So we can drop down to this town. I haven't been there. We can go up here to this town. Because what I'm on is I'm like a quest to get... I mean, if I get the linen thread from her, it's probably cheaper. Oh, but then I gotta buy the recipe. Okay, yeah, so go over here. We're gonna try and make our way over to the next town over for the purpose of getting the materials to being able to make bows and arrows. Not make, to have a bow and arrow. Because then what I can do once I've got that squared away, I can start working on trying to expand stuff there. I also think... gonna murder some animals along the way. And I'm not gonna be particularly fussed about which animals they are. Because this way we can get ourselves some meat. We can get some hunting XP. We just broke our stone knife. I can also go here and put my copper spear back on the bar. Okay, so I need a couple of stones. Now I can go up here, make ourselves another knife. So I'll make sure we have food for everyone. Getting that hunting XP. We'll have furs and hides and all that kind of stuff for whenever we do get the buildings we need for more stuff. Some more flax stalks. Okay. Oh, we've got...
You mess with fire, and you'll get burned.
Okay, we got a couple of bucks. And all that off of him. Let's go ahead and grab our copper spear and put that in our bar. Because the other one's an archer. So I don't have that much life here.
You.
Hey, I got my bow. A really bad bow, but a bow. Don't you love it when you get a free bow? That was even better than buying one. There's a bunch of good arrows and some apples. And more money. And wine. And a really nice shovel. Iron bars. They just have the beds there. Hey, I liked that. They had some money hidden in the pile of leaves. Sorry, rabbit. You're made of meat. And I get hunting XP for it. So you know, I'm being gainfully rewarded for violence. Yeah, it's still not as bad as the long dark when you catch the rabbits and you grab the rabbit, like look it in the eyes and then go. It's like, it's so needless. Why must I pick up the adorable rabbit and then snap its neck? Okay, but all that's hunting XP, which is why we're doing it. Get her furs, get her hunting XP, get her meat. That's the only way I'm going to get to the point of being in a better situation for when we have to go after bear and all that.
King resigned from the throne? Or
Never played Long Dark, but you mean to tell me you could satisfying neck sound? Yeah, no, it's in the Long Dark, the way you get rabbits is you get like little pebbles and you like sling it at the rabbit and it knocks it unconscious for just like a couple of seconds. And so you run up and you grab it and then like your character holds it like facing him. And then when you hit the button, your character just goes and it makes a little crack noise and then the rabbit makes a little yelp. And it's like, what? Why? Why has it got to be so visceral? Okay, so there's no missions here. Are you an herbalist? Is that what I understand you're doing here?
I hope you like it here, newcomer.
Okay, yeah, so you're an herbalist. You sell... Actually, you got some interesting stuff. You got poisoned arrows and all that. Still... Yeah, you gotta look your kill in the eyes. Yeah, no, it's almost like it's not, like, problematic or anything like that. But it's definitely one of those ones you're looking at, it's like, this is pretty hardcore. We'll go and give you the dandelions. The iron bars I'm gonna keep, but that weight is gonna be a problem. Is there anything here else? Oh yeah, the wicker basket, take that, I don't want it. We gotta close the switch into. So we're gonna be slightly overburdened. Honestly, take those birch seeds.
See you around.
Oh, hey. Oh, that's one of the seasonal missions. Yeah, we're not going to do the seasonal mission because my season's almost over. Okay, so we don't have a bowyer up here. We start cutting back over this way. So I'm kind of doing this partly to explore, partly to try and get the bow. Because I'm fully expecting to get kicked back home here when the day ends anyways. So I'm hunting, I'm collecting materials, exploring to see what animals and whatever stuff we can find, popping by the different towns. Because you'll have the missions like those that are kind of like off-white. And those are ones that are seasonal that if you don't do it that season, it, you know, fails or whatever. So since we're on the last day of the last season, it's not really worth me grabbing any of those because the likelihood of me getting that wrapped up in time is pretty slim. That's fine. It's okay. Sure, your daughter still isn't completely over you nicknaming one of the pet rabbits we had lunch and the other one Snack Pack. Mind you, I still have a photo of Snack Pack stuck in my PC monitor. He was a beautiful fellow. Fit in the palm of your hand. What's in your belly while you game? Yeah. There's definitely silly stuff you can do with all that. Alright, so we've got a person who sells animals here. That seems to be the only worthwhile thing in this town. Let's go ahead and move right on over to the next town. Yes, this town seems to be where we get horses. So you had 2 pot-bellied pigs, your mom named them Pork Chop and Bacon. Because that's what they were supposed to become. Yep. And then probably had them for a while. And then maybe that didn't happen, or maybe it did. Really depends on the situation. Okay, it's more rabbits and badgers and such. Because I definitely know a number of people who are like, I'm gonna get this animal, that way I can, you know, get your own food. And then grew attached. Something, something, don't name your food. Okay, so you look like you're just gonna sell planks and all that.
Welcome, stranger.
Yep. You just sell that kind of stuff.
Take her.
There we go. Taylor up here. Alright, so just doing a quick circuit. Learning a bunch of the animals in the area. I'm honestly surprised I'm getting through this many towns before it getting too far in the day. Is that enough of a stream that I can get a sip from? Yep. All right. So we got a person who sells goats. We have another herbalist here. Okay. So that means down here would be where the archer is. That clearly it's not up here anywhere. So that's unfortunate. We might be able to get down that way if I just hustle for it. I'm just gonna mark that. We're gonna hunt along the way. We'll focus on that. Just because, one, it's pretty unrealistic I'm gonna reach that area by the time we need to sleep or whatever, or by the time the season's over. Just trying to watch for wildlife. Other than stuff like crows and small birds and all that, which is not worth wasting a spear on. Okay. It'd also be nice when we get to the point that my stamina goes farther. Because you want to kind of instinctively burn the stamina the whole way down, but you really don't want it to drop too much below half because one, like you get the whole thing where the vision starts fading smaller, and then just in the off chance you start running up and you bump into a wolf or something else, if you completely deplete your stamina, you can't really fight them. Let's see, Karma may have gotten you too. You took the current rabbit as a rescue, and the thing bit you twice. Last time down to the bone on your thumb. Yeek. There's a lot of animals that people underestimate just how ridiculously strong their bite can be. Like, that's one of the things, to my understanding, is so frightening about pigs, is that like they have a really, really strong bite. So they can hurt you real bad if you do kind of piss it off to the point it bites you. I'm pretty sure we already talked to the person we've been romancing today, but we'll see.
How is life treating you?
Romance. Everything's going beautiful. Alright, yeah, no, we already talked to her today.
Have a nice day.
So we cannot proceed farther along that route. Okay, so sunlight's fading fast as this time, but we have made it halfway down to one of these towns down here. I think the town I'm going to is actually the blacksmithing town, if memory serves, but memory's also super unreliable. Yeah, nothing dangerous we see along here. Alright. Plus, you can also potentially score bandits. And one of those bandits did give me a bow. The bow's mostly broken. I think realistically what I'm going to do with that bow is I'm going to toss it to the hunters to actually use for hunting. Okay. And we're at the point, darkness-wise, where hunting is not going to work. You got hawks and rabbits and all that. Yeah, so I should be able to get down here to at least figure out what's down here. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the bowyer or something like that. Okay, moose. Moose is what side? Moose is to my left. Okay, Wizen's which side? Wizen's to my right. That's deer right here. Okay, I've got like a health point left, singular. So let's go ahead and just hit all of those. Because otherwise the temperature will dip for just a second and I will die to it. Let's see, yeah, rabbit's claws are actually extremely sharp too. It took a long time before lunch was comfortable being picked up for anyone other than your wife. Would happily come for you for pets to be brushed, but made the mistake of picking him up when he wasn't comfortable with it yet. Opened up your palm with his claws. Yeah. Yep. They do burrow. That takes quite a bit to do. Alright. The wolves are on that side. found the road again. We're honestly very close to this town. Alright. Yep, so you got the people on the outside. You got a person who sells food.
I'm fed up with
Horses.
always complaining.
Sewing and...
It's nice to meet you. Only the best product.
Alright. Okay, so you actually do sell a bow. It's pricey, but I'm willing to pay that once. So I'll buy a bow, singular. And then he's got a bunch of stuff like ingots and all that. A toy sword.
See you around.
And I'm assuming the person over here
I hope you like it. Can I
sells
interest you in some
ore.
of my wares?
Yes, you do.
Here, newcomer. Have a good day.
Yes, this is the mining town. Though I'm not sure exactly where it is. If we wander around here somewhere, there'll be a, the mine to go into. There's all the ore right over there. Not that it matters, it's so dark I'm not going to be able to do anything anyways. And if we were to keep going south, get this branch that goes along the hillside over here. And if you try to leave the map, you'll go up to the edge, you'll be like, I still have things to do here, I don't have a reason to leave. I don't remember the exact words. But basically it does the thing where you get towards the edge of the map, it's like, no, you're not allowed to leave. And we got wolves down there. Definitely don't need to mess with wolves in the dark. Okay, so maybe what I do is let's cross on down towards this water. Because we might be able to find reeds. I know I'm low on those. So I could just grab reeds while we're over here. All right. So we got that. Now, some of these areas are where we'll start seeing... Alright, we got Wizen. Wizen are dangerous. Okay, so Wizen's over there, so let's just cut straight to the water. Okay, I was not expecting chunks of rock everywhere. I was kind of hoping for reeds, but that's okay. Just the way that thing loads up, it always looks like it double loads, like you might have missed something. It makes me paranoid it's going to be like bear. Oh wait, never mind, roach, which is a fish. And that's an actual bear. Yep, so we got bear up here in those hills. We are going to avoid that for now. Because very genuinely, bears are probably the most dangerous animal on the map. Where even if you got like a proper bow with good arrows and all that, they can still be pretty rough to deal with. got boar. Yeah, so unfortunately, no reeds here. Okay, so if we take this... Okay. I was going to say, we take the river up here, we could avoid the boar and the wizened, but apparently there's more of them up there. So what I'm learning is, until you're equipped enough to take on some bigger animals, this place sucks. Hey, Kim, how's it going? Now, when you do have stuff for taking on bigger animals, if that's what you want to do, got plenty to offer you. Now, granted, what I'm doing at the moment, I'm also trying to avoid hunting right now, just for the fact that if I were to start hunting, I'd have to throw my spears realistically, and we're getting right to that point where it's going to switch seasons. In fact, I'm deliberately grabbing everything I can off the ground right now. One, for a little bit of XP, and two, I can push my way and let the season change fast travel me home. It does look like there's no shortage of rocks down here. All right. I also believe when the season changes, you get your hunger and thirst done.
I need more clothes or some fire.
All right, so we're cold, but we already prepared for this. That's what we spent all that money on. Get ourselves all bundled up. So our proper winter wear. Meanwhile, we can go and take our basic shirt, shorts, trousers. All of that we're gonna ditch here. Okay. So, we did get one bow that was pretty badly worn out. We got one bow that's in relatively good shape. So the worn out bow, that's going to go for our hunters to actually be able to hunt. I'll put the bronze sickle here for right now. The flax stock can go there for right now. The fur can go here. The iron bars can go there. The plank. The sticks, the stones. The sickle. Okay, so I got all that. Meanwhile, I need to go over to the other place to drop off all the food stuff. Okay, so for the food stuff, there's the apples, the beetroot, the raw meat. I'll keep that roasted meat on me for right now. And I think we're good there. Okay. So now let's go over to the hunting lodge and make arrows. Alright, so I'm going to need the arrow recipe so I can make wooden arrows that are terrible. I can make stone arrows that are significantly better. So we're going to go ahead and get that. It's a nice cheap recipe. And I'm going to go and say, hey, make me a nice big old stack of arrows. We will eventually get a person who can mine as well to collect stone and ore and all that. But that's farther along as we continue to build. I should check to see if I'm allowed to make more buildings yet. because that's what the last thing that held us up was. Cool, so we can make the kitchen now. Alright. So if we check on our management stuff, we are still restricted to 10 buildings. Fair enough. So let's go here to handicrafting. Wooden hoe to satisfy our objective there. Alright. So unfortunately, I won't be able to complete the farming objective till spring. If that. So I need to grab that hoe. And we're going to hoe the ground real fast just to get it out of our inventory. And get our point in farming. Okay. Because you have to do this and fertilize, and then you're allowed to plant stuff. And you just can't shortcut it. So it's telling me about animal husbandry, which I am nowhere near ready for. But as you can see, we keep unlocking new buildings and all that. Unfortunately, I'm being kind of restricted by the main story quests. That can kind of only go so fast. Alright. So let's see here on what we can work on now. So checking our technology. So technology is one of the things that you can do some good stuff here. So you'll notice we got decorations we don't care about. I've got all these things. The chest can be nice, but mostly don't care about this. Most of the stuff here I don't care about. So we can go to the survival. And this is where we start getting some more interesting things. Like I can make the bow now. I can make a wooden campfire. I can make... Alright, that's an aesthetic. That's right. But I can make the bows. I can make the arrows. I can make bird traps. You can get all that kind of stuff. When we get the herbalist place, we can make a bunch of potions that we can unlock. The farming stuff, I can potentially get stuff like animal feed happening and all that. But we're not quite there yet. The flour will be an important one when you can actually grow stuff. It's old daub. This one we can get all these crafting things that don't matter too much. This is where one of the big money makers is your kitchen. With your kitchen, once you start getting food as a reliable resource, it ends up being a whole big thing. I think for Chapter 5, it just wants me to buy... I think it just wants me to buy stuff. Okay, so let's check on these missions. So we've got Alwyn's story. We've got the thing with the scythe. And then just getting our seeds. So... you just start running that down, because there's not a whole lot for me to do at town. Until I unlock another, like, tier or whatever, we are restricted. One thing I should do is inventory, put the bow on my bar, and then for right now, I made way more stone arrows than I realized. Alright. We are going to use the copper spear for right now, until it's broken. At which point, then I'll probably start using the bow. And keeping the other stuff for backup. Okay. Yeah, you really can't get very close to these animals before they spook. Okay, shorted it. Alright, what do we have ahead of us as far as animals go? If I take a left, it's wolves, so let's not go left. Because we will get objectives where it'll be like, oh, wolves are harassing my crop, please kill wolves. And then I'll kind of really need to do that. But hopefully by then we'll actually have some type of armor and a bit better weapons and all that. Granted, the Iron Spear is not actually that bad. All things considered. Okay. All right. It does amuse me with like the alerts being when you finish stuff because, you know, subs renew. Even though the people don't broadcast it, it still counts. So it'll be like, oh, okay, we finished the thing. Cool. But the fact that it announces even if no one announced the sub, they've done. Regardless, whoever did that, thank you. Yeah, so where they did make it where previously... Previously, you got less XP for melee kills for hunting versus range. My understanding with this update is like we don't really care how you kill the animal. If you kill it, you get the XP. And they also boosted the XP for hunting.
Thank you Dipl0Mancer for subscribing for 5 months.
And thank you, Diplomancer, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get well as a month and you used it here. So I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, and so thank you so much for that. Oh, hey. Play. Okay. Yeah, and as well as things... Oh, yeah, so like right here, you notice where I killed those badgers, it grayed it out. That basically means for the season I've wiped out the badgers there. So it's the thing you can do where if you've got wolves nearby and they harass you, you could just take a day to wipe out the wolf den and not deal with the wolves for like a whole season. Now granted, with 3-day seasons, that may not be the best use of your time. Because just unfortunately, it's going to take you the better part of a day to do that. And so, you whole thing. Hot take, you're not against the extinction of badgers. I do know there's a lot of people who are not big fans of badgers. I don't have a strong opinion on them. Hello, Eater. I'm here about Unagos Scythe. Take a hike, kid. I won it fair and square. Won? Ha! The little snake didn't even tell you about that? That figures. I don't know what you mean. He only wanted me to get his scythe back. It's my scythe now. Okay, relax. What can I do to get your scythe then? You can buy it from me, of course. Or we could play for it. What's the game? The same thing that made Unagos lose all of his money and a scythe. The game of riddles. How is it played? Simple. I tell you 3 riddles. You must answer them all correctly. One mistake, the game is over. You win, you get the scythe. And if I lose, I'll go easy on you this time. If you lose, you won't owe me anything. You just forfeit the chance of getting the scythe for free. Okay, hit me with the riddles. First one. What disappeared the second you say its name? Silence. Correct. Ready for the next one? Here it is. Feed me, and I live. Yet give me a drink, and I die. What am I? Fire. Oh, you're good. Better than Mr. Big Castellan already. But can you get the final one? Listen. I can fly, but I have no wings. I can cry, but I have no eyes. Wherever I go, darkness follows. What am I? Let's see. You can fly, but you have no wings, so a cloud will fly. You can cry, but you have no eyes, because it rains. And you always cast a shadow. A cloud. Dang, you're sharp. Congratulations, you win the old man's crappy scythe. It doesn't get much better than that. Thank you for the game. I had fun. Take care. Alright. Now I have, like I said, I've done this before. It's been a while, but most of those riddles are one you hear repeated many times. So, like, if you watched cartoons in the 80s and 90s, you probably heard every single one of those riddles. That it'd be something like Batman with the Riddler, and he would give one of those, and, you know, they'd have Batman ponder over it for a minute and be like, oh, well, it's clearly this. Like, I remember, I can't remember, there's also one for, like, the mouth of a river. That was a common one that came up all the time, that, like, it has branches, it has a whole bunch of stuff, what is it? And it'd be, like, the mouth of a river, or fork of a river, or whatever. You gotten this rich in this game by selling hits? Yeah, that's, people are saying what's the best way to make money early game? It's like, man, I don't remember. What I do remember is money is not that hard to come by once you get producing literally anything. Romance. How are you doing, beautiful? Let's see. What is death? Is it the end? Is it the beginning? Can there be beauty in it? Should I bring it should it bring sadness? Or maybe reflection? The only thing we're certain about it is inevitable. That is the finest dress I've seen in my whole life. I could listen to your voice for hours. Do you sing? I think all of these are terrible. Okay, well, she generally liked the compliment about her voice. Let's see.
There's something here.
And we're going to say, I've never felt love like this before, and it scares me. I'd rather spend my whole life living in fear than draw another more breath without you as my wife. You know what? I really like you, silly, but I'm not sure we're there yet. Okay, so it does require affection of 100. Let's see. Your smile is more warming than a campfire itself. Too bad I can't fry food as well, am I right? So apparently, over the last couple of days, we've decided we're only laying it on as thick as possible. A scribe I met during my travels told me how they'd prepare their ink for writing. I was always wondering about that. Apparently, they're using gall nuts from oak trees. Random fact, I guess. You're the first thing I think about when I wake up. You're one of the smartest people I've met. Oh, she liked being called smart. Me think, why waste the time to say a lot word when few word do trick? Okay, she took it positively, but then she's like, nah, I don't agree. I'll go from death to a nice dress. The options are wild. Yeah, and like some of them you're like, okay, man. You can do better than this. Your flirt game is not strong. Hey, Unagast, I've got your scythe. Splendid. Were there any troubles? Not at all. Good lad, I have news. Sombor is looking for you. For me, are you sure?
There was a man in
I've been told he asked you, the one with the funny eyes and the stupid face. I see. Okay then. I won't prolong this humiliation, and we'll go find him. Alright, so I'm not going to deal with that right now, because I know you're here as well to deal with. And we got a bunch of random mini quests here we can also do for cash and reputation.
We'll work for food and water.
Better buy a gift soon for the wifey. I want to say in the game you don't even have to give them stuff until you're married. And then every once in a while they'll be like, hey, can you grab a thing? Can I help you with something? Listen, I need some crafting materials. Would you get them for me? Sure, give me a list. Okay, and we can go over here to you.
How can I help you?
Can I help you with something? I lost my bucket and I need it for... Dude, I got you one last season. Look, man. I like bucket. Owen, you're farming in the winter, friend. Hey, Owen, what's new? You look different. I've been thinking a lot about what I'm going to do with my life and what I truly desire. And I want to try something new. I would like to learn how to shoot a bow. That sounds like a very serious life... I don't think that does sound like a serious life decision. I think that sounds like a, hey, I have a mild interest, and I would like to explore it to see if it's more than just a mild interest. And even if it stays as a hobby, I guess that's fine too. That's like going, I would like to learn what a pog is. For me it is. Would you help me find a hunter who sells bows? I don't know what awaits me along the trail, and clearly you know how to survive on the road. An unexpected journey? Count me in. Great, lead the way. We can ask Falbor where a hunter exactly resides. Let's go then. Well, I didn't really want to go right this second, but I guess we're doing this, so sure. Serious decision. What's next? Getting a potted plant? Whoa, that is a level of commitment I don't think Alwyn's ready to take. A potted plant? So, like, not even one where rain can kind of help you out that you have to water yourself? Unless it's like a succulent, I guess, at which point, I guess, proceed. But a potted plant, you gotta water that thing at least depending on the plant, like once every 3 days. Give or take, depending on a lot of circumstances and what plant it is and the type of soil and the whole mess of things. But you know, that's more than once a week commitment. Alright. So we're gonna go over here, and then they're gonna be like, hey, this person is on the other side of everywhere in the map. And Alwyn's gonna be like, yo, I can't go that far. I got work to do. Welcome. Hello, some time ago you mentioned a certain hunter who had bows to sell. Could you please tell us where we can find him? Yeah, however, it's not a him but a her. The hunter's name is Gazella. She lives far to the west of the village in Lesnica. Thank you. Let's move on. Take care in the forest roads, I warn you though. Gazella has quite the temper. We'll watch her backs. Thank you for the advice. Alwyn, you either need to be in or out, friend. In or out. Well, I wanted to source those resources real fast. There wasn't any quests I can grab over here, right? No, there's not. I wanted to grab those resources real quick so I can knock out those little quests, but I guess we're going on an adventure. Which I'm a little concerned I don't have my adventure line. I'm not sure we'll be able to properly follow this adventure without the Stanley Parable adventure line. I also appreciate that the snow is everywhere except the paths, which are apparently so walked that even the snow can't handle it. Like, between snows, this would be reasonable. But I would imagine this gets covered and the path becomes meaningless quite often. Alright, so where are you? Oh, you are way down there. Okay. So we're going to be cutting through Denica or whatever it is, and then moving our way farther down. So it seems like the farm, I believe I need to buy those things. The fertilizer, the carrot seeds, the wheat grain, and all that. I'm not going to be able to plant them this season because it's heckin' snow, man. You keeping up over there? All right. So just keep on jogging. So we gotta go on this journey all the way down here. You can plant cabbage and onions? Gotcha. That's probably the reason they have the carrots that they chose. I'm willing to bet it's like between the cabbage and the carrots and the wheat. They probably make it so no matter what season you're in, you can plant something to continue the quest. Because I feel like it was different before. Oh no, I'm thinking of the big story thing with the guy to the northeast. Is that it makes a whole big deal about ordering a bunch of stuff. That's right, I stole the sticks off the snowman. What you gonna do? I knew it was safe because he didn't have a cap on his head, so I don't have to worry about coming to life after me. Hello, ruined camp in the woods. Ooh, an iron axe. Love to see it. Grab the firewood while I'm here. That puts me overburdened, so I probably shouldn't keep it. A free bow at really high percentage. Alright, so let's clear out some inventory, because that's more than I bargained for. So wait. The firewood I don't really need. Bow arrows? Oh, did I miss the arrows? Bronze arrows at that. And iron arrows. Please stop sneezing. Okay, so we're slightly overburdened. But not so bad it's really impacting anything. Cudgel, got some iron. I'm not going to grab that. That stuff's really heavy. Iron's good, but I don't want to lug it with me is kind of the big point there. Okay. But yeah, so it's honestly worth it to make sure you take a, Oh, those are links, that's fine. I was like, what animal am I seeing? It's honestly worth it to take a tour around the roads and see what you can find. Just because you can get lucky like that. And just score, you know, a bow and all that. I'm willing to bet you could just run around, loot those little ruins, and probably keep your taxes paid with all that. Look, if the snowman didn't want to be robbed, he would have fought back.
A newcomer. Hello there.
Can you help? I need help. Last night there was a terrible storm destroyed our house. Could you please gather some resources to rebuild it? I'll pay a great reward. Alright, I'll help you. Maybe. Like everyone just hanging out right there. Alright, so this is still not the town I am looking for. And I'm trying to figure out my way out of this place. That'll work. Alright. So if I cut straight across there, then I have to contend with wolves. So let's go a little bit wide of that. And whatnot. And honestly, by the time I get there, I'm probably going to smell something fierce with the massive amounts of BO. Because we are getting gross. Properly ripened. Okay, so let's run over to the water. We could take a little dippy dip into the water. to unstinkify ourselves. Could we eat a bite to lower overweight? Also, you can. Usually the food doesn't really weigh that much. It's not really a great... Is this all the deeper this water is? I need... There we go. There you go. Stop sneezing and cover your nose, man. You just follow me around sneezing on my back. It's gross. Yeah, no, usually during the winter it's a good time for a lot of the hunting you can do in the game because the animals stand out really well. So they're much easier to deal with. Got stone pickaxe. Not really something I need, and it's kind of heavy. But it wasn't bolted down, so, you know, there's really no expectation that I wouldn't take it. I also love that we're running down here to buy a bow. We found a perfectly good bow along the way. I already had a good bow on me. So we're just getting more and more bows and all that. Which will be nice. Like I said, once we break our spear here. Oh. Sorry, rabbit. Give me a moment. I'll make it so your death wasn't a complete and utter waste. Alright. You were just conveniently in the way, and so I figured I might as well hunt you. Alright. Yeah, so there's a good chance in, like, the next in-game day, maybe two, we could probably get married. And that'll be good to get that sorted. Yeah, so we got a mining place, we got the forge. Hello, my friend. Alwyn would like to buy a bow from you. Did your friend lose his tongue? No, of course not. I'm just more of a talker. You both get on my nerves instantly. You're a perfect match, no doubt. Now, let's quit the jabber, lads, and get to the point. Show me your wares. Good, now you're hitting the right note. Let's make a deal. Great. Can't. I'm guessing it's because I already have Alwyn. I need you to not be in the doorway, like right there. In or out, buddy? In or out? Alwyn? This is why you make it so the player can always shove NPCs just a little bit. Because if you cannot shove the NPCs just a little bit, They stand in your way, or you just turn off collision, but I don't think that's needed. Because I can't even reach Alwyn to tell Alwyn to move. Okay, Alwyn. You're a troll, you know that, right? And see nothing. There, okay. She seemed annoyed and probably won't kill anything for a long time. Said, she seemed annoyed and probably didn't kill anything for a long time. Or anyone. I guess we have to go back and change clothes now. She's intimidating. Probably eats bears for breakfast. Well, you already have a bow. Experience will come in time. Here, take this. A few arrows from my recent acquisition. It's for helping me out. Again. No problem. Anytime. Okay. So, did you just take my bow? No, I have both bows. Okay, so she... Okay, good. That's what I was worried, is like, when he was just skipped the dialogue about getting the bow, I very much thought it had just taken my bow. Alright, so we can go to our journal. We have all of these other quests. So we got Handyman, so deliver 2 logs to Edwin, deliver a bucket, deliver 6 logs, and 39 sticks or whatever. Alright. So with that though, it is getting to be about that time, chap, that I need to be wrapping up for the night. Because I can only delay the ad for another 7 minutes, and rather not subject to another ad and then immediately end the stream afterwards. But this has been fun jumping into some more Medieval Dynasty. I think we're going to play more of this tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, tomorrow's my day off, which there may or may not be a bonus stream on Thursday and Friday. We'll see when we get there. There is a chance Saturday stream might start late. We'll see when we get to all that stuff. But with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there. But for all those over here on Twitch's side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and find someone for us to drop a raid on, because